Hey, what's up, guys? Whoa, I'm way out of focus. Hold on. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. What is this? Focus on me. I'm the important one. Oh my goodness. All right. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, and I am choppy. Anyway, we have today the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. It is way early in the morning. We're gonna get everything set up here, and we're gonna make it happen. I might step away for just a minute. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna jump right into it. Coverage should be starting soon. All right. Sorry about that. Dry weather and all. My scalp does not like the changing of the seasons. Okay. So we're gonna watch this Kyle Rittenhouse hearing. And we're gonna see how things go. All right, let me get this pulled up. My goodness. Nothing's happening in court just yet. But feel free to ask questions about the trial. Feel free to make comments. This is, look, we're not a government stream. We're not a government stream. We are me, which means we will be full color commentary. We're not afraid of color commentary here. We are not racist. Even though Kyle Rittenhouse is, according to the media, very racist for shooting a bunch of white people. Let's see. Hold on. I'm just getting my Windows set up. Sorry for the last minute notice. I wasn't 100% sure when everything would start today. So, and I had to help Lady Raggets get some kids out the door to their activities. Oh my goodness. How safe would you feel if your pilot said, "Let's go, Brandon," over the intercom? As long as we're flying nowhere near Delaware or Washington, D.C., I'd feel great. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So I've got here, I'll show you what I've got on the radar. Is the stream smooth for you guys, or is it choppy? My computer has broken. The little bottles behind me are miniature paints. Okay. So it's my own stream looks choppy to me, but as long as it looks good to you guys, that's the key that we're looking for here. But yes. Oh baby. I have to figure out what's going on with my computer. I don't know if I've got faulty RAM sticks or a broken motherboard. Something is messed up. Will be the same judge as the pre-trial? Yes, it will. Oh, we do have some super chats too. Super chats are, of course, a different way to interact with the show. They are not required, but they are very much appreciated. Siamara said, I just watched the New York Times, the Nose York Times video. Video on this. It just came out. Nothing but pure propaganda. Chris Nunez says, Lima Gulf Bravo. Good day to you and chat. Did you guys see the article about Let's Go Brandon being like a sign that you hate America or something because you hate Sleepy Uncle Joe? These people who spent the last 4 years saying vile and awful things about the president, which you should. It's a president of the United States. Are suddenly upset over words and say that they're un-American. They're the most American. So who you hear in the background is Judge Schrader. He's just yakking. They're on mic, but they're off record yet. What is happening now? Ramshackle. Yeah, we can hear you. Can someone fix a camera? There we go. Oh, it's Bruce. Oh, no sound for you guys. I'll fix it. Hold on. That's my fault. And by my fault, I mean it's your fault.
Raise your hands if you can hear me. This isn't a good start.
Raise your hands if you can hear Bruce. Okay, it's choppy for you guys now. Let me see if I can fix this real quick. I have an idea. Let's see. Good Lord.
In the county boardroom, can you hear me? Raise your hands if you can hear me, please. She said she could hear me, but why is there a qualifying term at the end? But
She can hear your butt, dude.
they are raising their hands. You can hear me?
God, my computer right now,
Okay,
it's like
great.
using the internet in
All
1998.
right, so I won't. I feel guilty because we're going to play Jeopardy here in the courtroom, and those folks can now hear, and they will.
It's going to be a little choppy. That must be on my end. Again, I haven't had time to troubleshoot a computer problem because stupid Halloween.
Yes, we do play Jeopardy here when we've got some downtime, as we do right now, because there's nothing we can do at this moment.
But
and,
I'll be working on it
we'll
today
shortly
after
be
this.
able to get underway with things. But this is a long-standing tradition here, and we don't give any money.
Wait,
Don't
he's
be
seriously going to
thinking that
play
you're gonna walk out of
Jeopardy
here
during
with a pot
downtime of
gold.
court?
But we have points. Frozen.
Judge, we can't see you if you could hold for a moment.
Well, I'm just playing Jeopardy, so I'm just going to keep going.
But are you on the bench?
You can't stop me.
I am.
You can't stop me. I'm Alex mother effing Trebek, baby. You can't stop
Good
this
thing they have
Jeopardy
the
train.
Jeopardy game for us to practice. Let's be not to be confused. That's our category, and only the jurors can answer. Nobody else.
Okay, so Texas says almost never get to catch you live since you stay up all night.
Not to be confused.
Love the
for
content.
400 on
Hashtag
the
free
menu.
Kyle.
Scallops are shellfish, and these are immature or green onions.
What are scallions?
Who said scallions? Well, they all
Yes!
said it now, you know. Yeah, and of course, it's the correct answer. Not to be confused for 1,200, the reflex. That's in quotation marks. The reflex was a #1 hit for Duran Duran. This is the R in the digestive disorder abbreviated GERD.
What is reflux?
Ma'am, in the back. What is it? Reflux. That sounds good.
Oh, yeah. I am nailing
Very
this
good.
Jeopardy. You got nothing
How
on me.
about, not to be confused, for 2,000 points, diuretics are drugs that help rid the body of extra fluid. Dianetics is a book by him.
Oh, shit. I don't know.
L. Ron Hubbard, did somebody say? Let's raise your hand and don't just shout
What
out
is
the
this,
answer.
democracy
I
Jeopardy?
want to recognize the brilliance of the individual who comes up with the
I
answer.
can't read the chat
some
for
of
the
them are gonna
answer,
be,
guys. I'm
there's
20
only gonna be
seconds
one
behind.
in the whole room.
Or I'm 20 seconds ahead of you.
Who gets the prize?
Here we go. Pablo Castaneda says, here's the deal. I usually watch
This
replays
is
at 1.5
Easter,
speed, so I'm going to need you
And
to
the
speak
reason we're doing Easter
50%
is because
faster.
we
Also, let's
do
go,
this
Brandon,
during,
communism.
moments when we're waiting for things in trials, and we're backlogged from Easter, so we're catching up.
Idea machine, is
sound
this
right?
normal for court?
Anyway,
What, a
we've
judge
been
to
trying
just
a lot
kill
of cases,
time? Yes.
but I haven't had as many. All acceptable. Okay, wonderful.
Phoenix Lord Asserman says, you watch any of the Young
Yeah.
Turks freak out over his case? It's pretty spectacular now.
Easter for 5,000. A little birdie told us there's a 2009 documentary all about these marshmallow Easter treats. Yeah,
What are peeps?
peeps? Sounds right
They're
to
not
me.
answering in the form of a
Okay, what
question,
are
Judge.
peeps?
Hold them in
How about
contempt.
Alphabet City for 200? A, it's considered the birthplace of democracy. A, it starts with an A. Yeah, sounds right to me.
Athens. Oh, what is Athens?
How
I
about
heard it.
Alphabet City for 600? I, it's the only major city that straddles 2 continents, Asia and Europe. Yeah. Sounds right.
Oh, see, these guys are
Yeah.
way better at Jeopardy than me. Now I'm embarrassed.
Bonus. What is the former name of? Okay, can you sing the song?
Yes. Sing the song, bigot.
Istanbul, Constantinople. Remember that?
Oh,
And then what's that?
all the Democrats watching just go, he just did sing the
Okay,
song.
well,
the
that
bigot
was a,
just
that was a very
did sing
popular
it.
song when I was. About
Any idea
7
how long
years
this
ago.
session will be?
When I was
I'm
a-
going to
a
say
young
6
boy.
to 8 hours.
And then it made a what's the word I want? Had an encore. What's the word?
Hey, Nate, you want to join
Yeah,
me?
come back. But in what about? 10
You gonna
years
be
ago?
around
I was
all day,
hoping it would
Nate?
last longer than
You
it
want an
did,
invite to pop in?
but Kind of a neat song. Someone who has, if you need to use the restroom at this point, you can go and they're on the second floor here. Where are they? Men, second floor, third ladies. Third floor ladies.
All right, Nate. I'm going to send you the link on Twitter,
Wow.
Nate.
How long have they been here? Yeah, I was going to say, what were they serving over there?
Hey, guys, I'm going to bring in Nate the lawyer. Very smart guy, very awesome entertainer. You
I
should
don't know.
check
That
out
would be
his
a tough
YouTube
choice. Go ahead.
channel as well,
That
Nate
would be a
the
tough
lawyer
choice
on
for me,
YouTube.
whether to just fight it so that I could continue to participate in the Jeopardy, right?
Guys, the cameraman had a stroke.
Please enter the meeting passcode followed by pound.
Pepsi Man, give me a minute. I'll check Streamlabs too. Getting everything set
You
up.
are in the meeting now.
Alphabet City for 1,000. Q, this capital sits at an elevation of 9,350 feet. Yes, sir. Keto sounds good. Yep. All right. Now let's
I
see.
did not know that one at all.
You know, the actual percentage of people who needed to go to the
Pepsi
bathroom
Man
is
says,
much
yes,
higher in-
Medicare yesterday,
in
Nick
this
today.
area
It's
than,
Halloween
back on the
miracle.
railing, and I'm trying to think what the railing. Well, of course, they came over earlier.
Yes, they did. They've
Okay.
been sitting here since 8 o'clock.
Oh, 8 o'clock?
Yeah, they've been sitting here.
He's
Sorry
like,
about that.
Judge is like,
Well,
why
I'm
have
not
they
sorry.
been here for so
I'm
long?
sorry for them.
Phoenix Lord Asserman
so
says you want,
Trophy Hunter
no, G-Man says, hey, Nick sent
for
you an email
400.
yesterday. If you haven't checked lately, think you might find it funny. I didn't check any emails yesterday. I was all day
Oh, hi,
yesterday.
Judge.
I was finalizing.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. And you know what?
I was
I've always-
finalizing this
You know what?
Halloween costumes for my kids and then taking them trick-or-treating.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
that's what we were doing. Oh, good. Someone finally muted Bruce. What is his cameraman doing? I don't want to look at his face. Padrius says, morning, Nick. I work from 6 to 6 and get up at 4, so I can't catch your streams live most of the time. Your vids are a constant source of entertainment for the long days of mindless machine running. Keep up the great work. Oh, thank you, Padrius. Hey, I got good news for you. For like the next 2 weeks, it's Kyle trial, baby. We're going to be up early every day. We'll still be doing live content at night most of the days as well, because we'll catch up on the other news and stuff like that. I'm going to try and find a different time to work in Twitch content or
This college football trophy
shorten
is
the
named
night
for a
night
coach
stuff. Oh, here
who
he
got
is.
his law degree from Penn.
Hey.
Oh, I gotta get my mic.
Yes.
All right.
That's right.
1,000 miles away.
Yep. How about Trophy Hunter?
There it
for
is. What's
1,200?
going on,
The
bro?
young man sits under
Oh,
a
man,
tree and
I'm
writes
just,
down the
I'm
song
pumped for
of
this
a
trial to
muse on the
start.
Nobel Medal
I
for
am
this
too.
Yeah.
It's funny because I was like setting up my stream,
A
like,
young
all right, I'm
man
gonna go
sits
live and
under-
watch
under
this.
a tree
And I'm like,
writes
then I get a
down the
notification,
song
like,
of
oh
a
my
muse
God, Nick is going
on
live.
the
So I'm
Nobel
watching you,
Medal
but I
for this
forgot
field.
about mine totally because I'm so entertained with yours. I'm like, oh my God. So when you asked me to come on, I'm like, all right,
Poetry?
fuck it, it's great. I'll just come on with you and watch this crap.
Oh,
Ah.
Yeah, this is gonna be a
I'm not even
disaster.
Give myself half credit.
We're
You
gonna
know
see if they get through. What?
Trophy
I
Hunter for
can't
2000,
wait
Kevin Hart
till
called this
he
network's
is
golden
acquitted, right?
popcorn
Because it's
trophy
an obvious acquittal.
the
I don't know how
heaviest
anybody
award that you
could
can
have
receive.
read the complaint, right? There's no way you can read that complaint
Yes.
where the
Kevin Hart called
complaint
this network's
says,
golden popcorn trophy
where the complaint
the
literally
heaviest award that
says
you can receive.
the guy lunges for Kyle's gun and he shoots him
But it's
at the end, right? All the witnesses say that.
Why would that be?
And I'm like, how can you charge someone when the guy is
Huh?
lunging for the kid's gun, right? It's like,
Are we
it's
having
in the
Yeah.
complaint. So
Right.
I don't know. This is a political prosecution, and usually you guys know me. I don't say stuff like that. Like I'm
No,
literally the
you're-
last one to say stuff like that. This is crazy.
Right. You're like the most you're like, no, let's take a reasonable look at this. Is there any other option other than this is some sort of, conspiracy or go-to? There's these reasonable explanations that would make sense. You're very, very fair on that. And I've been trying to be very fair on this one. I've been trying. It's hard because you're like, I mean, at the end of the day, and let me know what you think about this. At the end of the day, you got 3 bodies or 2 bodies
Yeah.
and one evaporated bicep. And that is one of the biggest issues where it's like, I don't think that Kyle should be prosecuted. I think he should be acquitted. I think you almost wanted to see a pretrial dismissal based on the complaint, but at the end of the day, like, that's the justification for the prosecutor is that, well, we got these bodies here. Like, what do you want me to do with them? I got to prosecute somebody, which he doesn't actually have to, but that's, I think that's the justification against like a malicious prosecution charge or something like that, or suit.
You know what? I understand because probable cause is such a low bar, right? It's like, do you have enough? Do you believe this guy committed a crime? Okay, that I think you're there, but I think that because I hadn't read the complaint until after I did my video, and then reading that complaint, because in my video I'll come to the conclusion it was obvious self-defense. How more obvious could it be? But then after I read the complaint.
Oh, is this your recent video on it or your early video on
No,
it?
my early video on it. My early video on it when it first happened, I said it was I said the point. This is 100% self-defense. Then they had the complaint. When I read that, I said, how can you survive a motion to dismiss when the complaint is read like it was self-defense? The damn complaint was read like self-defense. So I don't know.
This sprinter set records in both
Same
the 100
thing happened
and 200
to me.
meters
Oh
in
my
the
gosh.
1988 Olympics.
Bruce, buddy, you're talking over me here. This happened to me too when I was first covering this case. I figured when they charged him and I read the complaint, it would be just a hack job of a complaint. It says that Kyle Rittenhouse murdered these people in cold blood while they were drinking coffee between shifts, helping at the local children's shelter or something, right? And then I'm like, look, they're gonna write up this nasty complaint that leaves out all the facts. And then I read it, and I'm like, did the defense attorney write this complaint? Like, this is exactly what you would want written down. So it's insane. And I do think he's going to get an acquittal. It'll be interesting. What do you think about what do you think about this? So Barnes has been talking for the past month and a half about jury selection being a big part of it. Says that Free Kyle USA has brought in all this money, and they had basically a team of experts put together. Behavioral specialists and all that to do jury selection. And just 2 days ago now, I think it is, Richards has apparently cut Barnes off from Kyle Rittenhouse. He and his team are not part of jury selection, and Richards is going it alone to do it. How do you what do you make of all that?
And the Scott Joplin residence.
Well, number one, I'm going to say this. Barnes, I think, is one of the best attorneys on the planet, right? I want to make it extremely clear. If Barnes says something is Y, and Nate the lawyer says something is X, preemptively, I'm telling you, you should believe what Barnes says. And then, if I'm able to, because I would listen to Barnes, right? Barnes has more legal experience than I have, so I'm not ashamed to say that because he just does. If I need a lawyer, I'm going to Nick or Barnes. I'm like, hey, Nick or Barnes, I need help, right? That's because
I'm referring you to Barnes anyway.
Yeah, so that's not a secret. But on one end though, just because you do have all experience, I don't know how great he is in these type of criminal prosecutions. When it comes to tax law, Barnes is your guy. When it comes to defamation, Barnes is your guy. But when you're talking about assaults and murders, it might be a little different. But from what Barnes is saying, I think the defense is making a huge mistake in two instances. One, you have the jury consultants come in, and if they tell you something you don't like, you don't have to follow their thing. And this is all for free. The more information, the better it is to help your clients. So I don't understand why they would want to cut Barnes off unless they are trying to cut Barnes off from credit because they know Barnes is a prominent lawyer. He's and a lot of people are going to say this is Barnes, and Barnes is, and let's just be honest. Barnes knows that if I'm getting jury consultants because I want to make sure I got a good win versus taking a chance. And I think this other attorney doesn't want Barnes to get that type of love and that type of notoriety, and that's why they probably cut him off. It's a horrible mistake, but if the case wasn't such a slam dunk case, though, I would be more concerned. But I don't see how this survives appeal. Even if he's convicted, I would write the appeal for free. That no reasonable jury could come to those conclusions based on these facts, right? I would write that appeal. So go ahead.
I was going to say there has to be some sort of landmark fact that's going to come out at trial, like what's his name, Binger is going to have to bring something to trial that nobody else has seen. And the only thing so far that I've heard hinted about is this FLIR footage from the FBI from the drone. And this, because you heard about that, right? Like that they allegedly have some footage that Kyle was chasing Joseph Rosenbaum prior to Joseph Rosenbaum chasing Kyle.
And can you hear me over in the?
And even there, I think
boardroom?
that's a stretch because Kyle was retreating pretty clearly and obviously. And under
raise your hand if you
Wisconsin
can
law,
hear.
he doesn't have a duty to retreat unless he instigated.
Thank
But
you.
even if he did retreat.
We're here to select a jury today,
Yeah.
and it's a criminal case.
But
we have around 150. I didn't see the exact final
got them
number,
in there.
but 150 of you here for jury service today. But we're going to pick a jury of 20 people to hear the case. And actually, you know what? Maybe we should we have space.
Oh, you know what you have to watch? You got to watch the Young Turks flipping out over his you don't call them victims. I'm like Crank Yeager, or whatever his last name is. He's a lawyer. And I'm like, did he not know that in every high profile murder case, they asked for this?
yeah,
Jacob and Ahmaud Arbery. That's literally on the table now. Don't call him a victim. George Floyd. Don't call him a victim. Every high profile case, you have this motion. And now this is like some type. I'm like, he's an attorney. Why is he allowed? Why does YouTube allow him to mislead the public like that? Right? On a motion that everybody makes in a high profile
where's
murder
his
case.
misinformation tag?
Yeah.
Okay, then we need 6 now.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the reasons are obvious. Even if you think they're all victims, if you think they're all victims, then you want the prosecution to win, you want Kyle to be convicted, and you don't want it overturned on appeal on something like, well, calling him a victim was overly prejudicial.
It is 7.
And there's no there's a psychological value to it. There's no legal value to it. It's entirely a ploy to get the jury. But did you at that hearing, Binger was like, we get to do it everywhere else. In every other county, they let us do it. We get to call them victims all the time. Why can't we do it? Why can't we cheat? Oh, it was amazing.
But the great part about it is that the judge in all his cases doesn't allow the prosecution to call somebody a victim, right? This is something that he says I just don't do. And it's like, and the funny part about this is that in any case, if you have evidence or something to show that the people were rioting and looting, then of course you can call them rioters and looters. Why is it different for them than it is for Kyle? Because they're not on trial, right? They're not on trial. That's the main reason. They're not in jeopardy of being put away for life. So the rules for them are going to be different. And the most key point that everybody seemed to miss, like it's like the judge didn't even say it. You can only call them that if you have evidence demonstrating that they were doing it. If you don't have any evidence saying that they were doing it, then you can't even call them that. But you know what? They were so quick to want to say this judge is a racist and this ruling was racist that let's not even say that. And when you watch the Young Turks, you'll see they don't even mention the judge saying that. And it's funny because Craig, like, what is it? Yankee keeps saying, oh, well, there's no evidence that they were looters. So guess what? If there's no evidence that they were looters, then they can't call them looters. Duh, like how is this so hard? And he's an attorney. That's the part that keeps getting me. This is an attorney saying this.
He is an attorney, but have you considered that he's also an idiot?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They still saying Breonna Taylor was asleep.
Yeah. By the way, you did a video on this, and people should definitely check it out if they want some clarity on the victim thing. Check out Nate's video on that. It's very good, nice and concise. But yeah, the whole thing's silly. The other issue about the victims versus looters thing. What was I thinking? I had a point, and then I've thrown it into the ether.
Heard of it.
It's gone. It's gone. I've let the butterfly go, and it got hit by an airplane. So never mind.
Because
I had something brilliant.
I'm yapping too much. That's why I'm talking all this trash. I'm so angry. You know what? The thing that makes me angry about this case, it's like I was arguing with a friend of mine who's a liberal. They were like, oh, he went, he got a gun. He went out there to shoot black people. I'm like, so this is one of the first cases I've ever seen where the racist didn't shoot any black people. He shot a whole bunch of white people. and we're saying that it's a racist case. I'm like,
Yes.
what racism are we saying?
No, it's
He shot a whole bunch of white people.
Uh,
If he shot black people, then I would say, okay, maybe we got some. Maybe we can look at race, but there's no racism here. He didn't shoot any black people. The racist
Right, he's-
that was
he
there to
missed.
kill black people didn't kill any black people.
Right, the one black
I always
guy
thought
who
it
was
wasn't
involved in
patriotism,
this, he
it
missed the
was
shots.
politics.
It's the jump kick guy.
Safe spaces
Yeah, the
for
jump kick guy.
1,000.
Like, I'm not gonna shoot that guy. They may call me a racist. Let me shoot the other guys. Like the guy who's holding a gun in my face.
The extraterritorial type of this is granted in an
Oh, he's
embassy.
still doing Jeopardy. I thought he
Oh, he's
was
still
gonna
doing
start
Jeopardy.
soon.
No,
How did you
Oh, this
feel
is me.
about
I'm a
the
little bit too loud. Let me
process?
turn this down.
I don't want. I
Turn my
don't.
volume down. a
I
little
don't want the lawyers to embarrass themselves. All right. So
How
Go
did
ahead.
you find? How did
but
you
the,
feel about the
safe
prosecutor
spaces for
making the
1,000,
suggestion
extraterritorial
that
type of this is granted
because
in
because
embassies.
Rosenbaum was unarmed,
What is
that
it? Silent.
that-
Excellent.
that
Very
and
good.
Kyle was armed,
How
that
about earth science
that
for
he wasn't sure if
400
you could defend
in
yourself
a double one of these weather
with lethal force
phenomena,
against someone who was
the colors
unarmed.
are-
Did you catch that?
The
Yeah.
colors in the
Yeah, that-
secondary
yeah, that-
one
that
are
was-
reversed.
The
In a double one of
the
these
issue with the
weather
prosecution is that
phenomena,
I think the prosecutor knows he
colors
has
in the
lost.
secondary
Case.
one are reversed.
I think the prosecutor, and that's
We got
why you
two
make
back
those
there.
arguments. You make
Let's try
arguments
this
like that when you know you don't have a good
Good.
case, right?
Yeah.
Well, someone with a
Right.
gun,
Rainbow,
and
that
because
sounds
in
right.
general terms,
Yeah, you
someone
know,
with the gun does have
and you were
power.
right too. All
It's-
right, good,
but
very good.
It's
Earth
not only
science
about
for
what
1200
you have,
standard.
but
This
what the person
measurement
is doing
is
to get you. You know what I'm saying? What the person is doing, and someone chasing the person with the gun and lunging to grab that gun. How do you not shoot them? Especially when someone is shooting behind you, because a lot of people don't realize when Kyle was running from Rosenbaum, people were shooting up in the air behind him. So just imagine you running with your gun, somebody's chasing you, and people are shooting, you're hearing gunshots behind you. You turn around and someone lunges at you, grabbing at your gun, trying to grab your gun. What do you do? Do you hold your gun and just wait to see what happens? I don't think so. I think you let those shots go, and and let a jury determine whether you're self-defense or not.
Right. I remembered what I wanted to say.
$8,
The other
but,
reason that the
I
rioters,
don't know if you can
looters,
Earth
arsonists
science for
labels
2000.
matter is
The
because
drift-
it goes to the
drift
state of mind of the
60,000
defendant,
Nikes
which
lost
is a
from
critical
a
aspect of
container
all of this. If
helped
you see a
establish
guy
that
burning
California one
burning
flows into the
dumpsters and
North
pushing them at
Equatorial
gas
Zone.
stations or whatever, if you see
I didn't
that,
read that right.
your state of mind about that
The drift of
person is going to be
60,000
different
Nikes
than
lost
someone
from
who
a
is
container
watering
ship
flowers on the
established
side of the road.
that the
So
California
when the
one
guy watering
flows
flowers is
into
chasing
the
you, you
North
might think he's returning your wallet,
Equatorial
whereas the
one.
other guy's chasing you, you might think he's trying to commit some other criminal
That sounds
act
right.
against you.
Yes.
And
Right.
so
That
that's
is correct.
that was
All right,
an
how about
insane place
literary
where you're
characters?
arguing clearly
Uh,
about state of mind evidence and the right to
After
even
a poor
introduce it.
peasant's wife grows ill,
And basically all
she
of the
gives
motions
birth
in
to a
limine
tiny
that
son
the
whom they name this.
that the prosecution brought to
After a
me,
poor
it was like
peasant's wife grows
all of your
ill,
motions
she
here
gives birth to a tiny
are
son
better
whom they
handled through
name this.
objections if the issue arises at trial.
I think these
None
are very
none of these
tough
things need to be
questions.
discarded out of hand.
Who is Tom Thumb?
Yeah. And for a
All
lot
right,
of people who
sister
maybe
cities
for the benefit of the
or
or for the
200,
audience,
this city in Maine,
Kyle
not the
Rittenhouse
Oregon
doesn't
one,
have to prove
is
that he
sisters
acted in
with
self-defense.
Shinagawa,
The
Japan,
prosecutor
city
has to prove
350,000
that Kyle
inside
didn't act in
metropolitan-
self-defense, that
Okay.
he acted illegally.
Yeah.
And a lot of people keep thinking that
Hold
Kyle's
on.
got to go out there and prove it. It's
That
the
is correct.
prosecution has got to prove
Very good.
beyond a reasonable doubt that Kyle was, number one, unreasonable in his belief processes, and the use of force that he did use was too much. It was like somebody puts up their hands for boxing and you pull out a gun. That's too much force even for self-defense. So those are the two hurdles that I think the prosecution has to get over, and I just don't think you have it here when it comes to this, because especially with the testimony, it's sad to say this because I don't usually say this, but I'm hoping the right outcome comes here, because it's a shame
Welcome, everybody,
that
and,
people are only seeing this
Can you hear
case
me, in the
white and
boardroom?
black instead of just what the
Raise your hands
law
if you
is
can
behind
hear.
it, because I'm assuming that any regular person out there who
Are
was
they up?
in Kyle Rittenhouse's position would have done the same thing. They would have done the same thing, and that's the sad part about it. They're trying to give up their rights to self-defense because they
Did
feel
they
that
raise
this
their hands?
17-year-old kid
Okay, good. Thank you.
was intended to
all
go
right.
out there and kill people.
again, I welcome
Yeah, I
you
agree.
to your courthouse.
We're getting
and,
started here, so we'll
we're
we'll
going
let
to pick
Bruce
a
talk a
jury
little
to
more.
try a criminal
Yeah.
case. We're going to pick a jury of 20 people. We have 80 people here now, 34 of whom are on this side of the railing, and the remainder on the other side of the railing. And then we have also a large contingent of jurors who are in the county boardroom who can watch and hear what is going on. Well, they can watch me. And they can hear what's said here.
Barnes is not on the trial
hopefully
team, right?
regardless of the speaker.
Who?
And
Barnes
is not on the
and,
trial team. He's not on the
so
trial
they
team,
are
right?
Going to be
He never appeared.
kept fully aware.
Yeah, all right. So
of
he's
what's
he's
going on,
one of the
even though
research
they're not,
attorneys.
here in the courtroom with us. The procedure is going to be that I'm going to ask, and the lawyers will too, it's the voir dire examination. You probably saw a movie over there this morning. Did you see a video? Okay. All right. Well, the voir dire is an examination of people to determine if they are suitable to serve on a jury. And I'll question you, and then the lawyers will have a chance to question you.
Somebody said
about
Barnes is
various
not on the
factors.
team. They dropped his
We're
whole
looking, of
team.
course,
They dropped
at
him all
Yeah,
totally.
they dropped them all.
biased. We also are gonna
Oh,
look
I
at some
thought
other
he was still on the
factors
team,
that
but they just didn't use his.
may,
Oh wow, they
work
fired
into,
him.
Well, he's-
whether you're
he's
suitable
cut
to
out.
sit as a juror in the case. And we will do that by questioning just the 34 who are in in what we call the well, which is on the inside of
I'm
the
adding your channel link
bar.
to the
There's that,
description.
Oh, thanks.
bar at the front of the
Yeah.
audience portion of the courtroom. It's called the bar. That's what you hear about passing the bar or admitted to the bar.
You know, there's
That's
a
what they're
Nate the
talking
Hoof
about.
guy on YouTube.
And that separates the people who are the legal participants in the case, lawyers usually, from the people who are here for either as spectators or as potential jurors or whatever. And the questions are going to be directed just to the 34 people up here. But all of the jurors, those on the other side of the bar, those in the audience portion, and also those over in the county board room, need to listen to these questions. Since the procedure is going to be that I apologize for this. This is sinus.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's not.
Where's your mask, COVID
3
judge?
times vaccinated. But I will struggle a little bit with it. But it is.
But I can tell you right now, the prosecutors, they want Black Lives Matter protesters. They want people who are sympathetic to all that. That's who they want in the jury. If the
and we're going to
college
ask
people
them
want
to raise
white,
their hands if the answer
middle,
to
high,
my
either
questions
middle
is
income to
other
high
than
middle
no.
income residents to be on that jury, who have
Raise your hand
predominantly
if you
are
answered
white
any of my questions
or
is
even
other
black,
than
but
no.
they're looking predominantly for
Those of
white.
you who are either in the
middle
audience
income
here
jurors,
or over in the county
and the
boardroom
prosecution's
do
looking
not
for
have to
low,
answer these questions.
for black low
But
income
you do
jurors.
need to listen carefully
It's a shame,
to
but
what is
that's
happening here in
the game that's going to
courtroom,
be played.
since you will
Yep.
need to answer a question if you're called up here. Would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? And if so, which ones? So keep close attention and make a mental note of any that you would raise your hand on. And then you'll be able to answer that question. If we didn't do it that way, then every time we needed a fill-in juror up here, we'd have to go through all the questions again. And believe me, that would not be a good situation, at least in terms
Yeah,
of
the stupid one, dear.
my behavior. But
You get a juror who
so
missed
what's
the
going to
question.
happen
You're
is
like,
the
we should.
34 up here are going to be
I wasn't
questioned.
listening. Sorry, Judge.
And if any
I was
of
playing
them is
Sudoku on my
excused for
phone. Is that okay that I have
cause,
my phone, Judge?
one of the jurors will draw first from the people who are here in the courtroom, and periodically we may bring over more of you folks from over in the county boardroom to join us in the courtroom, and that'll add to our reserve here. But we will take somebody, if there's an excuse for cause in the 34, we'll take somebody from the audience portion to replace that person. And then is when I will ask of that juror, would you have raised your hand and answered to any of the questions asked so far? And if so, which ones? And then we'll go through that.
You know what the problem is? That juror questionnaire is bad then. Because
That
generally you would listen to a jury
change
questionnaire, and
will
then everybody
happen
who
if
answered
anyone
no
is
to a certain
excused for
question,
cause. So,
you would exclude them.
that's because we want to
originally.
maintain a constant
Right.
number
Yeah,
of
why haven't they
34
done that?
jurors
That's weird.
on this side
They're
of the
doing
railing.
that, but the
And
way they're
reason
doing
we
it is
want
they're
to do
reading
that
out the questions to these
is
first
because each
34
side
and
under our
asking
law
all
is
150 to
entitled
listen. And
to
if you
exercise
if one of those
6
questions pique you, then you
strikes.
have to tell them later.
Uh,
It's a
Yeah,
little
that's kind of
and-
inefficient.
strange.
They can remove each side can remove 7 of you without needing to give any reason at all. And that'll leave us with the 20 jurors we want to try the case. So that's the reason for 34. That's the reason why we replace, so that we'll always have 34 here from which those 14 strikes can be taken.
Okay.
You're probably wondering, what's he talking about?
Just so everybody
20 jurors? Whoever
understands,
heard of that?
34 in the box.
And
Each
here
side
on
gets
television,
7
sometimes they'll
strikes,
talk about alternate
And
jurors.
if
We don't have
the
any
14
alternates.
strikes go in, the
Everybody
20 that's
will
left is
get
your jury.
a full-fledged juror. The selection process takes place at the end. If, when we go to verdict, when we go to deliberation, at the end of the trial, if there are more than 12 jurors, then we will strike off whatever number is necessary to get down to that number. So maybe it'll be 8, maybe it'll be 2. We don't know yet. It depends on how many, if there's any family emergencies or illnesses that mean that we have to discharge a juror. And so we'll keep 20 as long as we can. And then, as I say, when we go to deliberation, there'll be 20 who will decide the case. I took a larger number than usual.
Obviously.
Okay.
Because this trial is going to last a couple of weeks. That's what the lawyers tell me. I suspect they're probably estimating a little bit on the high side, which is what I want them to do.
This trial really should last about
a
day.
I don't want to give you a false impression.
Yeah,
And
this
in
this
fact,
usually
when
used
I
to be a
question
2-week
you in
trial
a few
at
minutes
most, because
about
you got video.
length of
Just play the video,
I'll
and you got
probably
3 or
ask
4
2 weeks
people
plus a
to give
couple of days,
questions.
just in case.
There's a
Things
lot
don't
of
go as
video
rapidly
on
as-
this. They're actually, I
we
mean,
expect
from
they will.
different angles of different moments of the night. And
so-
it's kind of messy
Well,
when
why
you
don't I
see
talk about
someone
that
try
right
and
now?
put them all together.
The anticipated
Yeah.
length of the trial is 2 weeks. We're going
Yeah,
to ask.
it's
I'm going
about
to ask
2-week
about
trial.
2 weeks plus 2 days.
If they even go 2 weeks though, because
We start.
I can easily
typically
see a
at
motion
9 in the
dismiss
morning.
after the prosecution
We work
closes the case.
until around noon. We take a break at noon, and food is being brought in for your lunches, and we'll continue at
Jury
about
lunch.
an
You
hour's
know that's good.
delay for
Yeah.
lunch. It might be shorter than that, but
Here's your
thereabouts. It could be
sandwich.
maybe 45 minutes for lunch, but an hour, and then we'll start again, and we'll work until 4:30 or 5 o'clock, and that'll be the schedule pretty much for the duration of the trial. Every day, 9 a.m. to 4:30 or 5, with a break at lunchtime. We also take breaks in the morning and in the afternoon, as necessary. But there's at least one break, and often 2 in the afternoon. But you should count on being in this building, in the jury room, for the duration of the trial. So that's
Don't tell me
number
what to
one. And
do,
number
Judge.
2 is the duration of the
I'll
trial.
come and go as I please.
There is I'm going to place this at
I'd be the
under
worst
1
juror.
in
I'd be late
100.
all the
A
time.
less than a 1% chance. For some reason, I would order during the trial that you would be sequestered, which would mean that you would.
I don't see why
be
though.
Housed
Why
in
you
a
need to have
hotel
these jurors
at night,
sequestered?
in
Yeah,
individual.
he said
rooms.
less than 1% chance.
And you'd be provided with all of your
Yeah.
meals all day long. You'd have limited access to television and internet and that type of thing. But
What do you think about a juror
I-
screaming,
I-
remember
I have
jury
not done
nullification as they get struck
since I was
from the courtroom?
statutorily required to do so,
Oof. Yeah.
when I started the system 50 years ago,
That might be a
on a case of
mistrial.
this
Might be a
nature,
mistrial.
the jury was required to be sequestered. So
They're going to sequester?
I'm familiar with the process, and I know how onerous it is.
No, he's saying back in the
And,
day they used to be
so I
required,
will
but it's
resist
not
it
anymore.
every way I can. but I can't rule it out entirely. As I say, I'm being
For
very
this type of
honest with
trial,
you
I
when I tell
understand
you
it.
there is less than a 1% chance in my estimation that we would come to that. But I don't want to spring it on you suddenly. That's pretty painful. So, but let's talk principally about the reality of it, which is the days that you'll be here and the 9 to 4:30 or 5 time period. I'm not going to guarantee that we won't run later on some occasion. We might have a witness who's come from Thailand or something.
Uncivil law. Take me to
who we
jail.
have to
I'll
take
argue
and
my
has to
free
catch a plane
speech.
or whatever. And possibly could go a little later in the day. or
What's
start
up
a
with
little
him?
earlier in the morning.
Why is he a
But
chat
I think that
You
it's
invited him
fairly
in, right?
safe
Yeah, I
that
saw
we
you
will be
invite
on
him
the
in, whatever
schedule.
he
I've
keeps-
been-
I'm gonna bring him on tomorrow.
So
We discussed it in
let
the.
me ask now, and well, I got to.
Well, I said, hey, do you want to come on tomorrow? And
Number
he said,
one,
sure.
the voir dire is conducted under oath or affirmation.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm just going to do, I'll swear just those who are in this room at this point, and if we bring replacements over from the boardroom, we'll swear them separately. Now, even though those of you back of the railing are not going to be answering questions yet, I'm going to ask that you join in the oath now. So is there anybody who has who's in this building, who's in the courthouse building, who has a religious or moral objection to the taking of the oath? Is there anybody? All right, then would each of you signify your acceptance of the oath by raising one of your hands, please, and the clerk will administer the oath.
So 7 is actually 34, 7.
I like these mass oaths. Like, you got 50 people in there. Everybody raise your right hand. When I got sworn into law enforcement, that's what they did. It was like a whole, like everybody stands up there.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, but you can't see whose fingers are crossed. There's too many of them. They're not even checking the people in the other room.
Yeah.
All right.
We believe
Let me, yeah.
I like this judge. He's relaxed.
In the back
He's
row,
like,
just the back
I've done
row.
this
That's
before.
seats
Like, this is just,
1 through 11 in the back.
let's
Did
just
you
get
see
through
the,
this. Let's make this happen.
Is there anyone
after the
who,
victim's hearing, the
is
hit pieces
unable-
on him started coming out?
well,
Yeah.
I always give a little.
Again,
and
this,
it's like-
this was a
little
race.
speech
This
first.
is a racist judge. You're like, which is
About-
insane.
Well, they're often about me.
Yeah, he's a
And I'm
racist
gonna
judge.
make
And
this
look
one
at all
about
these
me,
bad
too. When I
decisions.
was,
he's made. It's like, yeah, he's been on the
when I
bench
was in law
50 years.
school,
He's going to have
there was
some
a war
bad
going
ones.
on. It was there
Of
was
course,
a
yeah.
lot of unpopularity about the war. It was very controversial, and there were a
But
lot
this
of
seems like
people
a reasonable
involved.
judge.
We
Seems like a cool
this was
judge, a
Vietnam
reasonable
War,
judge. He's just doing his job.
and
As
huge
a defense
numbers.
attorney,
I think that
you would
sometimes
want
we had
this
to
judge because he follows the
just short of
rules
600,000
pretty clearly, and
men
he
over there,
articulates his
probably some
reasoning
of you
really
were there.
well, and that's nice.
And matter of fact, it's November, so do we have veterans in here on either side of the railing? Somebody who served in our military? How about a hand for these people, huh? Okay, there were just short of 600,000 principally men in those days over there, and I think 57,000 of them never came back. So I was in school at that time, and a lot of my classmates were getting drafted out of school. Now, that happened to a lot of people, whether they were in school, whether they couldn't find a job, whatever the case may be. But they, some of them had wedding plans, some of them had jobs already lined up, and they got a
trying to make the
notice.
jury comfortable.
And they had to go.
get
And there are
everybody
3 things that
relaxed.
we had to do
Yeah.
for the great benefit we have of being Americans: pay our taxes, serve in the military if drafted, and serve on jury
Jury
duty.
duty.
You ever been noticed for jury duty?
You don't have, there is no draft anymore, so there's
Yeah,
no
oh, yeah.
obligatory
Many
military
times.
service at the time. So
Really?
those are the
I
2
never
things we have
have.
to do as citizens,
Mhm.
is
Interesting.
to
It might be where you live.
pay our
though. You might live too
taxes
far from the
and,
courthouse. 'Cause I know in some
serve on a
places,
jury.
if you're too far, then they
The
won't.
reason
they
I'm
won't.
talking about
Even though
this
it's
is I
supposed to
They
saw
got my
people's
wife in
lives
there.
change
That's it.
dramatically
Your wife got.
because
Oh,
of something
that's
they
interesting.
had to
Yeah.
do for
We're
their
only like-
Have you registered to vote? Or because a lot of times
Whether
they
agreed with it or not, they had
Yeah, I'm
to
registered.
serve in the military.
I'm just
and
lucky,
some
I guess.
go to war.
Maybe.
I want to
And,
go to jury
um,
now. I think
So
it'd be
that's
hilarious.
the background. With
Oh no,
which
they
I approach
kick me
your
off all the
obligation.
time quickly. It was like,
as
you're an attorney,
jurors.
you're a DA? No.
And
All
I'm
right, see you
saying
later.
this so that you
Yeah.
understand.
You're not going.
Strike.
You're not going to be on this
I
one.
asked,
Yeah.
is there any reason that you can't be on the jury? Understand that I may say no to you because of that background, even though there's no harm in your asking. It's perfectly valid for you to ask to be excused because you've got some obligation, a personal obligation or something.
And most
But I
people
may
don't
say no
realize.
anyway.
If you go and say, listen,
Please understand
if you really want to get off the jury, say,
that
hey, he's
that's
guilty. And that's the way I'm gonna
background
vote.
with which
I don't care what
Yeah.
the hell happens at trial.
Otherwise,
You're not
it
going to
can
be
become
a
a question of
jury. You know what I'm saying? It's all these elaborate excuses to get off the jury.
wanting
You know,
to
oh,
get
yes,
off.
the guy looks guilty.
And
That's it.
that wasn't the story in
jury.
1968, and it's not the story now. So
And that's not legal advice. Don't go do
Maybe
that.
we'll
That's
talk
wrong
about
to
that.
do.
now, there are some good reasons. I mean, if you have already purchased tickets and you got a vacation all paid for or something like that that's coming up next week, I want to hear about that because that can be a perfectly good reason. There may be some work-related.
Or you could just say like
issues that would be
prosecutors
sufficient
deserve
cause
to be
that I would
crucified or
excuse you.
something.
Yeah.
But I do want to understand that
It's just a highly
being excused from jury
prejudicial
duty is a
comment.
major thing,
Go
and
for
it's
it.
not going
Yeah.
to just
Don't do that.
happen easily or
If I
Unless
didn't
you
want
want
to go to
to.
the jury, I'd come with a Black
You're not
Lives
gonna
Matter
shout
shirt.
at
If
me.
I'm white or
I
black, Black Lives Matter.
hopefully not going to try to I'm not
Oh.
gonna humiliate you in any way.
I didn't even know I owned
I'm
this
just saying.
shirt.
So that's the beginning of that. Now,
I don't remember going to this giant thing in Washington.
anybody-
What are you talking about?
for whom this schedule creates a problem in this back row of 1 to 11. All right. Now we're going to question by number, and I believe that's with the consent of both parties in this case. And the reason we're doing it is we've got such a large
Not
number
many
of jurors,
scheduling
much
things
higher
will get
than
you out of a
usual,
jury, like a wedding.
And it makes it a lot easier for everybody if
Yeah.
we question you.
Do you have a
by your
scheduling
number.
issue? I do, Judge.
So when I call on,
What's your
if
issue?
I recognize you
Yeah,
to
I got a
speak,
funeral
do you still
coming
have
up.
those numbers?
Whose?
No,
Haven't
that's
decided
what
yet.
they're posting out.
They're, okay, I'm right behind them. So
Whoa.
but
Like I got my Proud
crane
Boys
your
meeting
neck and get back there
on
and see what your
Wednesday.
number is.
Proud-
If you don't remember already.
Okay.
But your
You're
number
out of
is
this
on
one,
your
guy.
chair. So if you state your seat number or the number posted on your seat, are they identical? Is she number 3?
Yes.
Okay, I'm trusting you. All right.
I want to
Number 3, what's up?
I'm number 3.
Can you turn your mic up just a hair?
Turn it. All right, let me turn it up a little bit.
All right, well, you have my
Better
seat.
now?
Either that or you got to eat the
but,
mic.
oh, no,
I could.
I
turn it
love
up.
Chicago.
I turned it down. That's why before.
Yeah.
Is it better now?
All right.
Yeah.
So that's a permanent residence, ma'am? Okay.
What were you going to say?
Any
Sorry.
reason this lady shouldn't be excused? All right. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. You could step down. And
I was going to ask you.
She's excused.
Let's say
All
when
right.
after Kyle shot the first person, right, and people were saying he's an active shooter, stop him. And the guy, let's say if the guy with the gun shot and killed Kyle.
All right. Mary
Do you
Irene Mendoza.
think that guy would have
Would
a
you come
claim
up,
to
please, Ms.
self-defense?
Mendoza?
Gage, third guy.
Yeah, the third guy.
Yeah.
If he would have shot and killed Kyle Rittenhouse, because
Well, we
everybody
should
saying
send him in
he's
the
an active shooter, and he
the
killed
first
this
part,
guy, he killed this guy, and now you saw him shot somebody else. He
In that
guns
first
down
part.
Kyle Rittenhouse in that moment.
So I don't have to
Do
climb
you
over
think
everybody.
he has a viable claim to self-defense?
Possibly. It's a weird thing where two different people can have a reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily harm, and they can have the subjective fear of imminent death or bodily harm and make the self-defense case. With his, I mean, the mitigating factors would be
Now, number
him running up
35,
and approaching the person.
who's in seat 3.
It's a weird activity. Like, again, if he would have just
would you have
stopped
raised your
20
hand
feet
so
away
far
and
to
drew his
anything
gun
that
and
I
fired,
asked?
like, I mean, he would have
Well,
shot
convenience
Kyle
is
and
the wrong
ended
word.
the encounter,
The
possibly.
challenge of
You know, it's like
the
weird that
schedule.
he runs up so close.
No problem. All right. Now I know there's a lot of. I know there's a lot.
Kyle there.
of
He has,
inconvenience
I think
involved
he's
in this.
just as good as self-defense.
And
He has
so
somebody
please
who shot a
understand,
couple other people.
we do
He has a
appreciate
reasonable belief that this
the
guy's an
sacrifice,
active shooter,
but,
and
those
he's
some
done
of
the
you
best.
aren't
Even
even
though
bringing
he would have been
up
wrong in
the
his
people,
belief, I
for
think
that.
his claim to
Anybody
self-defense
else
is
on
just
that
as good as
back row,
Kyle's
1 to
claim to
11?
self-defense. So that's why I'm trying to. It's
number
interesting because I think the
6.
state could charge him with assault because he's pointing a gun at Kyle, so that's assault. They could have charged him with assault, but didn't because I believe they think that he has a claim of self-defense. That's the only reason why they couldn't charge him.
Okay.
Pointing guns at people.
What kind of work is it?
Home business remodeling.
Do you have anyone who works for you or with you?
Yeah.
Do you? That person or persons do the job?
Two other people that work with me.
Okay. Is there a way that they can complete the work? Why not?
They're not
COVID.
gonna finish it without me,
Because
because I'm the one that gets a lot of the stuff done.
I'm the
do you
hardest
ever,
worker.
like, get sick or anything like that, or just have to take off or go deer hunting or anything like that?
It's a total of 3 people doing it.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I just would it be impossible for the job to be completed without you?
I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm going to sit on that and I'll let you know. Number 7.
Well, actually, I'm number 34.
Amaranthus,
Okay.
Gage Grosskreutz
Okay.
was not convicted of a
No,
felony.
no,
He
you
was
can
just
join.
charged with
Okay,
one, so he is
I'm a
still allowed
special
to
ed
have a
teacher
gun.
For severe profound disabilities, and I'm supposed to tell you it would cause a hardship for my district,
What district is it?
Greenfield.
Okay. You told me.
Okay.
Thank you. Next,
You might not be getting out of this one,
this
babe.
is number 8.
Long
go ahead,
drive
ma'am.
doesn't make it.
I'm a single mother. I have a very young children.
How old are the children?
One is 10 and has a disability, and one is 13. And I'm a teacher, and I took a job last year in their school, but then closer to the one in the restaurant.
Think about this. This is 2 weeks off of your job, out of your life, right? 2 weeks just focused on this. That's a hardship for most
Yeah.
people. That's a hardship.
That's why they get compensated so well.
Yeah.
With the
For
minimum
your
Your
wage
mom
or
ordinarily
whatever.
comes, but she's in Europe?
Both my mom and dad live in Europe, and John, she travels when it's needed for us. But because of COVID, Italy is not allowed to travel at this time yet.
Okay, so this lady has a special needs kid, and another kid is a teacher in their district.
Okay, thanks,
so
ma'am.
normally
I'll get back on that one.
she's with
Anybody
them all
else
the
in the back
time.
row?
Her parents would normally
Okay,
fill
thank you.
in,
How about the
but they
second
live in
row,
Italy,
numbers,
and Italy's not allowing
12
travel.
through
So
22.
sounds like he's actually considering that one. The other two he
and
didn't
we're
really
talking-
care.
This is different from my usual number sequence, so I'm spinning here.
Shade
What is your
221
number?
Gage
15, and what's up?
Grosskreutz has actually posted his concealed carry permit, his permit to carry on Twitter.
I can't tell you ahead of time. I take hormone medication, so I couldn't tell you like tomorrow if I'm gonna be down with one.
Okay.
The last time
I mean, posting it on Twitter doesn't mean he has it, but it's
Okay.
a lot of people have
but-
made a lot of assumptions about him. He's a dirtbag, but
Now migraines.
No,
can come in
his gun was legit
forms.
though. His gun was
Some
legit.
of them you could get one that
You're talking
would
about the
be
third guy, the one that was shot. The
a
arm
real
was shot.
pain.
yeah. The other two had
Okay,
felony
that's what you get
convictions.
some that are disabling.
Huber had a domestic.
You have
There's no
some
way
that
they
you
could have a
can
gun,
work
but
past,
they
yes or
didn't
no?
seem to.
Okay. How
Yeah, but
frequently?
even though
would
that,
you have
like
them
those
terribly
severely
severely disabled.
past crimes are irrelevant to the case. You probably the
Okay.
jury's probably not going to hear about them.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying something.
Okay.
It's
Um,
propensity. Unless Kyle knew.
Yeah,
about it.
and
Kyle knew that they
I'm
were
going to make a note of it and
criminals, then maybe that, but
take it
we
under
have to show that.
consideration. That's number 15. So,
So this lady said she gets migraines. The judge isn't going to just out of hand dismiss some of these people because he's going to let the lawyers do the dismissing on a lot of this stuff. And he knows the questions are going to take care of many of these jurors. So if he has to worry about the other disqualifying
all
stuff,
right.
he'll deal
Next
with it
in
at that
the
time.
middle row.
Yeah.
Number 21, I think that is, Mr. Number 21. Is that your number, sir? Okay. What's up?
I have,
Let me get your
the
excuse.
Scheduled on the 21st in the hospital. I haven't tried to reschedule it yet, and I can, but it is scheduled on the 11th.
Which would you rather do? Be here with me or have your nose operated?
I'll be honest with you.
Is it something that is to be done urgently?
No,
Number one. Number two,
it's-
is it difficult to reschedule?
I don't know how difficult it would be to reschedule.
Okay.
I haven't even
Never have nose surgery.
Okay.
Embrace the nose. Love the
okay,
nose.
thank you. I'm gonna give this.
Don't be a nosist.
Okay, anybody else in the second row? First row.
BS is what
First
would be your
row.
recommended most funny way to get out of
Yeah,
jury
right.
duty,
Do
honestly?
you have your?
I mean, do you
hand
want to
up,
go to
ma'am?
jail? There's some funny stuff you could do, but
here.
you'll end up in jail.
Okay.
Only thing you got to do is just say either you know someone or you already have an opinion about the case. That's essentially because they want people who don't have opinions about the case. If you say,
Okay.
I think he's already guilty, I've looked at all the evidence and I come to this conclusion, they don't want you're going to be kicked off the jury. You don't really need anything elaborate.
Kind of a business. Is it a retail or a
It's retail and greenhouse.
okay?
Run here in town.
Do you ever have temporary employees or anything in there?
Only in planting season, which is not till.
But you
April.
do have people who are familiar with the operation or not?
Not the store, the
Retail
retail
operation?
portion of it, and right now we're not doing any of the planting, so that's the only thing they would know how to do.
Okay.
It's always just us two on the retail end of it.
This is
Too High
starting on
Strung
the 10th.
says jurors in the Arbery case were just saying they thought they were hunting a black man for fun. It got them out of jury duty pretty quick.
And
That'll
you
do
don't
it.
know
That's
about
exactly.
the
Yeah, that's it.
whether-
That's all you need to
schedule.
Yeah, that's all you need to say.
Just stand up and say Rosenbaum was a
Gotcha.
pedophile.
All right.
Like, do that. There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
Rosenbaum
What's your
was a
number, Dan?
pedophile and they deserve the wall.
Thank you.
Okay. Strike. You're off the jury pretty
They're
quick.
gone. The one thing people don't understand is the more information you actually know before
Okay,
going
thank you.
into the
Ma'am,
case,
number
the
16?
worse it is for you.
I'm
for the
sorry.
juror.
What's that?
24.
24.
Yes, I'm a single mother and I have a junior high student that I'm responsible to drop off at school. So I don't know if that would look like.
Okay. The drop off is presumably not a problem with the 9 o'clock start.
No, that would not be a problem.
What about the pickup? What time is that?
He gets off at 3:55.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Does anyone
They're going
else
to 5.
ever pick him up?
Not really, his father works second shifts, so I'm the only one that gets him up, so. We also have a vacation set for the 27th, so that he said
That
that
won't be a
child.
Not if I can help it.
Well,
If this child's going to the 27th,
All right.
everybody's
Yeah,
developing an alcoholism
I
problem.
can tell you right now that I'm afraid that is not going to be a reason that I will. I assume you can get somebody else to do it, for neighbor or friend.
Not much family here, you know?
Yeah. Does he have friends from school? If he's 14, he probably can.
I don't know any other.
Your
parents.
14-year-old is tough.
No, but okay.
Yeah, it's right
Okay, thanks.
between those ages where it's
Who's
obvious
next?
that you
Anybody
need to
in that,
have a
row?
kid or have some a
Okay,
parent
thanks.
there.
And now
and
let's start with a mini row. in
doesn't
the
have a
front.
car yet or anything like that.
In the front, anybody? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to think about some of these that I've left pending, and we'll move on. And I'm going to introduce the case to you. It's entitled "The State Against Kyle Rittenhouse," and when a person or entity feels that some wrong has been done that can be addressed by the law, a complaint can be filed with the clerk of the court asking for some legal action to be taken. And that document is known as exactly that, the complaint. And that's where the word plaintiff comes from. The person or entity which files the complaint is the plaintiff. And in a criminal case, the state is always the plaintiff and is typically represented by the district attorney of the county, and in this case is represented. The case is presented by Assistant District Attorney Thomas Binger and Assistant District Attorney James Krause.
Binger ran for
The
district
person
attorney
against
of a
whom
different
this
county and
complaint is
lost.
brought is known as the defendant because of the role of defending the action. And the defendant in this case is a gentleman by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse. And he is here with his lawyers, Mr. Mark Richards and Mr. Corey Sharafacy and Ms. Natalie Wisco. And after some preliminary activity has taken place on the case, the district attorney makes a formal charge selection and presents it to the court in a document which is known as the information. It gets its name from its informative function. And it can contain one or more allegations or charges of criminal activity. You hear that referred to in your experience in life or on television or whatever as counts. And in this case, the information contains 7 counts alleging various levels of unlawful activity. The first charge is charges that on the 25th of August of 2020 at the city of Kenosha in this county, that the defendant recklessly caused the death of Joseph D. Rosenbaum under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. This is a crime which is literally known as reckless endangerment of the, reckless homicide of the first
Reckless
degree.
homicide on him is a weird charge.
The second count charges defendant with an identical, another charge is a first degree recklessly endangering safety, and alleges that at the same time and place, the defendant recklessly endangered the safety of another, Richard McGinnis, under circumstances which show utter disregard for human life. The third count charges that the defendant committed an additional crime of reckless endangerment of the first degree at the same time and place by recklessly endangering the safety of an
a great
unknown
witness
person
too.
under circumstances showing an utter disregard for human
Right,
life.
he's a great witness for Kyle.
The fourth count
That's the
charges
funniest
that at
part.
the same time and place, the defendant caused the death of Anthony M. Huber with intent to kill that person. This is a charge literally known as intentional homicide of the first degree. The fifth count charges that at the same time and place, the defendant attempted to cause the death of Gage Grosskreutz with intent to kill that person. This is a crime literally known as attempted intentional homicide of the first degree. The sixth count charges.
They charged him with first degree on
same
Huber.
time and place, the defendant being a person under the age of 18
premeditation
did go
went into
armed
him
with a
shooting
dangerous
Huber?
weapon. This is a crime literally known as possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. And the seventh count charges that at the same time and place, the defendant committed the crime.
I think it should be
the
dismissed
unlawful act
still, but doesn't look like judge is
failing
going to
to
do it.
comply with the order of local with an order of local government emergency management activity.
You got him on the misdemeanor
alleging
curfew
that he
charge.
intentionally failed to comply with
I think
an
you get
order
him on
issued
both.
by an agent of the state or of a local unit of government. who is
If
engaged
we're being
in
fair, I think the last
emergency
two you got him
management
cold,
activity
the gun
under
and the curfew. But those are
Chapter
the bullshit. If I was the jury, I would even
statutes.
acquit him on those bullshit charges, right? Because
including
everybody else
training
here was
exercises.
violating the curfew.
And
Why are we just picking this
so
one
each
guy?
of
All right.
these charges,
And everybody else
I
has
should
guns.
add also that with respect to the first 5 counts, the
I still
district
think
attorney
that the
alleges
law
crime
does not
was
cover
committed while
Kyle's
the
activity
defendant
for a
was
gun.
armed with a dangerous weapon, using a dangerous weapon. To each of these charges in the information, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, which is a demand that every material allegation of each of these counts be proved with respect to the first 6 counts beyond a reasonable doubt, and as to the 7th count, by evidence which is clear, convincing, and satisfactory to a reasonable certainty. And I'll
He
talk
still
later
hasn't
about the
finally
burdens of
ruled
proof.
on that motion to
The
dismiss.
defendant is
though,
not
has he?
obliged to prove his innocence.
I don't think so.
The entire burden of proof is upon the district attorney to establish the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state is unable to sustain that burden, then the jury is bound to find the defendant not guilty.
Not guilty. Yeah.
The well, let's start with that.
We've got to talk about the self.
Is there anyone of you who is related by blood or marriage or adoption to is or acquainted with the defendant, in this case, Kyle Rittenhouse?
What if there was a Maury moment and a guy steps and
Is
says,
there
"I
anyone
am
of you who
Kyle's
knows
father"?
Does any of you know any of the attorneys whose names have been mentioned here, or has ever had any business or professional or social dealings with any of them, or been involved in a
Barnes is up
transaction?
there, ready to be like, Barnes, we know
Them
Robert
was
Barnes.
also involved. I'm going to ask well, I think first I'm going to give you some background on the case. And this case has enjoyed a lot of publicity. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit as well. But I'm going to give you some of what the complaint alleges, because the information is a formal statement of the charge, but there's more of the district attorney's factual assertions contained in the complaint. And it is alleged that on the night in question, there was a good deal of public unrest in the central area of the city of Kenosha. And
we've never heard of this. I don't remember.
It
this
is
happening.
alleged that the defendant, Kyle Rittenhouse, was in Kenosha at that time, that he was armed with a rifle, and that also in the city at that particular time were Joseph Rosenbaum, Richard McGinnis, this unknown person who was referred to in the third count, Anthony Huber, and Gage Grosskreutz, and that during the course of the evening, there was a period when there was close contact between Mr. Rosenbaum and the defendant, and the district attorney alleges that it ended with the defendant firing a bullet, or firing a series of bullets, and one of which brought about the death of Mr. Rosenbaum.
I love how tortuous this
With
description
respect
has to be.
Mr. McGinnis, he was in the close proximity
Just the
of
allegation.
that incident in which that gunfire
So
occurred.
So what they're saying is because he
And
shot at
the
Rosenbaum,
district
even in
attorney
self-defense,
claimed the safety
because
was endangered.
McGinnis was
That-
behind Rosenbaum,
The
and he could have hit McGinnis, then that's why he's being charged
after
with
that
reckless engagement of
incident,
McGinnis.
it is alleged
because
by the
McGinnis
district
could have been hit.
attorney that
Yeah. It makes sense, but the self-defense
Mr.
will negate it.
Wouldn't
Because
negate
if you're
the
acting-
McGinnis piece, yeah.
started
If you're asking in
northbound
acting
on
in
Sheridan
justifiable
Road, and the incident,
self-defense,
by the
then you're
way,
not acting recklessly
involving
by
Mr.
definition.
Correct.
Rosenbaum is
Correct. Which I believe
alleged to
I
have
believe the
murdered
first charge is
63rd
done.
and Sheridan in
He's
a
definitely acting
place
in
called the
self-defense.
Car Source.
I think if he wins on
And then after that,
I think if he
it is
wins
alleged
on
that Mr.
Rosenbaum, he
Rittenhouse
wins the
was
case
walking
entirely.
down the
To me,
center
I
of
mean that's the
Sheridan Road, northbound,
Ugh.
and
Because he can win on Rosenbaum, but lose on
one
the other
point,
people. Because
there
he
were
won
could,
at
but I-
engagement,
people
right?
in the street,
but I don't
who
think he
appeared to
will
be
on
in
this
pursuit.
set of
The
facts.
district
I
attorney
think
claims
his
in his
he's
complaint
trying to
that,
go to
Mr.
police after being attacked,
Rittenhouse
firing a weapon.
stumbled and fell, and then there were a
He's running
series of
towards
people who
police.
came
I think
into close proximity
just
with him,
the psychological aspect of
and
it.
that
It's all
at that
continuous, yeah.
point, he-
I get you.
began firing
Yeah.
at
I can see that.
three of them. The unknown person, Mr. Grosskreutz, next Mr.
We've passed 1,000 likes,
Huber,
so I'm
and
going to
then
drink
Mr.
some of this
Oh,
whiskey at
Grosskreutz.
10 in the
And
morning.
10 in the
he
morning.
missed his shot or shots involving the unknown person. Mr. Huber was fatally struck, and Mr. Grosskreutz sustained a gunshot wound. And that's what the case is about. And we might as well ask.
Kyle
now,
used the
has
disarm
anybody
shout
who's
from
read
Skyrim
or
on
heard-
Gage.
Is there anybody who hasn't read or heard anything about this case?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
come on.
Now, I'm going to give you another talk now. This is about our Constitution. 1,000 years ago, a case like this would have been tried. Well, let's go back even further. Let's go back to I'm sure you remember it, the fall of Rome.
Yeah, I
in
was there.
476. And when Rome fell,
Oh my God.
the world changed dramatically. And
Mhm.
the ancient law, which had developed from Greece and Rome, which involved jury trials, not the kind of juries we have today, but they were the resolution of legal disputes by use of reason And that fell with Rome. And some very primitive methods came into use to
Doing the
decide
history of the jury system. Huh?
legal disputes, including criminal cases.
Yeah.
I sometimes I saw somebody at one of my grandkids' games a month or so ago.
Caligula
and he was wearing a
Rittenhouse.
shirt that said "Demand trial by ordeal." No, demand trial by combat.
Yes.
Trial by
I thought,
combat.
what
Yes.
Kyle's good
shirt,
at that.
but
I give him
because
good
talk
odds.
about this once in a while.
All right,
I thought it
yeah,
was
just
kind
give him
of
the gun, right?
Interesting. I guess it turns out that there's a program on television that deals with that. Is anybody familiar with that?
It's Game
Well,
of
there's some
Thrones.
program on
Game of
TV that has
Thrones.
dealt with the concept of trial by combat, and I think there may be a movie coming out about it. And actually,
This
it
judge
was,
is being
was
so
true.
extra today now. He's just
1,000
like,
years
let's
ago,
just. Like,
that,
judge, you're wasting my time here. Come on, we're almost
who
at
were
lunchtime here. Let's get to the picking the jury here.
Yeah,
Could
panel
either
these
themselves
jurors, Judge.
or hire
Panel
someone
these
to
jurors.
fight for them, and they'd fight with the other side physically, and and there'd be an ecclesiastical blessing. A priest would bless it,
Yes.
and
This
it
is
was
how we should do
decided
it.
that God would guide the hand of the innocent, and that the innocent person would win that fight, and that would be the outcome of the case.
I
They
take
also had
Richards
something
over Binger in a boxing
called
match.
trial by ordeal. And the concept was that a person would be made to walk across, for example, a bed of burning coals, or stick her hand or his hand into a boiling water. And depending on the healing period, if if the person recovered
shit way to deal with that.
and this was
All
blessed,
on a tangent right now.
so that it would be a message from God that was determined. If he didn't come out too badly, he was innocent. If he
If
did,
he gets withstand the burns, the first degree
punishments
burns, he gets
just
withstand it.
so that's how they actually decided cases. And then in 1215, Pope
The real,
Innocent
the real
III
sad thing is
prohibited
your burns
priests
while healing get
from
infected and you die
participating in
anyway.
ceremonies.
I was innocent, though. I was innocent.
They had to turn to some other way to determine these issues, and they moved back towards the jury system. And the initial juries were actually made up of people.
Some judges
who
do
knew the
this
people
thing where
involved.
they
People who
they
either
remind
been
people of the
witnesses
gravity of the
who saw
decisions
what
they're
happened,
going to make. And
or
this is a
people
solemn thing that's
who
been
were acquainted
developed
with the people
forever.
and knew
This
their,
is
whether they were honorable.
this is the manifest
people, whether they were
exercise
violent people,
of
whatever
the
the case might be.
maximum
They had
amount
some
of
knowledge of the
reason
people,
we've
and
been
they'd get
able to
together
put
and
into
they'd
this
talk over it and they'd
process.
come up with a
This
verdict.
isn't a flippant decision you're making.
Well, what's the number
Yeah.
one problem that you would see with a system like that? Bias. Because if the witnesses, well, the people you were with. So the people who were with one side might well side with family members, might side with somebody. So they decided to get away from that. This didn't happen overnight, but they decided to get neutral juries.
Just remember that every
would
word of
hear
this judge is
testimony
costing
from the people
Kyle's
who actually knew something.
defense like $1,000
And
an
that's the
hour.
system that continues to this day.
Yeah, because he's got
why you're
Sharifsi
here.
and Richards,
And you're
plus
here
any paralegals
because
and
the founders
research
of our country
attorneys who may
didn't
be
trust me.
required to watch this.
They didn't trust any judge.
And this is
They knew the abuses that had occurred,
They're
even
honestly
under,
getting paid for
even
free
with
right
the
now,
jury
because
system.
I think the last
They
two charges,
knew the abuses
they
which
got it.
occurred.
I think the first
judges
six,
were
the
appointed by
ones that
the
are really, really tough, I
And,
think those are the ones that
So they were
that
hand
are
selected,
that are going down.
and
My
Let's keep a
favorite
little
part
surcharge.
was
responsible to the king to get paid.
my favorite part of that last charge,
Or I
the
should
curfew
say,
charge, is just
The
like
king was responsible
the
to
only
them,
person
pay
who's
them.
criminally charged for violating curfew
So
that
they-
night will
they
be Kyle
felt that there
Rittenhouse.
would way too much
Literal only one.
influence on
God.
the judiciary.
Talk about selective prosecution, right?
Decisions of this magnitude, deciding a case like this.
Casey
The gun
Strong
charge.
is asking.
How bad is the gun charge? Because I know you've looked at the gun charge before. How bad is the gun charge?
I think
That's
you
a
should be
system that's
dismissed as a
lasted
matter of law.
225 years.
the,
We're
uh,
oldest democracy in
There's
the
an
world,
exception
part
in the law
because
for
we
long
have this
rifles and long
important
barrel
check
shotguns,
on
and that
the government,
exception
which is
basically says
trial
that
by jury.
This is an
That's why you're
exception
here.
unless the person is violating these
goes with
one of these
that
two statutes. And
is
the
that you
first one
have-
is
there's
possession
something
by
else.
someone under 16.
So that let me
And the
start over.
second one
The founders
is
of our country were very
a
firm
hunting
about what was going to
permit
go into that
requirement
Bill of Rights that was passed
or
at
a
the first
tagging
Congress.
requirement. But
And
to
one of the
me, I
ingredients
look at that and I go,
is
okay,
trial by
Kyle
jury.
can't be
They
in
wanted to
violation of the
protect
hunting
that.
requirements because
In the
he's not
Constitution,
tagging a
the
deer.
basic law of this
There's
country.
no poaching issue
And it was
here
carried over
or
into
anything
the
like that.
states, so that both under the federal
And so
the
since
state
there's an
constitution,
exception
people have a right
specifically for
to a
long
trial
barrel
by jury.
rifles, long barrel shotguns,
That's why
the
you're here
intent
today.
of the law
They put another
is
provision in the
is to
Constitution
basically deal with handguns and
entitled-
other types of weapons
title isn't
similar.
important.
So
It
the
is
rule of
for a
lenity
fair
would
and
suggest that
impartial
Kyle should be entitled to a reading that it doesn't apply to him. Is my
That's an
thought.
obligation
The
that
reason
they
I think
imposed on you. These are
I
people who have
semi
risked
agree with you that
everything,
if
their
if
lives,
that
they
charge sticks as
set
a matter of
themselves in the
law,
Declaration
I
of
think he might
Independence.
lose on it
Their
because
lives, their
the
fortunes,
jury's going to
and
be
their
asked:
sacred
is he under 18? Is he carrying
They
a
pledged
gun?
all of that. And they
Yes,
literally
yes,
did.
he's
This was a
guilty.
capital offense when
But
they
as a
rebelled
matter
against
of
their
law, I
law.
think it's going to be dismissed. I don't think the jury, unless the
and
jury
gruesome
wants to nullify the charge.
execution.
Yeah,
forfeiture of all
that's
their
the problem
property
with
was
it not
called
being dismissed
corruption
as a matter of
blood.
law because it goes to the jury.
Not only were
It's
they
just those two
inherited, but their
requirements.
children.
Under 18 and has a
It was
gun,
everything.
boom, you got him. But I think
And
that
their
that's
sacred
open
honor.
on appeal though, because appeal that's when you can raise the
Now,
legal issue.
there's
Like
honorable people in this world today.
Yeah,
But I don't
and
think
he
it
may
gets the
still end up
attention that it did
dismissing
in
the
a former
charge.
era.
They've
When
sent him
people-
legislative history
well,
and a
Thomas More is a
supplemental
perfect example,
brief on it.
who was the Chancellor of England, and he was
Yeah, if that charge goes
the
down on a motion to
expectation
dismiss,
that he would
then I
swear
think the
an oath
curfew charge wins.
that the
But
king,
then it's
rather
like,
than
you
the
know,
Pope, was head of the
I don't think
church.
they get.
And Thomas More
I don't
didn't
think they
agree
get
with it.
anything better from that
All
charge.
he
'Cause
had
I
to
think
do to save
I
his
think jury
skin
nullification is a
was
real
to take that
possibility
oath.
on
But
the
he
curfew
refused.
charge.
He didn't deny the
Good
king's
logic
title,
in the
but he
chat
simply
says,
refused to swear
What's the maximum
that he
penalty
believed
for the
the
gun
king to be the
possession
head of the
charge? It's a
church.
misdemeanor,
And
I
as a
think,
result,
or gross.
he was beheaded.
So if it's misdemeanor, it's what, 30 days,
that's sacred.
$1,000 fine. If it's gross, it's
And that is what
$5,000
these
fine
people
in a
pledged
year.
When they gave us our
But I don't
freedom
think
Kyle's
you
got
get
no
any of that.
in
no
1776.
He's no criminal history, so he's
And
going to
then
get
again,
probation
what
on
they
any of those
expected
charges.
when they created our
In
Constitution
the misdemeanor charges are
Bill of
law.
Rights.
He's not getting any jail time or anything like that.
after the formation
Yeah.
of the United States under the Constitution. So they specified a fair and impartial jury, not just a jury that's going to be motivated by one influence of another. This case has become very political. It was involved in the
Yes.
politics of the last election year.
Yes.
Oh, and Kyle has
To
2
this
months
day,
time
you can
served
go out-
in
you can go
Illinois.
out now and
Michael
read
Owen
things
just
So he'd be
pointed out.
done. Yeah,
from
yeah.
all
Well, actually, all
across
this
the
would be time
political
served, right? The
spectrum
trial, actually. Him being on
about
trial
this
would be time
case,
served.
most of which is written by people.
yeah.
who
Well,
know
he's
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
not. He's been out.
I don't mean that there are no nothings. I mean
But still,
that
when
they
you're
don't
under
know what you're going to know.
I know in
Those of you
some
who are
states,
selected for the jury,
if
who are
you're, if
going to
you're
hear for
at the time,
yourselves
which if
the
you're
real
going to trial
evidence
for 2
in
months,
this
all
case.
that time
But there
counts as time
are-
served.
there's something
Because you're
called
still
the
within the
First
judicial
Amendment.
process.
That's another part of
So
our
going to all
Not
the
here.
court dates and stuff.
where they guarantee
oh,
the
all
right
right,
of
all
a
right.
free press.
Yeah,
And
in
it's
Minnesota,
the
time
price we
served
pay
is
for having a free
incarcerated.
press
So you have
is
to actually be locked
a
up.
lot
All right.
of irresponsible and sloppy journalism. This is not an attack
see-
on the media. We have I've read things about this case that were perfectly stated what had happened in this court.
That's
And
my
there
video,
are things
guys.
that I would
Oh, here he goes.
think, was I in the courtroom when that happened?
Oh, this is
Um,
good.
it can be frightening. So I'm not bashing anybody, but I'm going to talk about what you need to do, what you need to be thinking about if you're picked to hear this case, and how much reliance you can put on things that may be just sloppy, which is a vast amount of it. Some of it that is deliberately biased, that's out there, and sometimes from respectable
Oh,
media
oh,
outlets.
he's salty.
Yeah.
He's salty. I
But
love that.
That's the price we pay for having a free press, because we value that. But we also value having a fair trial. So the critical thing you must remember is whatever you've read or heard about the case before, whatever you've been thinking about the case, you have to be in line with what these people who risked their lives for our freedom asked of us, demanded of us. Fair and impartial based upon the evidence.
I thought he was going to say fair and
Those who are picked
impartial
for this jury
based opinion.
will be in the front row seat to see exactly what
I
happened
like this judge.
and make a rational decision based on that. And anybody who's not on board
Honestly,
with
again,
deciding
the main
strictly
thing you
on the
can ask
evidence
for in a judge is
needs to tell
consistent
us
application of the
that. If you
rules
can't do that,
and explanation
then
of
you can't be
reasoning.
fair,
Even
and
if
you're
they're
not
wrong,
in
at
step
least you
with what
can
the
get a
founders
sense of where they're going to be
expected
wrong.
and demanded.
Consistency is key.
So that's speech number 2.
Legal
Maybe it's
mindset says
part of
sloppy
it.
journalism,
But,
not simping for the mainstream media.
so
Someone's going to be
I'll
on the
be
judicial hit
asking-
list.
We're going to ask, what's going to happen is there'll be general voir dire. I'm going to ask some questions of you. And then the lawyers will ask you some questions. And then we're probably going to call some or many of you into the library.
The back.
It's not private. And I'll say right now, we have limited space in the library. We're not going to try to move all these jurors into the back room, into the conference room for the individual voir dire. So
Some people have personal issues that they can't say,
maybe
aloud.
6 additional people beyond the people, the lawyers and the
Judge, I'm part of a daily
defendant and,
BDSM group.
court personnel.
My sub is
And,
locked up in
we'll
a
do
chest
those individual
right now.
questioning, but I will
And I
permit
have to
a
get
limited
back.
number of people who may be here from the media and that, so they can keep track of what's going on. The case is being televised. The entire case, I believe, is going to be televised. And by the way, you're not going to watch any of that. Those of you who are selected, because you're going to wait until after the trial, and then you can watch as much as you want. But while the case is ongoing, you're not to be going back and looking at things or seeing what, even if you're on the case, not to go back and see what happened at a particular time. But I'll talk about that more later. But you're not going to be pictured, none of you. It is absolutely forbidden for the media to photograph or create any image of anybody on the jury. So there's no question of that being involved. But
As the Yahoo camera guy just pans immediately over to them.
first of all, let's follow up now. Those of you in the back row who have read or heard anything at all about this case and who cannot, don't think he or you don't think you can cleanse it from your mind. Not that you pretend you never heard it, but that you understand, what the media can do, even when they're doing tip-top job.
On the media.
They still have,
I think
time
he read some
pressures.
of the hit pieces on him.
They have space limitations. They have to go to commercial. They have all kinds of considerations that we don't have here in the courtroom. This institution was created specifically for trying cases. So we bring in as much evidence as we can that's consistent with the rules that have been established for many cases, hundreds of years, to ensure fair trials. And we have the luxury of time, your time, but we have the luxury of time. We have really strict rules about both sides getting a chance. Both sides, under the Constitution, have a right to question the witnesses. It's called cross-examination. Both sides have the right to force people to come to testify, whether they
These
want
random
to or not.
sounds.
Both sides get an equal chance to argue the case with you.
Everybody's asking about bonds.
We try to maintain
Bonds was never on the criminal case.
Media don't have
Bonds
that.
was only
That's
in
a
the civil
luxury
case.
that they don't
and the
have
PR side.
because they have their time limitations and their space.
Yeah, he was just basically a consultant
corporate
on
legal
jury
obligations
selection for
to
the
run
criminal
their
thing, but
sponsorships and that type
they've
of thing.
severed
They can't
ties
do
with
that.
that.
So
You can check it out on locals.barnes.
even under the best of circumstances,
barneslaw.com?
they can't.
I
No
think
one,
Barnes,
not
Viva
even the
Barnes,
most
that local.
responsible-
Viva Barnes.
even really responsible, real journalists, no one would argue that we should try cases in the media.
No.
Think about that. How
Oh no,
frightening
lots
that
of people on Twitter would argue that.
Instead, we have just what the founders gave
Yeah.
us, the right of a trial by jury. So you're going to hear the exact evidence you need to decide the case. Is there anybody in that back row who feels that he or she will be unable to disregard entirely everything you've heard, everything you've seen about the case, any
That's
pictures
tough.
you've seen, any videos you've seen, anything at all you've heard? Anyone who cannot disregard all of that and decide solely on the evidence which is offered in this trial? Anybody? Back row. All right, number 5, is he actual with that? 5, is that right? What's up? No, okay, no, I don't want to, when I say number 5.
Yeah, Barnes is
6.
in charge
He
of
kept telling me
public
6 and
relations and civil
I don't want to hear what
civil
you saw.
responsibilities.
What I want to know is, you feel that you will not be able to put it out of your mind?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you have your hand up also, ma'am? No, you didn't.
He's gone. That person's gone.
Pass the mic down 2 places.
Yep,
And
he
this is
he looked
number
at a
8,
lot of
yes?
coverage, and the judge's like, "Can you
What's that?
get
Did
that out of your head?" And
you
he's
feel
like,
you
"Nah,
can't put
nah, man."
something you read or heard outside of
Hopefully,
your mind?
hopefully we'll see someone pop in
Okay,
the chat
thank you,
soon
man.
and be like, "Hey, I was that
Um,
juror that just got dismissed." That would be phenomenal.
I couldn't put Nick's coverage out of my mind.
Yeah, Judge, I watched this guy on YouTube, and he actually said that not only did Kyle
Anybody else in the
shoot
back row?
those guys justifiably, he should have shot
yeah.
more people.
Number 4?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, I'll get back to you. Thank you. Anybody in
So
the
these are
middle
people that
row,
question again.
12 through 22, who
Judge,
feels
since
that he or
communists
she
aren't
will be
people, I can
unable
only ever find
to
Kyle
completely
innocent no matter
disregard
what.
anything previously heard or seen about the case,
See you later.
and decide solely on the evidence which is presented in the court. Tell me your number, please. 19? And you feel that you're just not going to be able to decide solely on what you see and hear? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I do not feel like I can ignore different things I've been reading over the past year.
Okay.
Yeah, get
Are
that
you
guy out.
do
Yeah.
the-
He's gone.
I've
okay.
been
Are
reading
you
over the past year. Yep,
do
get
the
out.
things you've read measure up to the demands that are put on the presentation of evidence in the court?
I believe so. I trust the people.
Hopefully he give us a shout out. Ricky the
All right.
Lord, Nate
Thank
the
you,
lawyer.
sir.
We were watching this stuff. We can't be on the
first row,
jury.
He's-
First row,
He said he was reading it. That makes me very concerned.
What is,
These are people who know how to get out the jury.
24.
That's how.
Yeah.
and
I've read
what's
everything.
up? You just couldn't put aside something you read and rely strictly on what is under oath and
Not so much that I've read that I've seen,
Oh,
okay.
things that I know that are going to be involved in these cases.
Okay. All right. Thanks, ma'am. I'm going to get back to you. Anybody else in the front row and the mini row in the front? Anybody? And you're number 33.
Correct.
What you feel that you will be unable to wash away what you already heard and saw and not. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We'll get back to you. Thanks. Anybody else that I missed? I'm sorry. Number 30. And what's up? You're not going to be.
feel like I can wash it out of my mind.
Okay. All right.
how many of these people
Yeah,
had
and
conflicts
that's
that
my
the judge
terminology.
didn't resolve?
And I want to
Oh,
make sure
bless
that
you.
we're on the same page. I'm not asking that you forget it. Just understand it cannot be relied upon for anything
Stephen Cooper says it's
And
a bold
must be
strategy,
instead,
Cotton.
the
Let's see
reliance
how it
must
plays
be
out
placed
for him.
on what comes in court.
Vape Dad 89 says
Can you
have
do
jury
that?
selection on Friday.
No? Okay.
Hoping if I
Thanks.
get picked, it only ends up being a
Um,
one-day trial. Also,
all right,
when you do the
um,
Second Amendment panel, I sell guns at a pawn shop near the hood. So if you need hilarious stories of stupid, I have copious amounts. Yeah, Vape Dad, send me an email. Send me an email so I know how to contact you.
I'm going to ask
be
the
good.
parties to name people who might be witnesses in the case or whose names might be
Nice to Lizard
mentioned
says they should automatically
during
dismiss anyone with a
evidence
soy beard.
presentation during the case.
If your
And
beard
just as a-
goes all the way down your neck
moment
into
here.
your chest
Does
hair,
anybody
you're
need
dismissed.
a break right now? 5-minute break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Please, I'm going to ask that if you don't want to take advantage of the break for the restroom or something, that you remain. And I think there's water out there. That's for the jurors. Is
It's
it
going to be like a
It
15-minute
is.
break.
It's going to be.
There's no way you're going to get 50
the,
people in and out in 5 minutes. Just walking
yeah.
to the door is going to take 5 minutes.
If you want to go out and get one
Right.
of those or
It's
something.
like 5-minute
but
intermission at a
otherwise,
Broadway
unless
show.
you're
It takes
needing to use the
35
restroom or
minutes.
something, please stay in your seat if you would.
Everybody's got to go to
Those
the
of you
bathroom.
who leave, do not discuss
You know
anything that's
this
happened here
giant
in the court
courthouse.
today.
Also, when you
No.
go in the bathroom, there's 2 urinals in one stall.
And then come right back. Don't talk with anybody else about anything. And please come back to the same seat
Jurors
you're in
go
right
out.
now.
One guy's
Okay.
like, "Hey man, Kyle
5 minutes.
vaporized those guys. Pretty sweet, right?"
Oh my
Oh
God.
my gosh.
Well, so a couple of things I didn't realize. So Barnes is not only, so he's out, but he wasn't really on the criminal, because I just looked it up. He was on the they say he was for public relations and for the civil side. So he wasn't really dealing with the criminal stuff. Even though I'm assuming
Yes.
they probably asked for his help on the civil stuff. Like, how could you not?
The interesting thing about Barnes's announcement, from what I've heard, I haven't watched it. I've just gotten a summary from people, but he basically indicated, from what I've heard, and people are free to correct me in the chat on this, I don't want to misrepresent anything, that that he was putting together a jury selection team that was funded by Free Kyle USA. That team involved some experts in behavior, some social media sleuths, because you get a list of jurors and you have a limited amount of time to investigate all their social media and all that stuff. And you basically have the responsibility to do that, even though it's impossible. But you have, so he was bringing that, but he had not made an appearance before this court and was not intending to unless necessary. And then from what I've heard, there's a conflict of some sort, disagreement between him and Mark Richards, the defense attorney, and Richards has said that that Barnes does not even have access to Kyle or his family anymore, that they're preventing that access in some way, and that the jury selection portion of it they're not going to be involved in. So I don't know how deep that goes. I don't know what the meaning of that is. I have no idea. And while I disagree, I think, with Richard's decision for a lot of the reasons that you mentioned earlier, free information that's paid for by a fund, like, just take it. You don't have to listen.
How do you lose? How do you lose?
But my guess is that it's a combination of what you said, right? You said that Richards maybe doesn't want to give up some of the notoriety to Barnes for the jury selection process, because he knows that jury selection is a big deal. Barnes has been making a big deal out of it over the past month, really. I think the other aspect of this is, and this isn't the best reason, but attorneys.
You got some music coming. Oh, that's the stream. They're playing music in the background.
Why? I gotta mute that. That'll get copy claimed. What the hell was this?
Oh my God.
The other aspect of it, attorneys at some level, a lot of them, and especially litigators, and practitioners who go and defend people at trial or prosecute trials, have a level of narcissism. And I think that's one of the things is he may not want to get into a place where he's conflicting with Barnes, with all his social media pressure, in the middle of the trial, right? Like, if they have some sort of disagreement, let's say Barnes only does a jury selection, but then he disagrees with Richards in the middle of the trial, and he's telling Kyle one thing, Richards is telling another. He may just want to eliminate that at the start. And that doesn't make it necessarily the right decision, but it's an understandable decision. But we won't actually know. We can only speculate on what's going on based on information. But yes, Barnes is out on the jury selection aspect. From all we know so far, he's still on the civil aspect of things, which would be interesting. I think it would be. I don't know that Kyle's got a good defamation case against the media, but he might somewhere in there.
I think, Barnes would just be hoping to get to discovery in a civil case, because the media, you got two bites at the apple. You got the First Amendment stuff, and then, you got two First Amendment issues. You got the freedom of the press, and the case is a case of notoriety. It's defamation on the media side. I think it's really, really low, really, really low.
But the interesting thing about it is Wisconsin itself has no anti-slap law, so there's a possibility, if you wanted to bring a civil case, bringing it under Wisconsin law might grant you the ability to get to that discovery, or bring a federal case under Wisconsin jurisdiction against a news media outlet may do that. And the reason to bring it up in this case is that there's a bunch of money out there, and they may want to do that to make their own PR campaign to rehabilitate Kyle's public image with at least half the country. That's the trick that Kyle, that's the trick of these types of prosecutions, especially high profile cases right now that are politically charged, is that even if Kyle wins this, he's going to be facing a lifetime or a foreseeable future time of this political sword hanging over his head. Right.
Yeah.
We saw it with guys like Zimmerman, with the guy who is Officer Darren Wilson. Anybody who's involved in some of these high profile cases, there's going to be a big subset of employers who are after them. So potentially trying to rehabilitate amongst the politically aligned group of the population might be of value. They have to make those decisions on their own. So
yeah, I think two things with Rittenhouse. I do think you get this 50-50 split. I think if you're the PR person, the facts help you with this case. I don't see how the facts don't help you, but the thing that doesn't help you is just glossing over the facts. And I think that's what the judge was alluding to earlier. He was like, the media is just glossing over monstrous amounts of facts. And that's what he keeps saying. If you just, a lot of the things that they're saying, it's like, was I even here when that was said? It's like, it's getting crazy here. And I think in any defamation, that's where you're really looking for. That's the reason why I would sue for defamation, because I always tell people that they weren't reporting the facts. Hell, even the judge is saying that they weren't reporting the facts. Let me turn on my mic, because maybe I'm on the wrong mic. People keep saying turn up my mic. Let me see if I'm on the right mic. Give me a second.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't on the right mic. I'm on the wrong mic. There it is. Can you hear me better?
Oh my God. No.
Sorry.
You sound way better. No, that's great.
All right.
That's great.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was kind of curious, because now I hear that Shure SM7B crispness coming through.
Oh yeah. My account, when your accountant is like, hey, that video that happened, like it was like last year, I had one of the videos, the Breonna Taylor video blew up. He's like, you remember that video that blew up? Well, if you don't spend, you need to spend X amount of money and give it to the government, or you can buy new equipment. So I was like, I'll try the new equipment piece. Let's see how that works out.
Yeah. No, it sounds great. Sounds great.
But one thing I think with this particular case, the shameful part about it is that this is one of, again, I always keep saying this is one of the few cases about race where none of the victims or has any there's no racial diversity within the case. It's like, and even when you look at the facts of this case, this really comes down to self-defense. And I think it's difficult, because if you're anti-Second Amendment, you already don't believe people should have guns. But the fact of the matter is that doesn't have any, like when you listen to Young Turks, that's all they keep saying. He had a gun across state lines. That is irrelevant to a self-defense claim. If I got a gun, even
and
if
incorrect.
Illegal, yeah, it's if I have a gun, even if that gun's illegal and someone's trying to kill me and I use that gun to kill them, my self-defense claim is still good, right? Thank God I had the gun. Just so people need to understand, even if the gun's illegal or not, that has nothing to do with the fact if he had the right to self-defense in that moment.
Yeah, this is a huge misnomer that is propagating all over Twitter. They say if you're committing a criminal act, you are not entitled to self-defense. That is abjectly incorrect. Whether or not you're engaged in an ongoing criminal act has only a factual basis to do with your self-defense claim. And that factual basis is limited to the facts of, Are you in reasonable fear of imminent death or bodily injury? Are you subjectively in fear of imminent death or bodily injury? And then finally, did you instigate or provoke the activity? So yeah, if you're engaged in the act of robbing a bank and a security guard pulls his gun on you and you shoot the security guard, you don't have a self-defense claim, even if you're in reasonable fear. But
yes, correct.
most criminal activity, even being like you're a felon and you pick up a gun that's on the ground to defend yourself, you're in illegal possession of a firearm at that point. However, you're not prohibited from using it to self-defense. And
or even to save someone else.
Right. And so these weird commentators, because a lot of people think that since Kyle, quote unquote, was illegally carrying, for example, that he's precluded from a self-defense claim, or since he was out past curfew, that he's precluded from a self-defense claim. No,
was January
absolutely
12th
not.
of 1971. And I met my wife the first day that on the job, and
There's only
reason
there's
this
11 minutes for
this
lunch.
trial this trial will take 2 weeks only because this judge
this room
has a
was very
story
dark.
for literally everything.
It's darker than it usually is now, both because of that.
Oh, BG Willie
looks like a
says
tapestry
Robert
there, but
Barnes
it's actually a
pretty
piece
much
of-
said on his live with
I don't-
Bourbon
I
with
don't know
Barnes
terminology,
Halloween
but
2021
to me it's
on
wallpaper.
vivabarneslaw.locals.com.
It's not
He
paper.
bailed out because
That
of
is what
politics
those
on the
walls
defense
over
team.
there, that's what they look like.
So there you
They
go.
had, something applied
Maybe
to
we'll
them,
get a
that
word
piece
from
like
Barnes
that
on
applied
it.
to them.
That
And
sounds like a
so
little
that was
spin.
on those
A
walls.
little spin.
The windows were stained glass.
But it's okay. Barnes
which
knows
has
we still
been
love him.
replaced, and I'll get into that later. But so that's darkening the room somewhat, and then because of the sun, we've got the shades pulled down somewhat.
I
But
just saw one like a
I
kid
felt it was a
walk
very
by.
dark
Like, what the?
room, and so and it had very dark blue drapes, dark blue, which were pulled all the time.
Okay, at
The walls
Matt
were very dark blue.
Lockization
You don't
says,
even see it
Ricada, shut
over
up and
there
let the judge
in the
speak.
experimental areas they've done
This
out there,
judge
where
is
they
What are you talking
searching
about?
for what the
Talking about grapes.
original.
Look at the curtains and like shut up and
these
let the
look
judge talk.
But it was a very dark blue, probably about equivalent to what the drapes are now. That was the paint on the walls.
Oh my God! They
And,
wanted to let's listen to the
And
judge
it
talk
had,
about the drapes.
to go with that, it had a olive green carpeting. Now, I don't think you'd find that in most,
The context of this is if you've seen any
most,
of the
decorating
video where
studios,
the video is
but,
pointing out from the judge,
They're all back? Oh, great. Well, I'll finish
like
later.
3/4 of this courtroom has been renovated.
All
And
right.
there's just a section that
What
isn't
was it
done
called?
yet.
What was the last discussion? I'm sorry, Mrs. Howell.
Bearing, yes,
Oh,
you
about
are
witnesses.
justified
Witnesses, that was it.
in
I didn't want to get
using
into that
lethal
without-
force against a
Okay.
horny drunk woman who tries to dance with you
Um,
at the pub. Yep, 100%.
People who might be witnesses
How's it
in
going,
the
man?
case or whose names might be mentioned in the testimony. You're going to hear these names. I'm going to ask the lawyers to read them in groups of about 10.
To see if you know anybody.
But you're not going to hear from all these people at the trial, not even close. You're probably going to hear right now about 200 names of people,
I like Mark Richards' voice.
but only a fraction of those will actually be testifying at the trial. But we want to make sure that we cover everybody who could theoretically come in as a witness, or more likely
That's
whose
fair.
name might get mentioned. So that's the issue now. The lawyers are going to identify people whose names might be mentioned.
200-watt studio
might be
says
witnesses in the
judge.
case.
Then in
And then at the
1756,
end of
oh,
each
let's
group
break
of
for lunch.
10, I'm going to ask whether any of you is familiar with any of those people. And then we'll discuss further what the nature of that acquaintanceship is. Well, I might get into a little bit. But anyway, let's
200
start
names,
off with
though.
the state's witnesses or names
10 at a
which might be
time.
mentioned.
All right, Your Honor. I'm Mark Richards for the defendant.
Our first group would consist of Dr.
Oh, Sharifsi.
Cordes from Freighter Hospital, Dr. William Falco from Freighter Hospital.
Would you do me a favor? I'm going to ask that you be seated and closer to the mic, please.
Sure.
Or wait, is this the big boy prosecutor? He's looking towards the prosecution table.
Stuck on something. Oh, okay, perfect. Josh Martin from the Kenosha Fire Department, Mark Willer, Detective Benjamin Antaramian, who's seated right here to my right, Officer Pep Moretti from the Kenosha Police Department, Officer Jason Krieger from the Kenosha Police Department, Detective Martin Howard, who's sitting just behind me here, Officer Brittany Bray, and Officer Leo Esparza from the Kenosha Police Department.
Okay, is there anyone of you 34 who knows any of these people whose names have been mentioned? Number 8.
Officer Leo gave me a speeding ticket.
It's Brittany Bray.
Brittany Bray, what is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
I taught one of the children,
You what?
taught one of the children,
Taught one of her children? How long ago was that?
3 years ago.
Okay, and was there anything?
Can you imagine? They mentioned someone.
I don't wanna
What's
talk
your
about the
relation
child.
to them? Purely sexual, Your
was
Honor.
there anything about your having that child as a student that significantly differed from other students?
I don't think so. My daughter also dances with my child.
Okay, have you ever had an in-depth discussion with the officer about anything other than the child and how school was going?
Well, we talked about arrests in the city. We have done that because recently we were in the same
Okay.
room for dance.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am.
By the way, chat, if you want to get instantly trashed, this Boondocks cask strength whiskey is
Okay, anybody
phenomenal
else in the
and
back
very
row?
strong.
Okay, middle row.
Trust him.
Oh,
I
middle
think
there's
some
four.
more here.
We'll the middle.
It's like
The
50
11 row
bucks
in the
too. It's
Okay,
really
great.
good.
How
And
about this front row?
60% liquor, which is too
and,
much.
We're at seat number 24.
I went to school with Brittany Bray.
Okay, and at where? Okay.
Brittany is popular.
Now Hersing's relatively
kidding.
recent, so this was fairly
Brittany's
recent
been
or not?
around a bit.
I would say,
Joke.
Okay.
Monty
Yeah,
Python
you gotta-
Did you
reference,
have
guys.
extensive social contact with her?
other than Facebook, no.
Okay. Have you ever discussed business with her? Her business? Okay, thank you.
Oh,
ma'am.
good question from WCast says, isn't that teacher now
Um,
identifiable as a juror?
Possibly, but 4 years ago, it's gonna be tough. Possibly though.
You'd have to know Brittany Bray's children's age, what child, if she has
Oh, go ahead.
multiple,
West Way.
4 years
What
ago. I mean, you
school?
could narrow it
Front
down.
row,
It'd be a
the
lot of
mini row.
work.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Kiwi Farms, get
The
on it.
next few
No,
dozen
just
names
kidding.
will be all from the Kenosha Police Department. Sergeant Dusty Nichols, Officer Brandy Valeri, Sergeant Daniel Bandy, Detective Matthew Hagan, Officer Heidi Neeson, former Officer Joseph Kozak, Sergeant Adam Jurgens, Captain James Beller, Officer Jasmine Sanders, and Officer James Caraway.
Anybody
don't
in the
know
back row
any of
acquainted with
those
any of the people
people.
who have been mentioned? Second row. Number 13.
Former Officer Joe Kozak.
Nature of your acquaintanceship?
My dad worked with him for a long time. He's on the same fire department that I'm on for
Okay.
a long time.
Okay.
gone.
Do you think that, well, did you ever discuss
No, I
his
talked to him
employment with him?
a couple of years.
Okay.
probably.
Do you think that would affect your judgment in this case at all? Okay, thank you. Who else? Okay,
He'd be
now
gone now.
this front
Too
row,
close to the
the front row.
If we call him.
And we have a hand up. Would you give your number, ma'am? 29, and what's up?
I am familiar with Matthew Hagan,
Okay.
Oh,
Nature of your acquaintanceship?
neighbor of my sister, a couple of years, probably about 5 years back, just neighborhood party.
Neighbor
Okay.
of my
Did you ever
sister.
get into a discussion about business or anything?
that sounds like a biblical
okay.
term.
Do you think that your acquaintanceship
Neighbor
with him
of
would,
my sister.
would affect your judgment in respect to this case at all?
No.
Thank you. Anybody in the front row here, the mini row? Okay. Mr. Kraus.
Thank you. Officer Jeremy DeWitt, Officer Michael Gack, Detective Corey Brennan, Officer Carolyn Weir, Officer Matthew Eakins, Officer Amanda Franco, Officer Carlos Jurina, Officer Kimberly Voss, Officer Eric Wiedner, and Officer Keith Soderstrom.
That's
Oh,
one
anybody?
thing about this case. The potential witness
Middle?
list in this case has got to be massive, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mini.
'Cause you got
Hundreds
all
and
the-
hundreds
all
of
the-
protesters. Tons of
Former
cops.
Officer Jacob Birch, Officer James Crine, Officer Jeffrey Van Wee, Officer Donald Rowley, Michael Payan from Joint Services, Agent Lindman from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Sergeant Daniel Cooper from Kenosha Police Department, Officer Saftig from the West Dallas Police Department, Officer Brian Koss from the Kenosha Police Department, and Dr. Douglas Kelly from the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay, anybody acquainted with any of these people? Back row, middle row, front row.
How unpopular do these
Mini row.
people feel?
Okay,
From
Right,
the
like,
FBI,
everybody
Special
knows
Agent
Brittany
Timothy
Bray. No
Walther,
one's ever heard of any of
Special
these other
Agent
people.
Daniel Gartland, Special Agent Mary Davidson, Special Agent David Kowalski, Officer Caleb Barkley from the
This shows you
Caledonia
how,
Police Department,
how
as
bad
well as
the court
Officer
system
David
can be
Beard
sometimes.
from the
They
same
could have just
department.
easily given a
From
list
the
to
Kenosha
everybody
County
when they walk
Medical
in. Here are
Examiner's
the
Office,
witnesses.
we have
Look at
Jennifer
this list
Schroeder,
and mark
Carrie
off anybody who
Matushik,
you know.
and Patrice Hall, and then Detective
agree.
Philip Brightshaft from the Kenosha Police Department.
okay, anybody acquainted with any of in any row? Acquainted with any of those people? All right, would you state your number again, ma'am, please? 33, and with whom are you acquainted?
The medical examiner,
Okay, what is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
well, I work where I work, there's interaction between the two of us
Okay,
on
Do-
some occasions.
okay, have you had personal discussions with the doctor?
No.
Okay, so if he were to testify, that can I assume that that would not affect your judgment in this case in any way?
No, it would not.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Just
Go ahead.
just everyone. They have. There's a possibility of over
Heather
200
Williams, the
witnesses.
Milwaukee Crime Lab, Special Agent Brian Cooney from the FBI, Special Agent David Bianchi from the FBI, Gage Grosskreutz, Giovanni Garcia, Andrew Reeves,
What's he
Anthony
doing?
Burwright, Dominic Black, Mackenzie Rittenhouse, and Richard McGinnis.
Man, I hope they call
Anybody acquainted with any of
Huber's
the names
dad
which have been
to
mentioned?
the stand.
Okay, let's start.
But why?
with
Why would he be
number
relevant in the case?
26.
I don't know.
What's up?
My son is first.
I just hope they do because he flipped off the
Okay,
court that one time.
Oh.
So I
Have you
imagine
had
there would
contact
be
with
some
Mr. Black?
fireworks that would follow.
Okay.
I would be pissed off
Have
too, though.
you
You know, his
discussed
son.
with your
You know,
son
his son
any
did die.
aspect
So
of
Yeah, no, I
this
know.
that
I
you would
just
not be able
that's
to
what I'm saying.
disregard
I'm
entirely?
not saying that he doesn't.
Okay.
He's not justified in feeling.
What did you
Look,
say?
because
33?
that's always the thing, especially as a
20 what?
parent of someone who's deceased.
Well, I was pretty close, right?
You're gonna take your kid's side most of the
alright,
time.
yes.
Like that's the default.
thank
Even if doesn't matter if they're in the wrong, like you're their dad or whatever. So he's gonna be pissed off at this process, no matter what unless Kyle goes to prison forever, he's gonna be pissed off. But I don't care about his motivations. I just want to see the
There
fireworks.
was another hand in that row, ma'am. Number, please. 29. And what's up?
Andrew Reeves,
What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
my son is friends with him and his brother.
Have you discussed any aspect of this matter with him?
No.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Okay, next segment.
Sure. Brittany Powell, Lopez McKinney, Samantha Mays, Robert Mays, Priscilla Anderson, Hanford Unaste, Walter Godbolt, Tyrese
Whoa.
Crump, Ellen
these are
Kalick,
the
and Daniel
protesters.
Basovich.
Walter
anybody acquainted with
Godbolt
any of
is a
those people?
strong name. That is a strong
Okay,
name.
Mr. Kraus.
Whitney Leeming, Mark Garino,
This is Kraus.
Carol Badani, Tiffany Kusera, Nicholas Smith, Cassandra Albrent, Ryan Balch, Dustin Collette, and Kristen Harris.
Nicholas Smith is not a strong name. That's a weak name.
Go ahead.
Right there. Very
Joanne
generic.
Fiedler, Jason Lakowski, Danton Mertz, Alexis Safer, Kevin Glowicki, Joey Kep, Joshua Zeminski, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Colin Doherty, Austin Gregory, Justin Hamilton.
Anybody acquainted with any of those?
No one knows
Thank
any
you.
of
Go
these
ahead.
people. They're all shipped in by
William
Soros.
Kurtzman, Tom Seeker, Amber
I think
Rasmussen
these are
from the
the,
State Crime Lab, Daniel
Okay.
Osenosik, former City Council Kevin Mathewson, Officer Sean Morton of the Kenosha Police Department,
Oh, that person was there.
Sophia
Kevin Mathewson.
Pokonjak, Cameron Wisner, and Bijou Blaise DePriest.
Anyone?
Bijou, not Bijou.
You know,
Go ahead.
I was shocked to see that some of the people
Brandon
with Kyle.
Gudenschwager, Alyssa
I
Vance,
told them after this.
Officer Alex Wickets from the Kenosha Police Department, Officer Brian Ruha from the same department, Detective Joshua Schreiner from the Kenosha Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant Kenneth Urquhart from the Sheriff's Department, Detective Jason Melikar, and Officer Cypress, both of Kenosha Police Department, Soledad Juarez from Joint Services, and Detective Gerald Kaiser from the Kenosha Police Department.
Anyone acquainted with any of those folks? Get the mic over there.
Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
What were you saying, Nate?
All right, your number again?
Hold on, I forgot the point. I was
8, and go
now
ahead.
I'm interested in this. I forgot the point. I gotta remember.
What is the nature of your?
We just do parents things with the
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
just parents activities with the children.
Same type of thing? You know what? My sinus.
Parent things.
Parent things. Okay. Any discussion about the employment at all? About the person's employment at all? Or
Oh yeah, I know what I
familiarity
was
with
going to
this
say earlier.
case?
Yeah.
The people who were with Kyle Rittenhouse,
The general discussion
the
of unrest
people
in the
who
community?
were the other gentleman who had the guns and everything, they
Anything
actually
specific
said
about this case?
in an interview that
Was there
Kyle
anything
was
that was
obviously they said
discussed
that Kyle had
that you would
self-defense,
not be able
but they
to put
also
aside
said that the person, the
and
Cooper guy,
rely
that attacked Kyle
exclusively on what's
with the
stated in the
skateboard,
courtroom here?
also was legitimate and had self-defense because they thought he was an active shooter.
Thank you.
And I was surprised at that because the
Um,
media is not reporting that. How even the
Anybody
people who
else,
even though
from
they agree with
this,
Kyle, but they
group of
also
him
believe the other guy who Kyle killed
acquainted with any of these?
was justified in
Okay,
self-defense.
go ahead.
Thank you. From Kenosha Police Department, former Officer Todd Thorne, Officer Tanya
John
Kennedy,
Smith says, "Hey,
Officer
as a
Nicole
Smith, I resent
Officer
that.
Joshua
Also, I'm streaming
Feeks-
this in my
Feekes,
12th grade government
then
class.
from West
Public
Dallas Police
school
Department,
tenure is
Officer
the best."
Gold, Officer Musadi, Officer Benke, Officer Madden, Officer Corwin,
Make sure and
Officer
add more
Binter.
profanity to the stream for you.
Oh my God!
What is it?
I know it's Thorne.
Your number?
Oh, I'm sorry, 14.
14. Now, with whom are you acquainted?
Todd Thorne.
Okay. What is the nature of your acquaintanceship?
What's the nature?
We used to go to church together.
Okay. Have you ever discussed his police affairs with him?
Long time ago.
Anything to do with this case?
Nothing to do with this case.
Okay. If you were to testify in this case, would you judge his testimony by a different standard than that you would apply to any other witness?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from this group? Number 8 again.
Oh, so they have the Barnes
And
reasons.
Cop, we do.
Yeah, I'll read them in just a second.
Okay, have you discussed any aspect of this case with Nicole Cott?
Not specifically, no.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Peter
Well, let me ask
Bennett
you this.
says Barnes
If she were to
reasons.
testify in this
Number
case,
one.
would you judge her testimony by a different standard
Oh,
from that
this
of
is a
any other
different question.
person?
Hold on.
Probably yes, because I know her well.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
Yes,
Yeah,
of
she's
course
out.
All right,
be
thank you,
excused.
man. I'm going to excuse you and thank
Peter
you for
Bennett
service.
says Barnes reasons number
We'll
one.
get a
The
handout
team
from the
couldn't
bailiff
speak to
about
Rittenhouse or his mother. Number
future
2, the
service.
team wasn't allowed in during jury selection. 3, the person in charge
And
of the
let me
money,
ask-
still the same guy who picked Pierce.
Number 30,
Barnes was told the
number
mom
36 to
was
come up,
in
please.
charge. There you go.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is that if you have whenever you have a large team of lawyers, not everybody speaks to the client, right? It's usually
Right.
usually have one or two representatives
Yeah.
that speak to the
And
client,
before
and
you,
then they speak to everybody
run
else,
the
just like with the
gauntlet
OJ
there,
prosecution.
would you have
OJ
raised
was
your
only
hand
speaking
in
to
answer to anything
what's his
which
name
has
at
been
the end
asked either by me or by
directly,
Mr.
right? He wasn't speaking to the whole team,
House?
your team.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Would you take
yeah.
that seat, please?
And if Barnes isn't on the criminal team, I don't know why he would need to speak to Rittenhouse and his mother during this time anyway, right? Maybe Maybe for the PR.
Yeah, because
piece.
they're not bringing any civil cases at this point.
Yeah.
I noticed that you list an out of county address. But you live in Kenosha County? Yeah. You live in Racine County? Ooh.
How
did
did you
live
get
in
here?
Kenosha County previously?
Yeah.
Okay, how long ago did you move?
Year ago.
And where you're living now, is that your permanent residence?
Correct.
Do you have a driving license? What is the address there? In Racine? Are you registered to vote
There it
in
is.
Racine? Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
He's in the
And,
wrong county.
Always nice
We
to
gotta
have a
check.
visit from our neighbors to the north.
That sucks. It sucks for me to sit through all this shit this morning.
37.
Yeah, you had to drive down to a different county. You had to sit through all of this stuff. You want to just like, that guy's like, I don't even live here anymore.
And number 37.
Like the whole day.
Ma'am,
For
ma'am,
2 hours.
would you have raised your hand and answered to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you very much.
Like, damn, I've been here for 4 hours. I forgot to
any,
tell you I was in the wrong court.
Anybody else
WHMW, they
know
don't
from the
have
last
to
group?
register to vote. He's just trying to figure
Okay,
out
go
the
ahead,
nature of how he got the
Mr.
notice in the first place.
Kraus.
Because if he's still registered to vote in Kenosha,
Jason Koskin,
maybe that's where they got his
Edward
address.
Costa, Jonathan
That's
Ford.
That's
Justin
generally how they get the
Takeback,
jury. If you're
Deputy
registered to
Miller
vote
from
and
Sauk
you're a
County, South
citizen, and they
Dakota,
know you live in that area,
Gilbert
so they
Schmidt,
take the jury pool from the
Larry
voting
Collins, Mike Tobin, Brandon Childers, and Pat Case.
South
Anybody
Dakota.
familiar with any of those folks?
One of the closed captions
Thank you.
recorded the name as
Next
South Dakota.
I just correct the Deputy Miller's from Sauk County Sheriff's Department, not South Dakota. Anmol Kindry, Kyle Cook, Nathan DeBruin, Mary Mackenzie Waldschmidt, Juan Pablo, Hannah Giddings, Lucas Zanin, Monica Matta, and Officer Sturma of the Milwaukee Police Department.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Wendy Rittenhouse, Faith Rittenhouse, Michael Rittenhouse, Ray Dickhard, Charles Rosenbaum, Tamara Rosenbaum, Carrie Ann Swart, Thomas
That's so
Hazelton,
juvenile. We are
Joshua
so
Binninger,
juvenile.
and
Oh my
Agent Mims
God.
His
from
name
Alcohol,
is
Tobacco, and
Ray
Firearms.
Dickhard.
Yes. Yes.
He had to.
Go ahead.
He had
Oh my
Dickhard
God.
first. He
Horowitz.
corrected it.
Karen Bloom, John Huber Jr.,
Ah.
Nick Dennis, Chief David Smetana from Pleasant Prairie, Carol Wilkie from Pleasant Prairie HR, Officer Noah Tarsky from Antioch, Andrew Ross, and Corey Washington.
Anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Tell us your number, please. 18. What's up?
I know Chief Smetana and Carol Wilkie.
Now, have you ever discussed any aspect of this case with them? If one of them were to testify, would you judge that person's testimony by a different standard from that you employ with any other witness?
No.
Did you ever discuss any aspect of this case at all with them?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Hmm.
Next. Oh, another hand? Okay, yes, sir. I'm sorry. This is number 6.
Yeah, me and Corey discussed it. I was actually down there when all that happened.
In the area here? Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
I was there. You're
I
right.
think you sir. Let me
Yes,
ask.
he's got to go. He's got to go. If this guy's on the scene, he's got to go.
Number 38.
See, you know what? A lot of people seem to be confused on why, because on civil law mentions it too in the chat about how the skateboard guy has a viable claim to self-defense against Rittenhouse and Rittenhouse.
And ma'am,
against
would
him.
you have raised your hand in answer to any question asked so
It
far?
seems like people are confused about that point.
Conflict of interest for me because I'm a caregiver for my elderly father who is accident prone, and he does not have anybody currently sitting with him right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is there anybody else?
the
who can do
reason he
this?
would be potentially
No.
justified is,
My 2 sisters
again,
both
it's
live
the
out of
legal
state.
definition of
He sent them
self-defense.
to take my
Yeah.
Do you have an objective
And
fear
one
of
of my
imminent
children
death or
was
bodily injury, serious bodily injury, and
Any
do you have a
reason this
subjective
lady shouldn't be
fear of
excused?
imminent death
No, Your
or
Honor.
serious
Okay.
bodily
Thank you,
injury?
ma'am.
And then third, did you provoke the incident which caused it?
Number
If
39.
Huber believed that Kyle Rittenhouse is an active shooter shooting protesters, then he potentially has a self-defense claim. I think one of the mitigating factors of Huber's self-defense
And, ma'am,
claim
would you
is
have raised your hand in answer to any
well,
of the questions
no, I guess
asked
it's
so
part of
far?
it. Attacking him with the
Thank you very
skateboard in
much. Please
general
take that
would
seat.
be his
That's-
claim to that'd be the self-defense against the assault. So,
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else from the last?
so yeah, I mean,
It's like it's like if you're in a
Go ahead,
building and
Mr.
somebody's screaming, "There's an
Ross.
active shooter,
Thank
active
you.
shooter!"
Corey
That guy
Watson
just
is
shot
also known
somebody,
as
and you see
Corey
somebody with a
Elijah,
gun
more
walking,
commonly.
and you have something you
Brandon
throw it at the
Beeman,
guy.
Drew
You
or
have
Frank
justifiable
Hernandez
claim
goes
to
by both
self-defense as
names.
that guy would if he
Elijah
wasn't shooting
Schaefer,
people. If you were wrong
Julio
about that.
Rosas, Ford Fisher, Michael Lehman, Devin
I
Bennett,
I interviewed a guy named
McCrae,
Andrew Branca
Brandon Utarte
from
Childers,
lawofselfdefense.com
Angela Aker,
about the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Sarah
And
Castelli,
his
and Alan
one of his
Castelli.
contentions that was
Okay,
interesting
anybody,
about that
on those
case
names?
is both that Ahmaud
Um,
Arbery may have been justified
again?
in attacking
Okay, what's
what's
up?
his name, Michael.
The guys.
Yeah,
McMillan,
that he may have been
McMichaels.
Okay, so this
McMichaels.
is
yeah,
something that
McMichaels.
was actually
Greg
there was a
McMichaels
live
or
stream
whatever.
running that.
So he may have been justified in going
Okay.
after him, and
And
that guy
you, even though
simultaneously
that
would still
is
be justified in shooting
claimed
him
to be a live
because
stream. I'm not suggesting it
one of
isn't.
the allegations is that
Can you,
Arbery reached for the gun.
disassociate yourself
And so
from whatever
that's
you saw
that
on
becomes a
or any
complicated
commentary
question
may
there
have been,
too.
and
But
decide
the only
solely on
reason
the
why I
basis
would
of
say
what's
he's
presented
wrong,
before the court.
and this one it's different from this one,
Okay.
is because
Um,
you can't jump out of a car and try to stop somebody with the weapon. That's now you're the initial aggressor. As soon as he did
Any
that,
reason this lady
you've
shouldn't be
lost all
excused?
your claims of self-defense. And now Ahmaud Arbery trying to grab the gun. It's a different scenario because you didn't hear this guy's an active shooter or something like that. Somebody's trying to physically stop you with the gun.
Yeah.
Now you've
No, we
lost
were-
all, I think, your claims of
And how
self-defense with
about,
that.
And we were discussing this case,
number
I mean,
40,
like
would you come
9
up,
months
please?
ago. And a lot more has come out since it. So, but I was just pointing out, like, there can be competing viable self-defense claims. Both people can be justified. And people seem to think it's one or the other. It's no, they can. It's the question is literally not at all about what the other person's justification for their actions may
raised your
be.
hand in answer to any of the questions
It's what you
asked
did,
so
yeah.
far?
Massive Damage Gaming says, if Kyle's defense fund gets completely drained, do the lawyers just stop working? You keep mentioning this over and over. What happens if Kyle's
Okay,
defense fund
what's
is
up?
drained? No, no, lawyers have to ask permission from a court to withdraw from a case. And if it's significantly far in the case and they say, we're not getting paid,
4-year-old
that's
in the
not
what program?
justification.
Yeah,
No,
you got
in the what
to
program?
continue on.
In the 4K program.
Okay. So what's the schedule?
They go
You can get out as long as it doesn't negatively affect your client. If you can't get out like right at a crucial time because like he's not paying me. That's why you get retainers and hopefully try to make it so you can get past those
Okay.
points.
And,
Closing arguments
is
tomorrow.
there
Your Honor, I'd like
neighbor,
to withdraw.
close friend, relative?
I'm sorry, that's free money for him today because you got to continue on.
The worst case of that
How about,
ever is Miller, US v. Miller, the Second Amendment case in 1939.
Does
So
he
what
live
happened?
close by where he would have
So
to
the
do
guy
his transporting?
died. Miller died.
I mean, if he
And his
you say he has to
estate,
get off work,
like a week
does he work here in town?
before Supreme
Is the
Court
school
oral
here in town?
arguments, the estate
So-
didn't pay the attorney, and the attorney
Okay.
He
withdrew
would have to be sitting in his
right before oral arguments. So the
Okay.
US v. Miller, the landmark
I'm-
gun
I'm-
case up until Heller, was decided by solely the state
gonna let that sit
making
for
the
now.
arguments.
Thank you.
There was no.
Oh, wow.
The Supreme Court
Um,
actually allowed the
Anybody
attorney
else
to not
on that last
appear.
one? Incidentally, was there anyone else
That's
who was
strange.
down here in
That's
the
very
area?
strange because
between,
usually they
let's
could have
say,
said no and
60
forced him to come.
65th
Yep.
Street and 54th Street between about 12th Avenue and 6th Avenue on the night that this incident is reported to have occurred?
Now, this is again, this is why you need to
Okay,
have
thanks.
good jury
Go ahead.
questionnaires.
Thank you. Sarah
Was anybody
Castelli,
at the event?
Alan Castelli, Scott
Yeah.
Picard,
Seriously.
Brianna Garrison,
Were you there?
Sahil
Do you
Kindry,
literally
Elena
live in the
Fro,
neighborhood?
Brian Blake, Brandon Cramen, Susan Hughes, James Armstrong.
Guys,
from
imagine
State
if
Crime
you were
Lab,
there
Chelsea
as the jury right
Dominguez,
now.
and
You'd be
TJ
so bored
Williams.
because you wouldn't have two dumb lawyers talking over everything.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Richards.
Court is boring.
You got
though.
more names?
Nicholas Gialvo of Digital Forensics, Peyton Engel, Digital Forensics, Dr. John Black, Force Science Institute, Evan Devlin, Investigator, Dr. Jeffrey Jensen, Medical Examiner, Todd Johnson, Private Investigator, Steve Spignola, Private Investigator, Officer Jacob Birch, Kenosha Police Department, former Officer Amanda Franco, Kenosha Police Department, Sergeant Jeremy DeWitt, Kenosha Police Department.
You already mentioned Jeremy DeWitt.
Familiar with any of those folks? Go ahead.
Jason Lakowski, Ryan Balch, Joanne Fiedler, Nicholas Smith, Jacob Marshall,
Nicholas Smith again.
Joshua Zeminski, also known as Alex Blaine, Kelly Zeminski, also known as Kelly Dunn, Monica Mata, Lucas Zanin, Nathan DeBrune, and Richard McGinnis. That's all, Your Honor.
There was one on your list that you didn't mention, or maybe I didn't hear it. It's number 12 on the first amended witness list.
I didn't list them because the state already listed
Oh,
them
okay,
here.
fair enough. Okay, anybody acquainted with any of those folks? Okay, thank you, folks.
Are we done
Do
with the
you,
witness portion
have
yet?
any interest, financial or otherwise, in the outcome of
Oh,
this
thank God.
case? Does any of you have any feeling of bias or prejudice for or against anyone involved in this case? Number one, I think I'm going to leave it alone. We'll discuss it in a little bit. Anyone else for or against anybody? Biased for or against anybody? Number three.
My daughter is friends with the family of the deceased.
Okay.
I do not know them.
Okay. Do you have you discussed the matter with your daughter?
That's hard not to do.
Well, no, yeah, I'm not suggesting it is. It isn't. I'm going to leave it for further inquiry.
What? She's got to go. Come on. You still got 150 people there.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
And
Is there
she's
any one
discussed
of
the
you
case with the daughter? Yeah.
What was the
who
daughter's
has any
relationship
opinion
to the case?
or has ever
Financial interest or
formed
something?
or expressed any opinion as to the guilt or innocence
hear
of
you.
the defendant? Let's break that up into separate questions. Once again, keep in mind that your decision is to be based on the evidence which is presented at the trial, but we do want to know if you've ever formed an opinion in the past, or if you've ever communicated any opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant.
This is
in
why you
this
got to
case.
get your social media. This is why you need the social media. people,
So let's go with the
looking at
back
their
row
stuff.
first. Anybody who has ever now has an opinion. Let's start with a now has an opinion. Anybody now have an opinion other than the presumption of our law, which is that the defendant is innocent? As I mentioned a little bit ago, that was another thing that
Well,
the founders
the
gave
daughter
us,
knew one of the
was a strong
defendants.
presumption of innocence. That's not
Decedents.
true everywhere in
Okay.
the world. In some places
But
in
did
the
she
world,
like him?
there is a presumption of guilt, and the defendant has got to respond and prove his innocence.
Innocence.
That
yeah.
is not our case. We have the presumption that the defendant is innocent, and the burden is upon the state to prove guilt and must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So, is there anyone who now has an opinion as to the guilt of the defendant, other than that he or she will indulge the presumption required by law and presume the defendant to be innocent. Did you have your hand up, ma'am, or not?
Sort of.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Whatever feelings you may have had coming in here, can you shed them and follow the precept of our law and presume that the defendant is innocent and refuse to vote guilty unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty, even if you think that he is probably guilty? Can you do that?
I'm not sure.
That's tough.
Well, you're telling us
Because
what
if you think
That's
he's
what
probably
exactly what we
guilty,
do.
I don't know if I want that person
So
on the
is
jury.
anyone who objects to the removal of this juror?
Yeah, she's got to go.
I'm going to thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
But now
Excuse me,
everybody
thanks,
sees exactly what I said earlier, right?
see the,
If you think he's guilty or you think he's
and
innocent
ask-
and you can't get past it, that's your quickest way off the jury.
Absolutely.
Number 41.
This is a high profile case. There's no shame in just getting up and saying, you know what? I don't want to do this. I think he's guilty. I've seen a bunch of news stories. Of course you have. If you're in the area of Kenosha.
All right, and ma'am, would you have raised your hand in answer to anything that's been asked so far? Thank you. Would you please take that seat?
This is the alternate.
Okay, I think did I have another hand? I've got several other hands. Go ahead, number 3.
Yeah, everybody's got to figure out something about this case.
At this point.
Okay. Is it that you're not sure that you can
Judge
put
confidently
aside
said he could panel this whole
what
jury
you may have
today.
thought or
Think he
in
does
the
it?
past? Or is it that you
I don't know.
not sure you'll be
That's going to be tough.
you're willing to do that?
Getting today is going to be tough.
Okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
Morpheus, they're not going to sequester
Okay,
this
thank
jury.
you, ma'am.
No, they're
Hold
not.
on next.
Okay, so this on?
Hold on. Bear with me a second. 41?
42.
42. 42, would you go up, please?
No, Big Chungus, they're gonna be done with this by 4:30 p.m. today or 5.
Yeah. Would you have raised your hand
Yeah.
in answer? You're going to Europe on Friday? Okay, turn around.
Get out.
Any
yeah.
reason this
So,
juror shouldn't be excused?
What the hell's
Thank
he
you, everyone.
like? Why do you
Where-
wait 4
where
hours
are we
to
going?
say that? Right?
Where are we going?
Well, he was one of the alternates
well,
that
have
was
a
coming
wonderful
in.
time.
This is a problem with this
Um,
inefficient process that you're
would you
talking
come up, please,
about,
ma'am?
right?
Yeah, because you could have asked all these questions
Come on
already.
up.
Going to Europe, he's gone. You're at the day of protest, you're gone, right? All these
Okay,
things could have been
ma'am, would you have
hammered
raised
out
your
with the
hand in
questionnaire.
answer to any of the questions so far? Please take seat number 3. What was her number?
She was number 43.
43.
That's one thing I'll say about the Floyd trial. They had jury selection because they knew they were going to have a monster issue with jury selection.
All right, number 4,
They
I think you
really
had
made
your
it
hand
so
up.
efficient. And even they still got a juror who was on who was with the Black Lives Matter t-shirt on. I didn't know I owned that shirt. That was funny.
I don't remember wearing that. You were at a giant rally. You
Now-
traveled
That's
1,500 miles to go to it.
And people sometimes think that they're supposed to
Who
come
knows
in
if
here
they
and
were?
not have been aware of what is going on, and that's not true at all. And there's nothing wrong with my watching a program about some incident that happened in Beaumont, Texas, and you can watch what the media reports and form kind of an impression about it. But I wouldn't think for 1 minute that I would decide upon someone's innocent or guilt based upon what I saw on TV or what I
There's a lot of
what
people
I,
who've done that,
I had
Judge.
discussed with my family members. If I had the enormous power given to me by the founders of our country and the responsibility to be fair and impartial, I'd understand. That's that was all
ICF
fine
Dave
and
here.
good.
No, we cannot turn our
And it's all
voices
good when
down
I'm
so it doesn't
detached
tune
from
out
it,
the
but when
judge.
I'm
It's
right
an
at the core
artifact
of
of how Streamlabs works.
Um,
But
it
people
would
are
be like if
welcome
the
to go
judge
watch
had
the
power that
streams
we
without
don't have,
commentary that are there
given
that
to
you
us
won't
by
offend me.
the founders of the country. They said the
But
judge
if
would
you're
try these
here
cases.
for
If I could
if
watch
you're here to
something on
watch Kyle
TV
Rittenhouse
and
trial
then
with
I
no
could flip through the
commentary,
tile
you're in
and
the
then
wrong
give a
place
verdict,
because we're going to
decision.
talk
That's,
about things, talk
so there's
over
nothing
things, explain
wrong
things.
with
You're here for the
having
commentary,
had
and if you're
prior
not,
opinions about it, we do want to know
Yahoo is
about
covering this on
if you're
YouTube
asked.
for free.
That's
Where I'm pulling the stream from.
if
It's from
you're
Yahoo,
confident and can
so you
assure
guys
us
can go
that
check it out there.
I realize the
And
very
I
strong
get it. Like
distinction
if you want that, but
between
we're gonna
the
make
safeguards
commentary.
built
That's
into
why
our
we're here.
system
And
what's out in the
and if you don't like that,
general population.
catch you next time. It's
And
cool.
understand that. If you can do that, then there's not a problem. So you needn't be concerned about.
Just imagine
having
how
previous
boring they are in the courtroom, like the jurors
As long
are.
as you
You know,
follow the
they don't have any commentary.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, people always tell me to like speed up things.
Well,
or
bear
you know,
with
speed
me.
up things to get through it. And I'm like, no.
obviously, I've got a big
Let's get the
responsibility
feel of how
of making a decision.
horrifically boring
And
court is.
Let me ask it this way:
Can
And
you
this
skip
judge
the
is doing
pauses?
a pretty good job of
you
it
are
too.
any less?
Yeah.
Do you think you are any less able to be fair in this case than anybody else who's here?
Probably not.
Probably
These are
not, or
deep
not?
philosophical questions.
Huh? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. How about next? Number 5.
We've got the 1,500 like drink happening. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's nice.
Well,
So,
what would happen
Protogen,
if-
we're not
if the
using
evidence
Streamlabs, we're
developed
using
and it actually was
StreamYard.
different
So can't do that.
from the information upon which you
Somebody put the
based
judge seems incompetent.
your
Well, why
opinion?
is the
Would
judge
you-
seem
would you be able to
incompetent?
set
He's
your
going
opinion
through this is
aside?
jury selection.
You couldn't, in spite of actually hearing from people who actually saw or even videoed what happened. You wouldn't be able to put that aside.
This woman knows.
Really?
I can't
Any
put it
reason this
aside.
jury shouldn't be excused?
What I tell
Okay,
you,
thank you,
boom,
man.
you guys should be
pull up the
charging
next
us for this because we're showing you how exactly you get out of jury duty, right?
Yeah,
I
there you
can't
go.
be impartial. What you going to do, Judge? Put me on the jury, but I can't be impartial. Any excuse why not to let this woman go? Boom. But this is not legal advice, and don't do this. If you can be impartial, tell the truth. These people are under oath, for God's sake.
Yep. Ma'am, would you have answered or raised your hand rather to any of the questions asked so far? Thank you very much. Would you take seat number 5 there, please? Okay, now that back row again. Anybody else? I see number 7, 8.
I'll say this. Let's a poll. Do you think this judge votes for Democrats or Republicans?
Ooh, that's a good question. Chat, is this guy a Democrat or Republican voter? Do you know the answer?
I don't. That's what I thought was just interesting. I mean, because usually you can get a feel of it, but this is very. You really don't know. I just don't know. Sometimes he'll say something. I'm like, all right, so he's a hardcore righty, but then I'm like, he sounds like a lefty.
Well, it's a matter. We all encounter incidents.
Even a chat, Dem, Republican, DR.
Well, you know what you think.
Who knows?
We're talking about hearing the actual evidence.
Right.
And the funny thing is, that's how you know you have a good judge.
So if you heard
can't tell if it's an
someone
R or a D, right?
Someone said Nazi Party of America.
Directly contrary. And let's say you heard 4 witnesses who are directly contrary to what you think the case was, based upon what you've heard or what you. Yeah, see, you wouldn't be able to disregard the. Okay. Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Juror number 45.
Ballotopedia says nonpartisan. I've never actually met one.
Yeah. He's appointed by somebody. If he's appointed by a D, then he's probably a D. Ds don't report, don't generally don't appoint our
Is he
Okay,
appointed
would you
or
have,
does
raised
Wisconsin
Is it
elect
just us?
judges?
Any of the questions asked so
If it's an
far?
election, then
Thank you very much.
then
sir.
he'll
Would
be
you
on the
take-
ballot under
take
DNR.
number 8?
let's look.
He was put into office by a Democrat.
Okay, anybody
that
else?
was
in
50
the last
years ago,
question
Democrat.
Was
I'd be a different Democrat. But is it?
if you've
He's
ever
on a
formed or expressed any
lifetime
opinion, I'll
appointments,
have-
though, right? He's had to be
or
reappointed.
express any opinion as to
Yeah.
the
The
innocence or
federal
guilt
or
of the
lifetime
defendant
appointments.
without
Let me
hearing the
see.
evidence. What's your number, sir? 17, and what's up?
My biases go back to 14 months ago. I've been commenting consistently on news feeds and Facebook. It also goes a little further to my belief in the Second Amendment, which comes from Monroe's writings in the Federalist.
He's
I'm gonna
gone.
stop you.
This guy is gone.
But here. No, I'm going to tell you. And you haven't done a single thing wrong. But
But you're gone. Get
as
out.
I said
Yeah.
before, if I didn't say it, I'll say it again. This is not a political trial.
I
The-
mean,
this, one
it
of
is,
the
though.
problems with the way the media has covered this, and it's not just the media. It was mentioned by both political campaigns and the presidential campaign
Yeah.
last year. In some instances, very, very imprudently. They're important issues for those who seek to lead our country to discuss.
The difference is the
innocence or
judge
guilt
doesn't
of an
want it to
individual
be
accused of
a
crime is
political
not one of them.
trial.
And
That's what
also,
he's saying.
the trial is not
I'm not
about-
running this as a political trial.
to the extent the trial is about the Constitution, it's about the right to a fair trial. And I don't want you to take this as a lecture. My point is that we don't want to fall into the trap that many
I
of the
write
media
about the
have, a
Constitution
large
going back to the
percentage
words
of
of
the media,
Monroe.
and discuss this as a political trial, or
He
that
did say
there
that.
are bigger factors in this case at stake in this trial. We're concerned here in this courtroom to try this case in accord with our law, what our law provides, what our rules of evidence prescribe, which have developed over hundreds of years to improve the level of fairness. The jury system is a wonderful system that was given to us by our founders. It hasn't always worked perfectly. And in fact, there's some very shameful chapters in the history of juries' determinations in this country. But I've been in this business for 50 years, and it's getting better. It's a lot better now than it was 50 years ago. And if we keep at it and
50
try
years.
to contain our
Can
feelings
you
and
imagine?
decide
He
this
has
case
been on the bench
law
for
and
50 years.
unfairness, it's going to get better yet.
That's crazy. That's
So
crazy.
I want this case to reflect the greatness of Kenosha and the fairness of Kenosha. And I don't want it to get sidetracked.
no, he
with other
hasn't.
issues. Now, I don't care about your opinions.
Morpheus
on the
says he
Second
was
Amendment
appointed in
or somebody else's
1983 by a
that are
Democrat
directly
governor.
contrary.
I think he might be kind of centrist.
One of the beauties of the
All
jury
I know is I
system, although
respect
it's
his
not
ruling so
intended,
far.
is that it brings together
I'd be as
the
kind to say it varies on the
composite of
position
the
he's voting
community.
for.
And it isn't just a case isn't being decided on political basis. It's being decided
83 to 21
it's
is
done
40,
properly
well,
on
38
the basis
years.
of what does the law say? What are the true facts? That's what the jury decides, is what are the true facts and how do they fit together? And that comes out as a verdict. So I'm sure you'll be questioned here when we go into the private discussions. I'm sure you'll be questioned about anything that you put out on the internet or what discussions you've had, but they're not disqualifying. The fact that you've disclosed them is fine. But anybody, if you've said something about the case, we want to know about it for sure. But I just don't want to get into a discussion now where we're talking about the Second Amendment or anything like that, because this case is not about the Second Amendment, like all the constitutional provisions, have a role in this case, but they are not the focus of this case. Okay? If I'm
He's
going
right,
on,
yeah.
bear with
He
me.
got his law
Okay,
degree
so
in
do you think
1970. That's why he
you
says in this
can be
business. He's
fair-
been on the
50
bench
years.
for about 38 years,
No,
but
I
he's
do
been
not.
a lawyer for 50.
Do you think that there are other people here who are going to be fairer than you would be?
I have no idea how to answer that.
Okay.
I would hope so.
You think you're
Wait,
biased?
what?
Yes, I do, and it goes back to the politics. That you told me to stop.
No, yeah, okay, okay. Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Go on.
Mandy Carvicka says, "Good morning, Nick and Nate. What's for breakfast? Whiskey for me."
Yeah, I've just had this big cup of coffee.
I
Going
usually
through jury
don't eat
selection.
till like 6, 7 p.m. because I'm busy.
Juror number
Yeah.
46.
That's late in the day, though.
I know. Trust. It's not what I choose. It's what I end up
Yeah.
doing. Do you know, does Wisconsin do sentencing by judge or by jury?
I'm not sure. I have to look that up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I know in
Ma'am,
the,
would you
the
raise
Texas
your hand
case, they had
if
that
any of
weird
the
piece of it
questions answered so
where
far?
after they found her guilty, they didn't have to
That's-
find
You don't have to be bashful about
how
it.
much time she served.
I'm just voicing my opinion about this.
Yeah, in Minnesota,
Okay.
judge does the sentencing, not a
No,
jury.
number one.
They use the jury's facts
Is it
and they
possible that
apply
your
the
opinion,
law because we
whatever
have
it
a
is,
sentencing
can be
commission
changed
and a guidelines and all
if you
that.
heard the evidence in the case, which
But
has
this-
the safeguards.
Bushmaster
This is in Wisconsin,
937.
too.
Do you think you could put
Yeah.
aside
Yeah.
what you've said
Bushmaster
before and
937.
decide
Thank you for
solely
the
on
for the
evidence?
donation. Very much appreciated.
Do you think that you'll have to, once you're
Sam
on the
Walter, I'll
jury,
read yours
you
in a
might have
second.
to swallow your pride and tell your friends, you know, I actually heard all the evidence. And will you be able to do that?
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in that seat then, and we'll see what happens. Number 17, please.
They're close, though. They're close to 20. Because
Okay,
then the
15,
questions
hand
start. So
up.
if you hear, get in seat 20, then
15.
the lawyers start questioning.
I've had extensive discussions with my husband, with him. However, I've sought it out for the video in review, and I could be impartial only given that the facts presented were given to both sides.
What?
What?
So, just as you stated, so often facts aren't presented equally. And
Look, he looks
even though I
confused.
sought out
Tudney's like, what is she talking about? They want to strike her for being a weirdo.
Yeah.
So all the clips that were showing up were not favorable for him. And what I'm definitely afraid of right now is, yes, I have somewhat of a preconceived notion, which I could overlook, but if given through the trial, you're starting to see that it's a one-sided, I would have problems with that.
Well, this is what the Constitution says.
Very weird.
Both sides have the right to question the witnesses. Both sides have the right to force witnesses to attend and to present evidence. Both sides are going to be given the right to argue the case and present their views and interpretations of it. We try to do everything in total balance. When you see Liberty up there on the
Well,
wall,
are you going to make me waste
she's
a
always
challenge on this woman, though? I got 7 challenges. You're going to let me waste a challenge on her?
Yeah, that's
You let
annoying.
her go for cause. Yeah, you let her
The,
go for cause. The
when
defense
every
is
judge
happy to
takes an
have her,
oath
but
from the Chief
prosecution,
Justice of the
you
United
gotta
States,
go.
right to the municipal judge of the smallest community in the country, every judge takes an additional oath, not just the constitutional oath, but also a judicial oath, which includes the pledge that I will administer justice fairly without respect to persons. That means be fair to everybody who comes in. Don't be looking at who's involved without respect to people. That doesn't mean you don't respect people. It means you don't give an advantage to a bank president or a big executive or a teacher or a priest or anything else. You cover all that up and you decide solely on the evidence. And that's what is expected of the jurors. Now, you said you saw one and then you saw another and you formed a different view of it. And you didn't see anything that's evidence in the case because
No, I don't
there's
know.
been no evidence. You have a field of a fund of evidence, which is absolutely nothing in the eyes of our law. When you have heard all of the evidence, both parties being fair to produce evidence and to challenge evidence and argue
He's talking to now.
evidence,
He's not just talking to
would
her.
you
He's
be
talking to
able
all the crazies in the crowd.
Yeah.
But she's got to go. Come on, Judge. She's not going to
You
go.
have your hand up. It's number.
Oh, he didn't dismiss her.
Come on. You're going to make them wait for challenge on that? She's if you're the prosecutor.
I didn't hear what
oh,
you said.
wait, she's got to go.
I verbally admitted that I thought he was guilty, and I figured, okay, well, I'm sitting here and I'll listen to it. In your explanations in the last couple of times here, I kept asking myself, can I honestly do that? And I keep coming up with a thing. If there's evidence there that would be indicating innocence.
So this guy's saying that he believes he's guilty.
I would be fair to the college. I think I'm to the court. I'm making a specifically change of mind.
Yeah,
So his
this
problem
guy
is
has a
that he-
prejudice of guilty, and he can't. He's not sure if he can change his mind even with evidence. Go, get out.
Yes.
I hope I'm understanding you right, but it sounds like you've made a conclusion early on.
Yes.
And even when you consider the injunction from the founders of our country that you should decide solely on the evidence, you're not going to be able to abandon that opinion? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Any reason this jury should not
Gotta
be-
go.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
See, if I was the prosecutor, I'd be like, the one before that, we don't gotta go either. Come on, Judge.
Who's next?
Do you hear the pew 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 that happens, right? Like you
Yeah.
hear that? It's not
I
my
hear
head. Every time it happens, I'm like, what is going on?
I'm like, is this something I have open? No, but I don't have anything open.
No, I
Just
think it's the
random.
court. It's whoever's
All right,
running the
number
court has some
47,
alert. that's like,
would you
pew,
have
pew,
raised
pew,
your hand
pew.
in answer to any of the questions asked so far? What's up?
I'm a self-employed tile contractor, and I have a job in a house that is closing next Friday that isn't started yet. And if it's not done, those people move into a house without a bathroom.
Do you have people work with you?
Just me,
Work for you?
just me.
How much of a financial loss would you take if a competing contractor were to do that work?
Oh shit!
4,000-ish.
That's the gross, or that's
It
your?
would be the gross,
What would be the amount that you would be out of pocket?
probably 2,500.
That's a tough hit, though. Come on, Judge. You got 150 people sitting there.
Any
Come on,
reason
let
this
this
jury
guy
should
go.
be excused?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
let him go.
It's like, come on. Like,
You
you
got-
can't be like
I
too
got a
crazy
house
with it.
closing. Did the Yahoo cameraman fall asleep and pan up? What is he doing?
I don't
Let's
know.
remember the state seal of Wisconsin. Sam Welter
So-
says, if God forbid Kyle is
All
found
right,
guilty, how is
sir, would
sentencing
you have
handled?
raised your hand
Does the
in
judge
answer to
diss it
any of the
out? The
questions
jury
asked so far?
actually don't know. In
Would you have
Wisconsin.
raised your
I'm-
hand in
I'll try and
answer
get
to
an
any
answer
of the
for you.
questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Would you take seat number 16?
So we got 16.
Thank you, sir.
So hold on. We were at juror 17. Now we're at 16.
Yeah, anybody, I didn't mention that. We have some devices here that for to amplify the spoken voice, and they also decrease the ambient noises.
Now,
And
are
people
there-
have used them. In fact, I've used
Is
them,
he
and they
seating
work
the
very
20
well.
jurors, or is he
And,
saying 16 of 34?
We have a schedule where
So
we
like
sanitize
16
them every
is just
6
gone.
weeks,
Now they're bringing
so
in a new
that
16.
there's no concern about putting them in.
Yeah, he wants 34
Okay,
that
we do it every
passes
day.
inning screening,
Every time they're used, we do
and
them.
then
So,
right.
each side gets
anybody
7
want
to knock it down to
hearing
20.
device? They work through this gadget
Yeah.
up here, behind they're infrared. I don't know. Anybody want one? Just tell the bailiff.
So I think what they're doing is they're going to go through the
All
entire
right,
jury questionnaire. Once they get done with
Let's
the
see,
jury
now, we were going
questionnaire,
through about people who have
then they'll have their
expressed
34
opinions or now
in the
have
room.
opinions. And I think we're
And then they
what's
use their
your seat
their
number, sir?
preliminary challenges to strike that
19?
34
What's up?
is 19.
Let's wait until the.
Oh, Bard just said he says there's 34 in the
Yeah.
box. Yeah, but that's what they've been saying. There's the reason why there's 34 in the box. Each side gets 7, and after the strikes they whittle it down to 20.
Hey, what's up, Barnes? By the way, big shout out to Robert Barnes in the chat.
You know, I'm not trying to be obnoxious, although I can't be. But I'm not trying to be obnoxious. But what you're telling me is that you have discussed with other people, and no matter what the evidence is, you're sticking with your opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. No, well, fair enough. I'm not trying to diminish you in any way. All right. Any reason this gentleman shouldn't be excused? No, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Now, I think this is a lesson for you. See how simple it is? The guy just said, I come to the conclusion, I'm not going to be swayed either way. You're gone. All this whole, I got kids, I got this, I got a pot on the oven. That's going to be less likely to work. If you really want to get off, I've already come to a decision. Damn the evidence. See you later.
Although, Your Honor, I just started a roux is a good excuse. Like, I just started a roux. I'm going to burn that. You can't do that to me. Have you ever burned a roux, Your Honor?
Sir, would you have raised your hand?
Guys, I don't want to do this
any of
for
the
these
questions
streams,
asked
but
so far?
I'm going to turn on
Thank
subscriber
you very
only
much. Would you
mode.
take seat number 19?
Because some people are really
Without tripping, I think she said.
really try hard in the chat. So.
All right.
The free speech, huh? Free speech.
Anybody else now who feels that he or she now
Their
has or
their
has in
free
the past
speech
expressed
ends
an
at my
opinion
nose,
or
and
something?
my nose
I'll
goes
give it a
far.
Number.
Yeah, what is that line? It's like your right to your
26.
fist
Oh, yeah.
right
And, what's
extends
up?
to the place of my
So the
nose
tip
or
of my
something
nose.
like that.
Whatever the
your move,
opinion
if
is,
your
and
arms,
you abandon it
you can
after
swing your
really-
arms up to
well,
my
to
nose.
have an open mind.
That's when
with
you
the
lose the
other
right to
part
swing your arm.
And decide
I have an unfair
exclusively,
advantage in
no
this.
matter if it's everything you thought about the case is true.
Tip of
turns
my
out
nose
not to
is
be fact,
broad and
not to be
vast.
established. Even
You got a
if
huge circle
what
around
happens,
you.
you'll be able to decide on the basis of the evidence here in the court.
Absolutely.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else? Okay, number 31.
31.
Uh oh.
I have expressed an opinion. My nephew was a police officer and left because of the uproar. I will try to be unbiased.
Well, and let me ask you this.
What does your nephew being a police officer have anything to do with this case? There's no police involved in this case.
The uproar, as you refer to it, the unrest, whatever you want to call it, is related to this case only because it is the circumstances under which it occurred. The case, the focus in the case needs to be on the actions of the persons involved. So there were many aspects of what happened during that period that have really almost nothing to do with this
Sheila
case.
Aliens, I don't believe in
I don't
slow
know what
mode
you
chat.
know, what your nephew, what aspect of it might have upset your nephew or whatever reaction he had. But when you say you think you'll try to be fair, do you think there's any reason for me to think that you are less likely to be fair than anyone else who's here? Okay, thank you. Okay, 32.
Now, if you're a good attorney, you're taking notes when he's asking these jurors these questions because you got to know who to target.
Rooted in the city and have had my opinions. I think the problem I have is the amount and extent of people that I do know in Kenosha and how deep our opinions are about certain things. I think it would be very hard for me to not have outside influences during this time.
Okay.
Can you
number one.
seriously just restrain yourself from talking to those
hard.
people for 2 weeks as your civic
It's not
duty? Like,
in
can
the
you just
equation.
try to not
Just
talk
as
about
when I
this
was
case for a
started
minute?
Talking about my pals in school. It was hard for many of them and frightening, I'm sure.
Yeah.
but they had to do it because that was their duty. As far as influence by others, one of the instructions I'm going to give those who were selected for the jury is they're not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, not even members of their immediate family, much less anybody else. And what I tell them is, you're welcome. You're okay. It's okay to say, I'm serving on a jury, but then follow up with, and the judge told me that if I talk with you about it, we'll both be in really big trouble. And that's such a perfect thing to say.
I guess
it's
his
the
lawyers
truth.
were kind of
And we
spoiled
don't
on
wanna go
this,
there.
right?
Believe
Because
me.
we're used to not talking
Neither of
to
us
people
does, but
about
especially you.
stuff that
You
that
don't
other
wanna talk
people
about
might
the
have heard.
And in fact, what I sometimes will tell
But it's
people
like,
who get
just
funny about
don't. Like, just say,
is
hey,
I'll
I
tell
can't
them-
talk about that right now.
they'll give me their
Talk to you
opinion
in 2 weeks.
about a case. And I'm not talking about this one.
2 weeks
Their
we can
opinion
talk all we
about
want,
that
right?
case. And
Yeah.
I'll say, you have me at a disadvantage because I haven't heard the evidence yet. And of course, they haven't either, and they should feel like fools for even doing that. But as I said, it's a human tendency to form some impressions and all that stuff. That's all okay. But when you're coming here in the courtroom and you're on the jury, you're like one of the cardinals when they elect the Pope, they lock him up. And the reason they do it, if you
That's a good analogy.
research
Half the
history,
Cardinals probably
there's
should be
some
locked
really
up, to be honest.
fascinating theories about how people elections used to take place. And so they
Oh,
they
no.
cleaned it up. So we're gonna lock them all up in the room, and they're not coming out until they
Choose a
they're not
pope.
going to be subject to influences by this one or that one or anybody else. And so I know you're well connected. And for the record, I'm acquainted with this person. And she's well known to a member of my family. And but I don't see her even maybe a couple of times a year. Well, I think I see her.
You got 150 people.
more frequently than that,
150
but
people,
beyond that,
Judge.
I
Let this one
don't
go.
Typically have discussion with her, but
Yeah.
so she's well acquainted and with people in the community.
He's got, like I
But,
said, he's got a story for
every
everything.
juror is
Let
just
me
going
tell
to
you
have
about
to-
this
who's
other
selected
juror I talked to
is
back
just
in
going to have to have a
1979. Oh
firm
my
bar
God,
to having
Judge.
discussions with anybody about the case.
Judge.
Do you think
He's
you
talking
have
through his
opinions
reasoning. He's
or
talking
have
through his
expressed
reasoning. That's why.
We were
But you
discussing the
cannot
recent moon landing.
discard
When
entirely and decide this case solely as you view the evidence in this case?
That would be difficult for me to do.
Once again, you're talking about difficult. Do you think that
I'd be unable to.
Pardon me?
I would be unable to do that.
Are you? Do you think that there's others here who are more able to be
Oh,
fair
that's-
than you?
that's like,
So
you're not
Any
helping,
reason
lady.
which this lady shouldn't
She's
excuse?
literally
Okay, thank you.
incapable of not
That's what-
talking to other people about this subject.
But she wanted to get off the case, and that was her way to get off. And her being that's difficult. He wants to just hear her say, "I can't do it," so you're gone. You know.
Yeah.
She was just trying to play the game. She didn't want to go. She didn't want to be on. So she's trying.
Guys,
to
if you're
out.
trying to
All right,
get
so
out of
would you
jury
have,
duty,
raised your hand
just
in
say
answer
the
to any of the
thing.
questions asked so far?
Like, don't
Thank you very
pussyfoot
much.
around
Please
it.
take that
Like,
seat.
just say, I can't be
Okay, anybody else
impartial.
now?
I love drunk
Oh, yeah,
drivers.
excuse me.
I hope they kill more people or whatever. Like, just say
And
the
you are
thing.
number 33.
I'm driving drunk
oh,
right
no.
now.
Okay, let's
Like,
deal
just
with the one
say
in the
it.
back. This is number 10. What's up?
For religious reasons, I firmly believe that thou shalt not kill. I don't know what else to say. That's my opinion. It's been the case for years.
Sincerely held religious beliefs. She's got to go.
I didn't do anything.
Get her out.
I'm just
Yeah, she's got to go.
Get out and also get a better translation. It says "Thou shalt not murder," which has a
Murder,
different
yeah.
context.
Well,
than
I mean,
kill.
and I
Thou
understand
shalt not
that,
kill
and
is different than
I
thou shalt
don't
not
want
murder.
to
Yeah.
suggest that you should
Thou
do
shalt
anything
not
in
kill.
violation of
Ask the
religious beliefs that you
Canaanites or
hold.
whatever, how that, or the Midianites,
However,
or how that worked out,
um,
whichever one it was.
I think most religious faiths accommodate the belief in self-defense, and that's going to be an
Judge,
issue
she
in this
just
case.
said
The state
he's
is
guilty.
contending
Just
that
get
these
her out.
crimes were committed. The law provides.
But you know what
that,
though? He left the
self-defense
other
is a
crazy on
defense.
that the
People
prosecutor's
have
going to have to
the
use the
lawful
strike on.
right to defend
So
themselves. I think
he might be
most
trying to look
religious
for another
groups
crazy on the other side that they
believe
got to use the
that.
strike on just to
I
make
think
it fit
guess.
six.
When, for example, during the attack on Pearl Harbor back in 1941,
Oh, we're going back to Pearl Harbor now. He should obviously bounce this woman,
sailors,
right? Why
were-
did he just bounce this woman and move on to the next person?
I don't know. Let me tell you a story about Pearl Harbor.
But you know why?
I think
you know
most
why? I
religious,
think he's doing this on purpose. Because
belief
if
would be
another
that they
juror who wants to get off may want to use the same thing,
morally
by forcing her to go
fire
through this
and try
this
literally to kill
interrogation, may
those
make the
who
next
were
person less likely to use this same
to save their
excuse.
own lives and those of their colleagues. So I want to make sure.
Don't you
that,
want to hang out with Judge
you
Schrader and just like
those,
listen
I
to
think
him?
that a large segment
Like
of
outside of the
group here,
context
perhaps
of court, I
everybody
want to just
here
be like, Judge,
would
tell
agree
me a
with
story
with
about
the,
literally anything.
with the
I think you're
proposition that
great.
thou shalt not kill. But
You want to have a
we'll
beer with
be
this guy
open
and just
to
hang
what
out with him,
moral belief is,
but not when the
more
Brewers
importantly,
lose.
because
Apparently, that's
we have
bad.
secular institutions in this country. In this court here, we are bound by the law of the state, and regardless of your personal beliefs,
Yeah, I think
on
you're
the
right.
subject of the morality.
He's not debating the
of,
woman.
uh,
He's
of
debating the crowd.
Self-defense,
Yeah.
if it is self-defense, I'm not saying it is. If it's self-defense, it is our law that the jury is not to convict if the jury believes that the defendant acted in self-defense. And I don't want to get bogged down on that right now, but do you think you can follow our law, whether or not you agree that that should be the law, and that you think that it should be, you should turn the cheek? Do you think that you can follow the law in terms of making your verdict? And
I remember when God vibe checked the Pharaoh. The 11th commandment is, "Thou
examine
shalt
the
not be
evidence
blue
and
pilled."
decide whether the case is self-defense. Can you do that?
I have to follow God's laws.
No, I have to follow God's laws.
Okay.
Get out.
Any reason this juror shouldn't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Wouldn't it be great if the prosecutor's like, "Objection, Your Honor. She's great."
We want her on the jury.
Yeah. Your Honor, could she be the foreman, please?
It's lunchtime, Judge.
Yeah, no kidding. I need
going
that.
to lunch?
I need that hour break. I need to pee.
He's looking intensively into the.
All right, ma'am,
the
would you
crowd.
have raised your hand and answer to any of the questions asked so far?
I have a general and a specific bias.
Okay.
A general and a specific bias.
With the intensity with which you say it, it sounds like that you're not open to
She's
what the
prepared.
evidence shows.
In general, people are jerks, dogs are better, and specifically, my dad's funeral was
No,
supposed to be on August
stop her,
25th.
Judge.
That night, we had to reschedule because of everything that was going on.
Okay, now, nobody here is charged with
Being a jerk.
being disorderly. The actual crimes are very
That's true.
specific and they're a lot more serious than that. But whatever
So,
happens,
as a
in
matter of
terms
opinion,
lawful
Nate, do
dissent,
you think there's a risk in
unlawful
allowing
behavior,
jurors to express
those
their
are not the
specific
issues.
biases and
That's
tainting the other
frightening
juries,
that
jurors on
things
the
were
pool?
disturbed
Yes.
by
It's
people's
possible
lives.
if you have a juror, like someone like me, if I get up and I give my reasons why I think he's not
But-
guilty, that I think
Right.
is
Is
going to
that
affect a
something
lot of
that
people's
you
opinions. So
think should be
you
taken out
don't
on
want people to
somebody
get into
involved in
that. You would
this
just say no. Okay, you have a bias. Oh, we need to go in the back and talk about it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
like
That's
if I
not
got
in-
up and I'd be like, "Well, look, Judge, I think he's not guilty because of this and this and this. Here are the legal reasons behind
Okay,
it. This is
mhm.
Wisconsin law."
Is there any reason
He'd have to be like,
for-
"Stop!
Excuse?
No, we got to clean out this whole jury room."
Thank you, ma'am.
Phoenix Lord Asterman, yes, we will still have a stream tonight because I'm an idiot. The Great White Dope says,
Yeah,
"Why the hell is this guy on the stream? He is so loud and abrasive." Do you mean the judge? He's the judge. That's why he's there. How dare you?
Sorry. Would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far?
He even fooled the camera guy. The camera guy's about to go for lunch.
the
He's like,
witnesses?
"Shit, we're supposed to be going to lunch."
Who are they?
2,000 likes. Oh my God.
Randy
guys.
Valeri.
Oh, this is amazing. Boom.
The chat is encouraging
What was it?
self-harm.
Okay. What's the nature
You're like,
of your
drink,
acquaintance with
drink.
those folks?
She even gave her full name. They should have beeped that out.
Okay, has either of them discussed any aspect of this with you? If either of them appeared as a witness in the case, would you judge that person's believability by a different standard from that you'd employ with complete strangers? Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask that you take seat number 10, is it?
Yeah, I didn't hear her name, but she definitely said it. Her last name is Leary.
Yeah.
I think 33 had an opinion. Yes, ma'am. Number 33.
I just feel that I formed my own opinion already before coming here.
Okay, and you're not, I gather from the comments which have been made, you're not unique in that. The question is, can you put that opinion aside?
Can you overcome
and
it?
follow what the evidence shows as opposed to an opinion you have based on what you heard outside the courtroom?
No.
You can't do it?
No.
Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
You see, very simple, right? She just is no. That's it.
Yeah. I have
now,
I
but
formed
now
an
you're gonna have a
opinion
whole
on
bunch
this
of other
matter.
jurors. Now you're gonna have a whole bunch of jurors using the same excuse, and this is probably what the judge was afraid of. Like, now, okay, guess what? Guess what? Me too. I got an opinion. My opinion is I got dinner at 8 o'clock.
Yeah. It took me a month to get
All
this
right, ma'am,
reservation.
would you have raised your hand and answered
The
any of
difference in
questions
this
asked
though is
so
that
far?
like this only works
Okay,
if
thank you.
you're
Would you take
I mean
seat
only
number
really
33?
consistently works if you're on a high profile case, right? Like
Okay, anybody else
this
now with an opinion?
this some unknown criminal vehicular homicide case. You're like, I've formed an opinion on this case. And you're like, how? The judge is like, what did you
don't
even
know
read
nothing.
about this?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did not hear what she's saying.
I don't think the mic is on. Okay.
I have a sister that's in hospice that I take care of at home.
She's in hospice.
Yes.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to take a break now because I just got to pop out that the food is here. And so I'm going to take a break here and discuss
Gotta
this
pop.
with you just a
Food's
minute,
here.
if
We're
you
out
might
of
be.
here.
Is there a seat? Yeah, right there. Take a seat there for the time being. Now, pizza is here.
Pizza.
And
Pizza.
Very
so, and I
Midwestern.
believe it's over in the other building as well. And we're going to take a break.
What did juries get for lunch in New York, Nate?
How realistic is it to start
Pizza
at,
and sandwiches.
at,
It's eventually the
1
same shit.
o'clock?
From what I understand.
Actually, I try to go.
I think it's pizza and
quarter to one, but
sandwiches.
that's probably pushing it. 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I figured they'd bring in a Subway platter, right? Like,
yeah.
Well, you got ham or you got turkey. There you go.
1:15.
With the same toppings, it's always lettuce, onions, tomato. There's no mayo because you can put that on yourself.
If there's a
and then you got a side of like pickles and olives.
and we'll see.
I know from the ones that
medical problem,
that I've seen and been involved with, they usually just let them go for lunch. You can go
sauce.
for lunch,
But,
and maybe they might have something in the back, but they usually go outside for lunch too.
And
they warn them you can't talk to any of the attorneys if you see them or whatever.
Talk about
Right. Don't talk
the
to
other
anybody
jurors
at
and that.
all. If
You
one
can
of the
talk-
attorneys
don't
comes
talk
up
with
to you and
anybody
hands you $100, please
but
tell the
if
court.
You talk about the jurors. You can talk about the Packer game. You can talk about the Bears game. You can talk about the Blackhawks haven't won a game yet. You can talk about a lot of other things, but don't talk about anything about the case, anything about the people involved.
This judge is a massive sports
anything about
guy.
other
Like
jurors.
he cares about
And,
Wisconsin sports
we're gonna
dramatically.
Start at 1 o'clock. 1:15. And don't use any
Yeah, I
electronic
know I'm
equipment.
freezing
Don't
and
be going online
pixelated.
and
My
looking anything
upload,
up
my
that
upstream right now
pertains
is
to the
having
case
a lag spike.
or
So
might pertain to the case.
hopefully it'll fix soon.
Or any news facility of any kind. Please do that. And don't communicate with anybody. Don't mention that you're going to be eating in the courtroom. They're not allowed to leave. Okay, well, they couldn't. You leave to go to the bathroom. Whatever you do, don't make sure you go to the bathroom somewhere other than the courtroom.
Unless you're wearing a diaper. If you're a diaper fetishist,
But
you
anyway,
can just be in the
don't,
courtroom. It's fine.
Don't leave the building. Don't talk with anybody not involved. Don't go on. Don't be sending messages. You can send a brief message to your loved ones about, I'll talk to you later and everything's fine.
I'll never
But,
see you
don't
again,
be
but everything's
discussing
fine.
the nature of what you don't hear or anything like that, please. And that's folks in the other building, same thing. And when you return from using the restroom or whatever, you may you please take the same seat you're in right now. Any questions?
The jury plays musical chair.
All right, bless you all. We'll see you in a little bit.
Bless you all. This judge is clearly a Christian biased judge and should be excommunicated from judgeshippery.
You're crazy.
All right, we're on a break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Is there anything? Are you gonna hang out for a while?
Yeah, I was gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too because this was a long jury selection. But one thing I want to say is that I think the most interesting part of this is the fact that this judge seems to be such a down to earth regular guy. He's not the monster that the news media has been making him out for the past couple of days. And it's it's a shame is that this guy's been doing his job in this very liberal county for so many years and not a problem. And now all of a sudden he's a racist who hates all black people. It's like, really, for those of you who've watched this whole thing with us, has the representations that the media have been making about this judge, is it even close to what you see here? You know what I mean? And that's what I think people need to really understand. Just how horrible we've been told this person is, and it's not that way at all. I wouldn't mind having a beer with this guy. You know what I mean?
No, not only would I not mind, I think it'd be great. Like, he seems like a fantastic conversationalist. He's full of interesting anecdotes. He's got a lot of experience beneath his belt. He could probably tell you just about everything about Wisconsin law that you'd ever want to know. And yeah, guys, if the media hit pieces on him say, oh, well, and he issued a ruling which was overturned by the appeals court. Yeah, he's been on the bench 50 years. He's going to be overturned a time or two. But in this case, how he's conducted himself so far has been completely reasonable. The reason this is something people may not understand. The reason the defense is winning the majority of these motions is the prosecution knows they have a bad case. They're bringing motions to try and improve their case, and the motions are based on the same bad information that the case itself is based on. And they're doing their job, right? They're trying to win. I have issues in general with prosecutors and how the state does things, but it is Binger's job to try and win this case 100%. And so he's doing what he needs to do, even if those things end up being unfruitful. They're probably just at least a hop away from frivolous in most cases, or in most instances.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you on Binger's trying to win. And the only reason why I'm going to say this is that my first day as a prosecutor, they take us all the new prosecutors and put you in the room, and they say, in this case, is it your job to win the case? And people raise their hand, yes, and they say no. Your job is not to win the case; it's to seek justice. And if justice is you winning, then we want you to win. But sometimes justice is admitting that this is not, that to end this particular case. And I think right now we are so close to that line where if he's just seeking to win this case and not seek justice, which I think is really wrapped up here, then I think this prosecutor has an issue. And there's nothing right now. Can you make an argument that he has a case and he can win it? Yes, but I think if you were really seeking justice, you wouldn't have the charges against the Rosenbaum charge wouldn't be there. And I think the other charges, yes, the Rosenbaum charge would definitely not be there if they were trying to seek justice.
Right.
Again, that's just my opinion.
No, and okay, let me mitigate what I said a little bit and couch this with your very wise commentary. I think you're right. The aspirational aspect, his job is not to actually win this case in that sense. But I think Binger believes that his job is to win this case because I think that there's a tendency to go from that first day, right, of prosecutorhood, where you do have these aspirations of we're seeking justice. I do think that there's too much incentive as people go on, that there's a possibility that they go to the point where I need to win this case for me. And
Yeah.
so that's probably a better correction. I don't know if Binger is personally motivated to win this case, but I'm saying winning a case like putting Kyle Rittenhouse in jail is a massive stepping stone to the next step in Binger's career. And with the facts of this case, I think you're right. We're right on the line. Does he have probable cause, the lowest bar that you could possibly imagine to bring this case? Yeah.
Yes.
But should he have brought this case? When you look at stuff like Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin, where they didn't even, Zimmerman ends up winning at a pretrial motion to dismiss, I think, on that one. And you look at all of the police shootings like Jacob Blake. Heck, let's just look at the Jacob Blake shooting.
Yes.
In the same county, the prosecution refuses to charge the officer who shoots Jacob Blake because it was obviously
Self-defense.
Justified.
Yeah.
You've got a guy
that was
fighting
a
with
self-defense
police.
claim.
Yeah, you got a guy fighting with police. You got a guy stealing a car with kids that are not his in the car. He's not authorized to do any of this. And you got a knife that he's used in the tussle with police. You've got him entering a vehicle. Vehicles very quickly become deadly weapons. It's a justified shoot. The Kenosha County district attorney comes out, or whatever, not the Kenosha County, whatever county they're in, district attorney comes out and says this is a justified shoot. That could be done in this case, but it's not. So, hey, you want to take that urine break?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right, I'll see you in just a couple minutes. To the chat, take a break, go to the bathroom, grab the food that you need. We'll be back in just a second. See you guys then. All right, peace. Oh, baby. We're back. We're back, or I'm back. Sorry. When you have a million kids or 5, and you leave your office at any point in the day, you get bombarded with a whole bunch of questions. Oh my gosh. Hey, what's up, Nate? Welcome back.
Hey, that was one of the best peas I've had in the past 3 years.
Oh my gosh, it was beautiful for me too. I was just sitting there like, oh, thank you.
The Yellow Stream by IP Freely. It was good.
I'm right now sending my wife an Arby's order for later.
Oh. I got to cook.
Let's see.
Oh my God. You know what? One thing I think a lot of people fail to realize, and I know I'm going to take a lot of flack for this, for saying this, but I don't care.
Uh-oh.
The media is responsible. I think the media is more responsible for this Kyle Rittenhouse situation than anything else. Because if they hadn't lied about the Jacob Blake situation, then you wouldn't have Kyle Rittenhouse. Jacob Blake had a knife. He had a warrant. He fought the cops. The shooting was justified. All of that, right? The media, instead of waiting 24 hours to verify, guess what? His wife was the one that called. Guess what? He had a felony warrant. Guess what? He had a knife. Guess what? He wrestled with cops. They tried to use tasers. They tried to use all this. They wrestled him down. And then when they pointed guns and said, put the knife down, he reached into the car. Now, as an officer, do you want the officer to see what he's going to pull out that car after being pointed with guns? Stop. Free. Of course not. So he was totally cleared. But the media, when they first said this, they showed the video, said he was shot in the back, and it made this big fuss, canceling NBA games, for instance. All this stuff happened, right? All this stuff happened, and it was the whole narrative was false. Then you have people now get up arms thinking, rightfully so, that if Jacob Blake was just shot in the back indiscriminately for being black, I would be out there protesting. And I'm assuming Nick would be too, right? If the cops are out there indiscriminately shooting people in the back for no reason, right? Then you got a different story. That's what
I wouldn't be out protesting because I don't
you understand
do
what
that.
I mean.
But I would be speaking about it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like that's the whole deal. You and I get the luxury of not necessarily having to protest, right? Because we have
audiences.
Look, right now we've got 2,600 people. After recess, we'll probably shoot back up to 3,000 or whatever, where we were before. We have the ability to communicate directly to more people by getting on a video than we do sitting there yelling into a bullhorn and snapping our fingers or whatever. So we have that luxury, but yeah, outside of that, it's that's the main thing. We would be speaking out against this stuff. Definitely don't want people. I don't want police shooting. I take the extremist position. I don't want police shooting anybody. And then let's let that as the baseline. And then let's go backwards from there and say, this was justified. This was justified. And let's be really critical about it, because I don't want the state executing people in general. So yeah, if the police are out there actually indiscriminately shooting people, Jacob Blake would have been a terrible example of this. Right?
Yes.
Like the Rayshard Brooks case is better than the Jacob Blake case. And I don't think the Rayshard Brooks case is all that good either.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
like
I
guy
think
fights
Brooks.
a cop, steals the taser, shoots the taser at the cop. Other cop shoots him. I mean, I don't want a guy to die, but okay, go ahead.
No, you're right. Rayshard Brooks is that cop was justified too. Right. And that cop was justified. If you base off what the damn DA said the week before, just so everybody understands, in Georgia, a taser is a deadly weapon. And they've actually had cases where people have been tased to death. So they consider a taser as a deadly weapon, as a gun.
Like a month before Rayshard Brooks, the DA who prosecuted brought charges against the police officer made this argument in court like a month before Rayshard Brooks. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, right. No, you're 100% right. And then Rayshard Brooks happens, and now all of a sudden the taser is not a deadly weapon. So, it's obvious that case should be thrown out. I mean, that guy lost anyway, but he was corrupt, so he lost anyway. But anyway, this should be thrown out. In this case, though, this is what I think a lot of people don't understand about how the media can drive people to be losing their lives. Because I think if the media covered this case correctly, we don't have enough information, but we'll see what happens. And then people find out the real details. Then I don't think nobody's going to be in the street running around for this guy. Just like with Ma'Khia Bryant, the one that was going to stab the other girl. And now you have this the mass rally for her. And she was about to kill someone else. Like, the media has to start taking responsibility for some of these things,
Not only is she about to kill someone else, she's in the downswing. Like, I'm shocked in that case that she didn't incidentally injure the person she was after, right? Because the fact that the cop was able to shoot her in a way which stopped her behavior is almost miraculous, because you've been a law enforcement officer and a prosecutor. You could see any number of times the bullets do not stop people unless you hit them in very specific places. Movies are fake. You don't go flying back from even a 45, right? It does not launch you into the wall. They just go through you. And people tend to carry on with their activity for at least a little bit. And it's a scary situation. So
it is. And go ahead. You're about to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say, no, I fully agree with your analysis of this. The media holds a huge amount of culpability because of the way that they're presenting this. And the reason is, the media is just as click whorish as any YouTuber. They've learned this from YouTube. They've seen the success of how you get clickbait titles, and the media has pumped this up and following the summer of love, as some are calling it, but 2020 summer of riots and protests and Black Lives Matter. They saw dollar signs on the Jacob Blake story, and then they saw more dollar signs on the Kyle Rittenhouse story, and they were right. 100%. The media is right about how much money they were going to make. These were the Jacob Blake thing fizzled out when the prosecutors refused to bring charges, but Kyle Rittenhouse picked up the torch and ran with it.
Yeah. This gave them something up. And it's just, even the way they coach, it's funny because when I first saw the Rittenhouse interview, when he was on the street, he didn't seem to me to be some racist maniac who was out there to kill Black people. He was some kid who wanted to get involved, who, got a gun, had some training, and was out there running around, playing hero, right? That's fine. Now, I do understand it's a dangerous situation, and maybe he was unprepared and didn't understand the gravity of where he was at, but that's what I saw. And even when you look at the event, you see this 17-year-old kid, 17 really, running away from a grown man who's throwing something at him with gunshots behind him, right? Think about if you were 17 and you were in that position, right? What would you be thinking? Yeah. And I think people have to really, and that's what I think this case is going to come down to. Was it reasonable for a 17-year-old kid running from people shooting at him and another man who's throwing stuff at you, and then you get cornered and that person lunges at you trying to grab your firearm? I don't see how you don't get self-defense with those facts.
Here's the crazy thing. So many times you see, well, Kyle shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been out there. If you're going out there, you're entering. Okay. Let me just agree with you. Because I got 5 kids, right? You're not going to catch me at a protest because I don't want to catch a stray bullet. I don't want to catch a knife, something like that. I don't want to get knocked down, hit my head. Look, protesting is a younger man's game, and that's great. I'm not besmirching anybody or shaming. You just probably won't see me out there doing it. But at the same time, saying he shouldn't have been out there. Well, by definition of the curfew order that you're citing for he shouldn't be out there, Neither should anybody involved. So we're still in the same equal legal footing for literally everybody out there. And when you have equally situated participants in an act, you don't get to say, well, one person's not justified because they were participating illegally. It's like, oh, everybody's at an illegal poker game or something, and one guy was cheating, and the other guy called him on it. It's like, well, you can't call someone on cheating because it's an illegal poker game. That doesn't make any sense. Like the bounds of what they're doing put them on an equal legal standing. And again, should Kyle have been out there? I think Kyle would be the first to argue, I wish I wasn't there, right? Like, I wish I didn't have to go through this. I wish I didn't, I wish I hadn't had to shoot these people. But at the same time, yeah, go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right. I don't think there's any way that you can say that this kid wanted to shoot those people. But I think people have to be, I just think people have to be reasonable and understanding with how self-defense works and the situation it was in. If you really think of it as a 17-year-old kid playing hero, that doesn't excuse him from what happened. But, and I know this is going to be tough to say, I think the kid used some really amazing restraint in pulling that trigger because, from what McGinnis said, the first guy reached one time, Kyle moved back and pulled back. The guy reached again, and then he said the guy, and then he lunged like this. And that's when Kyle shot. I would have shot that guy as soon as he came kind of close, right? It's and maybe I'm just too scared. Otherwise, but it just didn't seem like reasonable to expect this kid to allow this guy to. And what is this maniac going to grab the gun and do to you? I don't know. It's just. And I don't know why the media is spinning it the way they are. Check this out. I'm gonna screen share something. This is the New York Times. I'm gonna look at this. This is the fatal night in Kenosha, right? This is what the media. This is what happened. For the first shot. Check this out.
Too, but let's check it out, right?
Rittenhouse walks towards a parking lot where cars are being vandalized.
So this is Rosenbaum behind him. So he's just walking away from Rosenbaum.
He passes Joseph Rosenbaum, who was fighting with the armed men at the gas station earlier.
Who is fighting?
Now here it is.
And throws a plastic bag that holds his belongings from the hospital.
Now, mind you, he just got out the hospital too for some mental issues. So,
right.
Close behind them, a man holds up a handgun and fires it. We don't.
Now, I'm just stopping it here just for that. Rittenhouse is under those circumstances. Do you not think that this is going to be a little that you should be it just boggles the mind why they brought charges on this, right?
The other context is I saw the judge's mug, so I was just making sure he wasn't saying anything important. The other context of this is not only did someone shoot prior to Kyle, which if you're running away, right, you're running away with a gun, you're being chased, someone shoots, it might be the guy behind you. But interestingly, so it wasn't Rosenbaum. However, it was the guy that Rosenbaum was with, and that's been confirmed by other video. First of all, credit to the New York Times for actually doing a really good breakdown of the timeline here that was relatively honest. Because whatever other commentary they've done in the case, like this timeline came out pretty early and was really good.
Yeah. We can watch the rest of it because after this,
don't know why. Then Rosenbaum lunges towards Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse fires 4 times.
Had I been in his shoes getting chased and then I heard a gunshot, I can't say that I would have done anything differently.
And I don't think, and this is the part I would say, I don't think any reasonable person, because that's the standard. What reasonable person wouldn't have done what happened here? I'm talking about honestly, right? So, again, I don't see why do you charge this kid? Why do you charge this kid and make him pay all this money and do all this for something that I think is as clear self-defense? This is what self-defense is meant for, right?
Yeah. Now, maybe charitably, right? charitably, maybe the prosecutor charges him with the shooting of Huber or Gage. And again, the Rosenbaum shooting to me it's the most justified. It kicks off the event for the rest of the evening, in my opinion. And I think they're all tied, right? Like from the moment he's running from Rosenbaum, once he makes the shots, he circles back to like Jim Psaki to see how Rosenbaum is doing. And then he makes the decision, I need to get away from here, get to police. So he runs, and then he's kind of accosted and followed on the path, and he gets interrupted. But even if you think, okay, Huber and Gage, maybe he's not, the Rosenbaum shooting seems justified. And I don't know why, if you want to prosecute on the next 2 shootings or 3 shootings, because he does miss the one guy, but if you want to prosecute on the next 3 shootings, why would you include this one as like a predicate act? Like, because it's going to get brought up. And I personally, like I said, I think psychologically, if you win the Rosenbaum case for the jurors, you win the case.
I think you're right.
But they could have made some decisions. I don't know how, because to me, all 3 shootings are clearly justified. But I could at least say, trying to make some wise discretion, say, no, we actually, and that'd be a good psychological tactic. No, we think he was justified here. However, we think his actions in the following incidents were so egregious that they passed the bounds of self-defense. To me, it's like the prosecution has hamstrung their own case from the get-go, starting with the complaint itself.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's their last 2 shootings.
Falls. And Rittenhouse trips and falls. Anthony Huber hits Rittenhouse with a skateboard.
Now this guy kicked him, and now he getting hit with the skateboard. But
So
this is
fast.
now
And attempts to disarm him. Rittenhouse
Now that's where he's grabbing the gun, running away, and he pulled the trigger. That's where
shoots him in the chest.
Now look at this
Here
guy.
is Gage Grosskreutz with his gun drawn.
Now I want to scroll this back 1 second. Look at this part here. Oops. Al Rittenhouse.
Disarm him.
Let's see if I can
Rittenhouse
zoom this
shoots
in.
him in the chest.
Now, see the last guy, the guy who lost his bicep, now it's a unicep. But when he puts his hands up and walks back, and then he lunges at Kyle, and then Kyle then puts up and points the gun and then shoots him then. So even in that situation, Kyle wasn't going to shoot him. He put his hands up and moved back. Kyle's getting up, and then he lunges at Kyle, and then Kyle shoots. So here, and he has a gun in his hand. Again, as a reasonable person,
yes,
I don't see how you don't get self-defense here. I just don't. This is self-defense 100%, right?
Wouldn't it be great to have those young man reaction times? Like, because that's the one thing these videos don't do, because they're focused on explaining, like they pause and they highlight stuff. What was it? John Black, right? The expert. He says that the shootings here that follow, it's 7 seconds of time.
Yeah.
Between Huber coming at Rittenhouse with the skateboard and him shooting both Huber and Grosskreutz. It's 7 seconds. It's so fast. And you're right. Gage lunges back for Kyle, which is just dumb that he does that, but he makes that decision. And it's entirely different between one of my other favorite non-self-defense cases, which is Michael Drejka. He's the handicap parking spot guy, right?
Yeah.
He actually gets knocked down. He pulls the gun on the guy, and the victim of Drejka was actually stepping back and turning away. And the video shows that he had made the move backwards and away. And of course, the bullet trajectory is through the ribs sideways rather than front on, showing that again, he was turning away. Grosskreutz is not turning away. He's coming forward. He's pulling his gun up, and it's a mess. And anybody who happened to see that, if Kyle did not pull that gun and shoot him, it's every likelihood that Kyle would be dead. And that is quintessential to the question of, would a reasonable person feel they're justified to shoot in this situation? Yeah, of course. Someone's about to pull a gun out and shoot you, and in your mind, all you've been doing is defending yourself this entire time.
And I think the key point here also too is, if this guy puts his hands up and starts moving backwards and Kyle shoots him, we got a whole different scenario now, right? We got a
Mhm.
whole different scenario. But when he did do that, Kyle didn't shoot him. And then you'll see
Right.
even after this, somebody else is coming forward and Kyle and puts his hands up and Kyle doesn't
He's
shoot him.
Grosskreutz with his gun drawn. He also
that
gets
last
shot
guy
and
with
calls
his
out for help.
Yep.
The reality of it is,
Yeah.
That's
So they
very
got- they got-
unfortunate for Grosskreutz.
Yeah. But now I do want to say this too, because now since we're talking about the legal reality of this, I want everybody to understand. Grosskreutz and what's the guy that Huber with the skateboard,
Mhm.
they have viable claims for self-defense too.
Right.
And I'll say because they believed he was an active shooter. So just imagine if somebody's like, again, like I always make the excuse. Let's say if you're in a building and somebody says, "Hey, there's a guy around shooting people," and then you see somebody with a gun, and someone says, "That's the guy who shot the people," and you have weapons on you, a gun. Do you shoot that guy? And if you do, was it reasonable? Because you've heard the gunshots, you see people screaming, he's shooting people. Is it reasonable for you to take that guy out? Would a reasonable person have taken that guy if they had the tools to do it? And I think in this case, even though their beliefs were mistaken, because they have mistaken belief that Kyle's an active shooter, the law even addresses that and says, even if your belief is mistaken, if it was reasonable at the time, then you can use self-defense. So Kyle, at this point in time, if Kyle kills him, Kyle should be justified. But if he kills Kyle, he would have also been justified in killing Kyle, which I know it's a little weird for people to really understand, but that's the way the law is. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right, so long as both Huber and Gage actually possessed the subjective belief that they were acting in self-defense. That's the trick. Now, we don't know.
Because they weren't after.
Or
they weren't
defense of
after.
others.
Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Now, if we won't know Huber, right, because he's dead, so we can speculate. And Gage is likely going to argue that he believed he was trying to save people or whatever. This guy was a menace and a threat. And yeah, they could make that claim. I think the objective reasonableness is there, but it's the subjectivity that is the key, and that would all depend on what statements they made to police following the incident, typically, because that's how you're going to garner the subjective nature of this. Is what do they say when they're cross-examined? What do they say to police officers in their recorded interviews? But yeah, so subject to those caveats, I agree. I think they could reasonably make those claims if they have the subjective belief. Now, if they go, this is some guy defending the car lot and he's a piece of garbage, I'm going to kill him. Like that's
a whole different
obviously,
story. Yeah,
right. Obviously not the case.
Yeah,
but
I'm just assuming that these people, because when you hear the story, everybody's saying he just shot some people, he's an active shooter, that type of thing. Then I think that changes that formula. But again, it's a weird little situation to be in. But I think everybody's just focused in on, when Kyle killed these people, what was his intent? I don't think he had any intent to kill any of these people, right? And that's another thing that they're charging him with, these intentional murders or negligent murders. Doesn't have that intent. He's trying to get away, and these people, unfortunately, are preventing him from doing so. So this is a really tough case. But if I will just say personally, if he is convicted and his self-defense claim isn't upheld, I think that would be injustice. So it just is.
And I think we'd have an issue, because the first time I saw this, I was like, this is self-defense. I mean, I don't know how you write a self-defense. I mean, if Zimmerman is self-defense against Trayvon Martin on the rather thin factual basis coming from the only living party in that case, if Zimmerman is self-defense, I have no idea how Kyle is not self-defense. And so I think you're right. If he gets convicted and it's upheld on appeal, I think we've got a real issue with the basic common law idea of self-defense in Wisconsin. And I think Wisconsin would have something to work out there. I hope he doesn't have to go through the appeals process to show his innocence, because in this one, it's like, I can't imagine anyone other than some like avowed pacifist doing something different in this situation.
Well, because when self-defense, a lot of these cases turn on the whole, what would have happened if he didn't do what he did?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So with the
Right.
first guy, what would have happened if he didn't pull the trigger? Well, then that guy, this mentally ill person, which Kyle probably didn't know, so you probably wouldn't even be able to use that. But you would say, what would have happened? Well, he would have grabbed that gun. And then now is Kyle's life in more jeopardy or less jeopardy? You know, now you're struggling over a gun. And the good thing is the law doesn't say you have to put yourself in that position. The threat of being in that position, the imminent threat of being put in that position allows you to respond. So you don't have to be struggling with somebody with the gun. I think Rosenbaum is done. The second two, I also think are self-defense, but I think you also have that issue where you have competing self-defense claims. And I just don't think any reasonable jury can look at this video, understanding the full context of the circumstances, and come to find this kid guilty, especially after what McGinnis says. McGinnis is one of the witnesses, and they have him. Let me. You want to see his interview? What he says about what happened, and because
if you got it, that'd be great. I'm going to read the super chat. Peter Bemis says Grosskreutz would be guilty of a war crime in a war zone. Feigning surrender in order to inflict harm is internationally recognized as criminal. It is. Only in war, though. That's kind of a weird artifact of it. You're right. In a war zone, that would be improper activity, but they're not actually at war there. McGinnis he's a journalist for PJ Media, or is it Gateway Pundit?
The Daily Caller.
I can't remember. Oh, Daily Caller. Okay. So so he's a right-wing commentator, sorry, I shouldn't say right-wing comment. He's a journalist for a right-leaning publication. That's probably the more appropriate way to say that. Yeah. He's a journalist for a right-leaning publication, presumably on Kyle's side. They use his statements for the majority of the complaint, like his witness, especially as in regards to Rosenbaum, I should say. His witness statements as the firsthand person who is closest. He's the guy they rely on to write the complaint, which is why it reads so favorably for Kyle in those first instances. Okay, let me pull it up here.
Well, but two things, though, with McGinnis. Number one, they're charging Kyle with putting McGinnis's life in danger because McGinnis was behind the guy that Kyle shot, Rosenbaum. So they're saying that by shooting Rosenbaum, he also put McGinnis's life in danger. So that's and McGinnis is the one you'll see when he's the one that took off the shirt to try to save Rosenbaum's life. But this is what this is McGinnis's present sense impression of Kyle at the event was. So let me play this.
Yeah.
He did say that there was a lack of law and order in the area, and that in the absence of police, that he was providing that. He also mentioned that he was a certified EMT and that his primary goal there was to provide medical aid to protesters. So it was very clear that he had an idea in his head that he was there to help, both for protection of the business and of just the people in general there, but also to render medical aid to any of the protesters who were injured. But the real thing that I picked up on after that interview, I thought to myself, this kid he's very innocent. I don't think this kid realizes exactly where he is. And once I saw him being yelled at after I had interviewed those other individuals, just prior to him basically running and the whole thing happening, my final thought was, oh my God, like this kid does not realize that all these people are looking at him and screaming at him. And these people are ready to go and grab him. And it was at that very moment that the man who was shot kind of ran towards him, and everything unfolded from there.
All right. Now, the interesting part is in the complaint, he goes on to say how the guy was grabbing at Kyle's gun and lunged at Kyle's gun before Kyle shot him. So, I don't think this is a good witness for the prosecution, right? I don't think it is a good witness. I don't know. I don't see how you put him on the stand and try to get a conviction from this guy.
Right. It's weird to me that they're charging the reckless endangerment basically of this guy
for McGinnis.
Because the prosecution's going to call him, which means the defense is going to get to cross this guy, and he's going to go with the defense's narrative on this 100%. And he's probably going to give some troublesome testimony to the prosecutors. If you guys don't know, when you're calling a witness for your case in chief, you ask open-ended questions. You're not allowed to lead the witness. So you have to ask questions to elicit a narrative from the witness's perspective because they're presumably favorable if you're calling them. So prosecution's going to call this guy to talk about reckless endangerment stuff, and it's going to lead into everything else. And he's going to say, no, I actually think Kyle Rittenhouse is justified. And then on cross-exam, you get the opposite job. You can ask the open-ended questions. It's not generally recommended because you get to build your narrative by leading the witness through things. And the witness can be limited to basically yes or no answers. So you're going to ask this guy, hey, was Joseph Rosenbaum chasing Kyle Rittenhouse? Yes. Isn't it true that you saw him reach for Kyle Rittenhouse's gun? Yes. Isn't it true that you believed at the time that in this situation, Kyle Rittenhouse was in danger? Yes, I did. I had that present sense impression. Do you think it's reasonable for someone else to have that impression too? Yeah, I do. You get to ask questions like this. And that's why this witness is going to be it's such a weird thing, because if you don't charge the reckless endangerment, right, then you force the defense to call this guy as a witness. You force the defense. Yeah, and then the prosecution gets to cross him, and they get to build the narrative that way. And it's still going to be rough, but not as bad. So in my opinion, a very weird charge on this one. And they're basing it, from what I can tell, on statements that he said that once Kyle fired into Rosenbaum, something hit this guy's leg. And he thought briefly that he had been shot. He doesn't know if it's debris or from shrapnel from the gun or a piece of concrete that popped up and hit him. He has no idea. But at first, he very briefly feels, oh, maybe I was shot. And it's like, that doesn't put him in reckless endangerment. That leg pain could have been anything. It could have been psychosomatic. It could have been a chipped piece of concrete. It could have been something completely unrelated to this. And so, again, a weird and thin claim by the prosecution on this one.
Here is the one thing. Now, here's the complaint from everybody, the criminal complaint. It's still be up on the screen, right? This is reading through this. For those of you who don't know, I'll put the link in the chat too, so people can read it. But one of the things is that on this, when they talk about McGinnis, and they lay out the facts for McGinnis, they say, where's it right here? About here the Lord Bing F you. Then McGinnis, then Rosenbaum appears to continue. Sorry, let me read from here. I'll highlight it. It says F you. Then Rosenbaum appears to continue to approach the defendant and gets proximate to the defendant. When 4 more loud bangs are heard, Rosenbaum then falls to the ground. Defendant cries, help, blah, 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 blah. I just killed somebody. Where is it at? Here it is. McGinnis stated that as the defendant was walking, Rosenbaum trying to get close to the defendant. When Rosenbaum advanced, the defendant did a juke move and started running. So he got it. So Rosenbaum has been after him. McGinnis then stated that there were other people. McGinnis then moved to the defendant, approaching when he saw. I'm trying to get the part where he says he lunged at him and grabbed the gun. Here it is. McGinnis stated that he did not hear the two exchange any words. McGinnis said that the unarmed guy, Rosenbaum, I like how they put unarmed here, was trying to get the defendant's gun. That's damning, right? McGinnis stated that the unarmed guy was trying to get the defendant's gun. That's damning. That's like, why are we bringing this charge? Then the next sentence closes the door. McGinnis then demonstrated by extending both hands in a quick grabbing motion and did a visual on how Rosenbaum tried to reach the defendant's gun. Game over, right?
Why is this in the complaint?
I was like, okay, self-defense, right? Game over. Yeah. Why do you this? And this is not the defense's thing. This is the complaint with the prosecution.
Yeah, would you, as a prosecutor, would you ever write that in a complaint?
No. This is a self-defense complaint. This is he's got obvious self-defense. He's grieving for the gun. So
you got 2 options. You either don't charge or you just don't mention this very inconvenient fact and you force the defense to raise it at trial. Like there's no middle ground. This is a terrible thing to include in the complaint. Real quick, there's someone in the chat who has an interesting legal take that I wanted to get your opinion on. It's from Butterfly. He says, Kyle did not have the legal duty to protect the dealership. That is the duty for the cops and or the National Guard. Do you have any opinion on that?
It's irrelevant.
Thank you.
It is irrelevant. No, you know, and I don't mean to be dismissive of it.
No, you should be.
But
because Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, right? Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, the cops have no duty.
No duty. Yep, the no duty case. But that was Justice Scalia's opinion, which I think is a brilliant opinion. You guys should definitely read that, the Castle Rock opinion. But in this case, if Kyle, as a citizen, if he's holding a gun and walking around and the police aren't arresting him, right? He has the same legal right to be there as everybody else. Now, you can make an argument that everybody's violating curfew, but then again, we talk about being selective here. You got all these people out there walking around. The key issue is, even if Kyle had run into a bank with the gun, is he justified in running away from this person? Because every piece of evidence we have is that Kyle was trying to run away from the contact. You heard the eyewitness who was there with Kyle saying people were after him. They were trying to grab him. He fled the scene, and this guy ran and tried to grab for his gun. Those are the key facts here. The fact that even if that gun, and I'll go to the extreme example, even if Kyle was a felon and that gun was illegal and he had illegal ammunition, we can make that everything about that gun in that situation illegal. That does not remove his right to have self-defense. But now I want to make it very, but I do want to make it very clear, because then you're going to have the people say, well, what happened if he was robbing the bank? All right, if you're the agitator, right? If I go into a bank and point guns at people, freeze, give me. I have now initiated it. I am the agitator. So I'm agitated. So now I'm the provocateur, as they call it. Now I don't have a claim to self-defense because I'm the one pointing guns at you. But if I have a gun and you come at me and start throwing bags and I'm running away, obviously you are the one, the antagonizer. You are the one provocating. And then if you put me into a corner where I can't leave, right? Because he's trying to run away, but now he's cornered. Then you have a classic self-defense claim. That's what makes this different. So yes, even though if he was breaking the law, he was violating curfew, but that does not remove his right to self-defense in that moment. Excuse me.
Yeah, and very, very well said. And it's something that bears repeating. If you're in the bank, like if you go to rob the bank and you change your mind, and you pull up your gun and you run away from the bank, and the bank security guard chases you down, and you say, hey, no, I'm sorry. And the guy then pulls the gun on you like you're a block away. You may actually be justified in shooting that guy because you're no longer engaged in the first aspect, that agitation. That's in the Wisconsin law, that if a person retreats and they clearly communicate that they're not engaged in the initial aggression, then it resets your self-defense claim. Yep.
Yeah.
And so it's important to note that that Kyle, by all accounts that we can see, was retreating. Even if he did or didn't have to, that's irrelevant. That because it's mitigated by the fact that he did retreat, whether or not he had to. And then the other interesting thing is, for every duty to retreat state that I'm aware of, Wisconsin is not a duty to retreat state, but assuming he's the aggressor for the purpose of argument, and then thus assume some need to retreat, in every duty to retreat state, the legal standard for when your duty to retreat ends is when your quote back is against the wall. And basically, and basically all of those courts recognize being on the ground as the equivalent of having your back against the wall. Once Kyle is down on the ground, whether he was knocked down by Huber or someone else, he was kind of hit at first, and then he
tripped
falls. Yeah, he falls a couple seconds later. So whatever, it doesn't matter the justification. However he ends up falling, either through his own act, through someone else's act, he is no longer capable of retreating under the law. And at that point, his duty to retreat has ended the moment he hits the ground. These are all really important nuances of self-defense law that a lot of people saying that Kyle is guilty don't seem to understand.
Yeah. And I know that there are going to be riots in the streets when he's eventually let go, right? We know that the summer of love is going to start again. But
be a mess.
It's going to be because people are just uneducated in what the prosecution is actually doing and what the law actually is. Because I don't think any fair-minded person, liberal or conservative, can read this complaint and not see it screaming self-defense, because they're key witness in this thing, right? The person who was there is saying, yeah, it was pretty much self-defense. The guy was lunging at God's gun. This maniac was chasing him. He waited to the last possible second to shoot. But it then makes you think. The scary part about this is, why was he even charged with this first crime, with this first murder? Reading this, there's no way he should have been charged with this.
Yeah, it's such a tortured writing of the complaint. And again, when I got it, I remember I was down in Florida. I was at my parents' house. And so I'm on mobile and I'm like waiting for this thing to come down. I read it and I'm like, you got to be kidding. This is the most tortured complaint they could have written. You know, it would have been easier just not writing it.
Yeah.
But I think taking the charitable approach, the most charitable approach, not going with my full anti-government thing, but just in general, I think the prosecutor felt immense political pressure from publications, especially in the context of the riots going on, and he thought maybe if I'm being charitable, he thought if we just prosecute this thing, maybe we can calm people down. What do you think on that?
Yeah. I agree. I think this may have been don't forget, this prosecutor's probably, got an elected official, and I'm not sure if he's Democrat or Republican, but if you're a Democrat, that puts even more. Oh, so that puts even more pressure on you, right? Because now 80% of your base believes that this kid is a racist guilty, right? So what you want to do is get the targets off your back by saying, okay, we prosecuted him and the jury, the legal system didn't. Maybe we need to change the law in that particular sense.
Yeah. I did everything I could.
Yeah, and I think that's what this guy's trying to do. He's trying to kick the bucket down to the jury. But I think the strongest thing to do, and I think the more appropriate thing would have been to do, was to not bring these charges at all. But that takes too much political courage, right? Because again, he's got a family to feed.
It is for him probably political suicide to not bring these charges, especially on the heels of Jacob Blake not having the charges brought against the officer who shot Jacob Blake. The most amazing thing of the aspect of these, Jacob Blake, I believe, avoided all of his criminal prosecution, didn't he?
Yeah.
This man was committing like 4 felonies at the time.
And one time, and don't worry about it.
It's got all the focus became on the police officer who shot him, and it's like then that's gone.
But you couldn't get a conviction. Do you think they really would have been able to convict Jacob Blake, even though he had all those felonies? They wouldn't have been able to convict him.
Not after the shooting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
the shooting is.
I don't
like
think
the
you get
jury
the jury
goes.
to convict him.
Okay, but
He's
he
already
got
suffered
shot
enough.
though, and he's in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. This guy's not. Yeah. But then the other thing is, in the Rittenhouse case, again, you have tons of people involved who otherwise are committing felonies, or at best, some pretty serious misdemeanor crimes, right? Like,
well, all of them are violating curfew. All of them are violating.
All of them are violating
curfew.
misdemeanors.
Yeah,
and that's I hate curfews in general. I'm not going to defend any curfew ever.
No, we're not defending it, but we're giving the legal reality of they were violating curfew.
Yes. Although here's a question for you, and this is a legitimate question. I don't know. If Kyle had not left the car lot, is he violating curfew?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
Because the
I think
curfew's about
that's an
being in
interesting.
your property. The curfew's not about being. It's about being on public streets. As long as you're on your own property. That's why a lot, and that's one thing a lot of the people on the left don't understand is that they're saying like the people with the guns, all of them were violating curfew. Well, if those businesses said, hey, we want you to protect our businesses, stand on these, you can stand on our property. Then if you're on that property, you're not violating curfew. It's when you go onto the public streets, then you're violating curfew.
Yeah, and that's a critical distinction in this case, and an interesting defense. And the defense has hinted that they're going to be bringing these types of things up, right? Like they're going to be bringing up the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse was there that night, not necessarily at the time of the incident, but that night to defend. He was under the reasonable impression that he was defending a particular piece of property, and he was under that impression that the owner had given his permission for him to do so. Is going to be a big part of this, because some people are out there like, oh, he's a roving vigilante out on. It's like, no. Like specifically asked, according to the things I've read, and maybe I have not read everything, which is likely, but according to things I've read, his friend says, hey, we've been asked to go hang out at this property, make sure the rioters don't come and destroy the cars. You in? And Kyle says, yeah, I'll be there. That at that point, he's under a pretty reasonable belief that he's going to be able to be at this place and not be in knowing violation of a curfew, because you could be on private property all day. Like you can stand on the edge of your lawn during curfew and pee into the street all you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as no one's looking.
New York had this stupid law, right? Where we have brownstones here. So people were like smoking weed on the brownstone. So they're sitting. So the cop says, hey, come here for a second. Let me speak to you. As soon as the guy comes off the brownstone into the public street, they write them a ticket. You're smoking in public. He's like, what do you mean? You told me to come here. Well, you came out. So that, and unfortunately, curfews only have to deal with public property. They can't tell you to stay inside your house if you have a yard or whatever.
Right.
But I think all those.
They can't keep you away from other people's private property that you have permission to be in either.
Yeah, of course not. But I do think now what we have, but I think I think the defense's case is so good. I don't think they need to go. I wouldn't want the jury to be confused about shit. I'm like, yo, let's just keep this as simple as possible. McGinnis, as soon as they call McGinnis, he's a virtually eyewitness. It's a free witness. McGinnis. What did you see? Have him play, and if he says anything that differs from any of this stuff, we destroy his credibility, right? Well, in the complaint, you told the cop this. On these interviews, you said this. So now you're changing your story. McGinnis is done. That's our witness. Then the other two, yeah, this is done. I'll be shocked, but I've been shocked before. I'll be shocked if he's convicted.
Yeah, I think the most promising aspect of this so far is that the judge has been very level-headed.
Yes.
He's and his motion rulings they're not ridiculous. Like there is a situation where you could see the judge ruling differently on a lot of these motions and still like maybe not be horrific, but the judge has been pretty consistent on this. And I think the biggest win for the defense was the concession by Richards to limit John Black's testimony. But the judge seemed already keen on doing so. Like, I'm not criticizing the defense in making that decision. The judge seemed like we're going to pretty much keep John Black to his expertise on the video itself. And that's it. The defense, I think they might push for a little more. They might try and get some behavior opinions out of him as part of his expertise. But in general,
that's going to be tough.
Yeah, but that's the biggest win the prosecution has gotten so far. They've lost on everything else, and the judge is reasonably applying the law, and I think the prosecution knows it. Right? I haven't seen any press conferences from Binger talking about how like they're really having some questions about anything going on. They haven't motioned for the judge to recuse or anything like that. So the indications in this case so far are that both the prosecution and the defense think the judge is acting fairly, even if things aren't going their way. And that's that's good news. Again, that's what you want. You want a judge that you can is going to be consistently predictable one way or the
But
other.
Nick, let's keep it 100. The prosecution has a shit case.
They do.
And the judge,
They do.
and let's not pretend the judge doesn't know this, right? The judge knows this. The judge just read this complaint and said, "Oh my God, are you really bringing this case?" You know. So these rulings, I'm thinking, are really letting the prosecution know you're really going to have a hard time here, because why are you calling him a victim when your goddamn key witness is saying something the guy's grabbing for the gun? Obviously, it's going to be even more prejudicial calling him a victim when he's the one agitating the guy. So no, let's not call him a victim because it's unfair, especially with the facts we got, right?
My favorite moments so far in this case was when the judge was arguing over whether or not the impacted people could testify in the case, right? And the prosecutor says, "Well, Anthony Huber and Rosenbaum won't be won't be able to testify in this case." And the judge's reaction to that moment, he's, "Do you have any other point to make?" It was just like his veneer has cracked a couple times, and you're like, I think you're right. The judge has read this complaint. He's like, I mean, okay, I got to be impartial on this, but we got to also face the factual reality. And that's the thing with the looters. And he's like, if they can demonstrate that these guys are burning things, calling them arsonists is pretty fair. Like, please.
Yeah. If they're on camera burning stuff up, but I don't think you don't have Rosenbaum. I think is the one that you might have a little something with, because he was just I hate to say escape mental patient, but literally he had just gotten out of a hospital for mental issues. And that's why that bag that he threw at Kyle Rittenhouse was literally, they put all his clothes in the bag at the hospital and gave it to him.
Yeah.
And he runs to a Black Lives Matter protest with all his clothes and stuff in his hand.
With the bag. He's literally
it was a hospital
coming
bag.
from the hospital. Oh, it's the insanity of what was happening there is beautiful.
I want to show you the part again where he has the bag, which is funny.
It's him in the chest.
Because that's what he says. They say he's got the bag where he comes from the hospital
with his gun drawn.
Yeah,
he also gets shot.
It's like literally you got to. I don't want to call him an escape mental patient, but you have somebody who's just
he was an escape mental or not an escape mental patient. He was released mental patient.
Released.
Look, there's no need to protect the legacy of Rosenbaum, in my opinion. This guy was a bad guy. He's a repeat bad guy, and some of his initial crimes, which have no relevance or bearing on this case, and I think the judge was right to exclude those prior acts. Those were highly prejudicial. But we're not in the courtroom. We can say this is a bad dude who, for whatever reason, was in a chain of bad behavior, as sometimes happens to people. And the fact that there's no imminent reform for Rosenbaum, right? He's going from mental hospital, bag in hand, to a protest, and ends up engaging in what would have otherwise been a felony assault.
Yes,
Rittenhouse walks
otherwise
towards
it'd been a felony
lot where
assault.
Cars are being vandalized. He passes Joseph Rosenbaum.
Look at him. He's got
who was fighting with the armed men at the gas station earlier. Rosenbaum now starts chasing Rittenhouse and throws a plastic bag that holds his belongings from the hospital.
So you got so he's got his hospital clothes. I don't know. This is, you know what? This is honestly scary. It's scary that the prosecution can bring this case. And that's scary.
And it's for Kyle, it's certainly life altering, and it's potentially heavily life impacting. Because the prosecution's narrative in this case has become the media narrative, or maybe the media narrative has become the prosecution. It doesn't matter. They've become one. And there's a point where the nature of media will preclude the average viewer from reasonably distinguishing between a prosecution's narrative and the facts. Because the prosecution, this is important for people to know about prosecutors too, and in a lot of ways defense attorneys. You weren't there either, right? The prosecutor wasn't there, defense attorney wasn't there. We're relying on gathering of facts, and those gatherings of facts are going to be imperfect in some way. If you're a defense attorney, your client is going to come in there and tell you all the things that they didn't do that make them not guilty. They're going to tell you all about how the police mistreated them. They're going to tell you all about all these circumstances that explain any of the potential bad things, and you're going to get that, and that's your factual basis. Sure, you can research that and talk to other people, get other witness statements, but ultimately you're going to have a very biased perspective on what your client did. And the prosecutor is going to be gathering facts adverse to the client, because the people with facts adverse to the client are going to go to the prosecutor to give those facts. And the people with a bunch of facts favorable to the client probably aren't being interviewed by the prosecutor at all. So those narratives are crafted from inherently biased positions. And that's how the system was designed. We're supposed to be adversarial, and the jury's job is to go, no, this is actually what we've determined what happened here and here and here at these relevant factual moments.
Yes. And those are great points, because the problem, I think the problem with a lot of these prosecutions is that if the people or if the state is trying to run a narrative instead of presenting the facts, that's where this stuff starts getting dangerous. And I think that's where we're starting to get the danger here, because in a prosecution like this, if you just lay out the facts of the video, and then you have a couple of witness statements. And since this is really about self-defense, you're really talking about state of mind and what's reasonable for a 17-year-old, right? Because it's not what any reasonable person would do. We're talking about really what a reasonable person in Kyle's position, really 17 in that particular space. It's just like, if
in
I
the
think a lot of
context
reasonable
of the
people
Summer
here,
of Love.
Yeah, in the context of the Summer of Love,
right?
But I don't think there's anyone who would say them running from someone, hearing gunshots behind them, and getting cornered, and the person who's been chasing you, I'm assuming Kyle didn't know he was a escaped mental patient, which he wasn't, but he was a mental patient. I just don't see how. I just don't see. Again, it's just, and that complaint. There's something up here we're missing. There's got to be something we're missing, because there's nothing of this stuff that just adds up. It just doesn't add up. That complaint doesn't add up. This video doesn't add up. Why is this kid on trial? Why?
Yeah. Other than it's overtly political, it's hard. And I've been really trying to resist that label on this. Like I've been really
Political
trying.
prosecution.
I'm just and I always fall back on, you got two bodies. So at the end of the day, the prosecutor can probably justify this because you got two corpses, and you know exactly who shot him. Like, you've got it on video who shot him. So there's no who done it in this case. There's no forensic analysis needed to like tenuously tie a bullet casing to someone. Like you have these hard elements of some murder cases already taken, and you've got two bodies. You know who's responsible for it. Then I guess you bring the charges and make them justify it. But I don't agree with that. But at least that's the only thing I can see, unless there's something going on somewhere else. But I try not to engage in conspiracy unless I have some ground for it. And in this one, I think if there was a crazy high level conspiracy on it, they wouldn't have had Bruce Schrader as a judge.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think this is. I think it comes down to just apparently two people are shot. You got a heavily Democratic probably district. This DA is like, and you saw how hard it was for him not to charge his own cops who were clearly in the right. They had to do that whole thing. And then it's like, then you're running for re-election, and now you got this thing comes up. And the media has all, you got all the young Turks and everybody screaming, this was some wild racist across straight lines and was looking to execute, protesters. And it's like, well, hell, you know what? Let's run it up and let the jury make the decision. Now, is it right to do? Is there probable cause? Yes. And I think it's fair that you can go and say, let's ask people if this happens. But I think at this point in time, I think anybody reading the facts is, and hopefully there'll be more facts that come out in trial, but anybody reading the facts as they are, I don't see how you get not self-defense. But maybe, and I want to also coach this with this. If there are new facts that come out during this trial, my mind could be changed. You know, if Kyle Rittenhouse, you know, if they had some mic on him and said, "Hey, I'm going to kill this guy Rosenbaum, watch this," and goes and antagonizes Rosenbaum to chase him, something like that would change my mind. But there's absolutely no facts that I've seen now that would change my mind to make this is something that this was not self-defense.
And
did they start back up in the court?
No, not yet. I've got I've got it here, just waiting. TV has ruined this in people, but in the majority of cases, there is not a surprise fact, right? There's not like some secret witness. All the witnesses are disclosed. Their statements, they've probably been interviewed or gotten some statement from the attorneys in the case of some sort, or if they've given a statement to the prosecution has turned over that statement to the defense. All of the video in this case is going to be disclosed to both sides. So, and if it comes up, for example, that the prosecution actually had a piece of evidence, like some rock solid stuff that they were somehow trying to obscure,
we'd have seen
and
it,
sit upon. We'd have seen it. And if it comes up at the right time and they're like, wait, you should have had this a long time ago, why wasn't this disclosed? That's a mistrial and it's over anyway. That the TV has done this where they think there's always going to be like that Columbo moment or whatever, where someone walks in and changes everything. That's not likely to happen.
You're alive. He's alive.
Rosenbaum walks into the courtroom. Kyle's like,
we thought you were dead.
Yeah, the idea that we don't that you're talking about, like, of course, you're a lawyer, you're a reasonable guy. If it comes out that there's a bunch of audio of Kyle Rittenhouse saying, "I'm going to kill this guy, that Chuck Huber guy stole my lunch money last year," whatever it is, that's going to change the opinion. But the likelihood of any of this stuff happening is really low. There's got to be some crazy thing that occurs, and it's not going to be a FLIR image from the FBI drone that they. Oh, that bothered me, by the way. Did you notice that? They're like, the defense is like, they didn't tell me that this footage exists. And they're like, well, we sent you an email with a link that said that it might be there. It's like,
doesn't have arms.
Yeah. Why didn't you just disclose the video?
Situation. And
oh my God.
We're going to continue with the examination. I think the last thing that happened, we need to fill seat number 33.
Correct.
And there was an intervening call up, which was which number was she?
Insaner Robot says, have the prosecution built a case they may be likely to lose as an attempt at pre-appeasement so they can sell, well, we tried. Also, thanks for the entertaining dinner time show. Yeah, I think that's a possibility.
So let's ask 54 to come up.
I think that's what's happening. I think they're appeasing the mob. That's what this is.
By the way, here's a 2,500 like drink, guys. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Trying to get me drunk in the middle of the day. Ridiculous.
I'd be drinking, but I got to pick up my
answered
kids.
yes to any of the questions
I
asked
don't
so
today,
far.
which is why I am drinking.
Thank you very much. Would you take
Lucky
33?
guy.
And then there was one of the jurors, I would understand number 6, I think. 6, first, let's start with 6 in the back row. Did you say that you were unable to hear what's going on, ma'am? No? What did I do wrong? Oh, I was close. 59? Where's 59? 59.
She said she had a
Hard time hearing?
Maybe
And,
she should get
all
hearing
right,
aids.
I guess what I was told was that you said that you're only hearing about 25% of what's been said? Okay, any reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Because we can't replicate that now. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh.
Thank you, and thanks for letting us know.
Beautiful.
Anybody else who
That's
hasn't
the get
heard
out of the nice one. I only heard 25% of what you said.
And then there was number
What'd you just
16,
say?
I think you are. Yes, 16. What's up? Well, we'll start with that one. You missed some of what was said this morning? Any reason this
Everybody's
gentleman
here is
should be
gone.
excused?
Judge, you need to say it all again.
Okay, thank you, sir.
See, all those elaborate
Judge,
excuses. Let's come back from lunch. I
So
didn't hear what
need
you
to,
said.
replace-
I didn't hear earlier, Judge, when you said we could say what the problem was. Sorry.
Number 55.
55 is a hearing problem. You can't hear either. I was right next to 56.
Again, if you can't hear, please let us know. And also, we
Judge,
have,
you can't say if they
these
can't hear,
devices
please let
here,
us
and,
know because they can't
is
hear
anybody
you.
actively using one right now?
What did you just
Anybody
say?
want to endorse this product? Senor Leo Martin, who is a state certified, you just heard him. He's a state certified language interpreter, and this is the highest echelon. And he
the
can
highest
translate
echelon.
not only flawlessly between English and Spanish, which isn't as easy as you'd think because there's things like idioms. Well, I tried to present that proposition, but I struck out.
Like White House
Now,
and
if you
House White. They
translate
say
that
Casablanca.
literally,
House White versus
it could become
White
a baseball term, but it has nothing to do with it. You presented a proposition in front of the Board of Inquiry.
This
and,
man's such a great
you
translator. He can
lost.
translate idioms.
So there's, and I could give a better example, you could too. But these are people at the highest level, and they can actually do it contemporaneously while I'm speaking English. He can move it into Spanish for that gentleman.
Here in Wisconsin, we have the best
and he uses them
translators,
all the
wonderful
time.
translators. They can
he's not
translate
even hard of
Spanish to
hearing,
English
but it
flawlessly. We
improves
borrowed them from
his ability
Trump
to hear
Tower.
it. So
They're wonderful.
anybody,
Make a
just
great
let us know
taco
if you want
salad.
one of these.
Fantastic.
And I've got this poor lady
Cinco de
standing here.
Mayo, they translate extra well.
Would you have answered
They don't even
yes to
say
any of the
mayo. I
questions
say
asked so
mayo.
far?
Mayonnaise. I
Bless
love
you, and move
mayonnaise on my
into,
sandwich.
Seat number 16. Okay. Oh, no, she's not new. She was in the original group. They have not yet been sworn.
I had
Right,
to educate
start
some
with
of my
them. We'll
family
have,
members about the Trump taco salad the other day.
She's been sworn.
Oh my
It's
God.
so great.
You were here in this room all along. Okay, hearing impaired, not hearing impaired, just hearing
Hearing impaired.
needs. I think are there two of them or just one?
I think she was just pointed to the one on the
Okay, gotcha. Okay, now we're.
I don't understand what
all
she's
of our
doing, Your Honor.
seats are
Some sort of
filled.
sign language.
So, anybody else now who's has expressed an opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant?
Hands are going
Okay,
to go up.
now let me ask.
Nobody hands went up. Wow.
Is there any one of you who cannot or will not try this case fairly and impartially on the evidence given in the court here today and guided by my instructions regarding our law, reach a just and true verdict? Anybody who will be unable to do that? Is there any one of you who cannot read, speak, and understand the English language? Anybody who does not reside in Kenosha County? Uh-oh.
See, these are the questions you ask first.
Number 5.
These are the
what's
questions
up?
you ask when you got everybody there.
Yeah.
Really? You were living here and now you've moved to Chicago? All right.
What the hell are you doing here?
Now, you're registered to vote. You have a driving license from?
Oh my God.
from Kenosha.
Okay. Now you're legally living full-time in Illinois.
Yes.
Driver's
Okay, and that's
license
your
in
intent to
Kenosha.
remain there?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's-
Any
it's
reason this lady
Wisconsin,
shouldn't be
but-
excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Jospy,
Excuse
I don't
you
know
and,
what's with the
no
game
letter on
sounds.
that.
It's on the court feed.
Yes, the court.
Number
feed.
56.
Yo, but how is this woman still? Did she hear the other guy when he was like, I don't know, I don't live here anymore.
All right, sir. Would you have
She
raised
sat
your
there,
hand and
but maybe
answered
she went to
yes, you would?
free meal for lunch.
Can
Like,
you
yeah,
let us
I'll tell him after lunch.
Oh, I heard they're bringing in pizza.
Okay.
I hope it's from Giovanni.
It's Krieger. His wife goes to the same church that I go to.
Okay. And?
We've never disclosed or talked about any details of the case.
Okay, fine. And who was the
The second one was Anna Giddings. Her parents also go to the same church. And we've never talked about any details of the case.
Okay. Do you have any other reason why you would have raised your hand?
Nope.
Thank you. Would you take seat number 5, please?
All right, we got another good juror.
Good.
But law enforcement background. I got some Leos inside there. So
All right. Anybody else who does not reside in Kenosha County? Anyone who is unable to read, speak, and understand the English language? I guess it's a little late for that, but I'll ask anyway.
This is
I have to ask.
this is the jury. This is what you're supposed to ask.
Is there
when
anyone
they
who's
first
taking
get there.
medication at this time which could cause drowsiness or impair reasoning power or judgment?
Just
Okay,
imagine
the
how many
only
people you
medication
get out.
that could
You
cause
do this is the first.
drowsiness,
This should be your first 5 questions.
impair your reasoning power
Yeah.
or your judgment. What's up? The migraine medication.
I'm on cocaine right now, Judge.
Migraine medication. It's number 15. And
I wouldn't call it medication, Judge, but it's methamphetamines.
okay, now I will tell you, it depends on how drowsy, because there are some lawyers. You wouldn't need any narcotics to put. They wouldn't take any narcotics to put you to sleep. If they were talking, you'd go to sleep. So it's that pronounced. Okay.
Is that
And you're
pronounced?
on the medication at this time, or if you took it,
If I took it.
if you got a headache, you would.
I would take it.
Okay, I'm going to leave that for examination by the lawyers. I don't, and I think too.
Oh,
So she's got
you make them.
These are not the run-of-the-mill lawyer.
So she's got a.
crazy.
She,
Hopefully
if
there
she
won't,
gets
be
a
an issue,
headache,
but
she'll take a
let's hope for the
prescription
best.
med that can knock her out.
Anybody else on the medication?
you
Anybody
imagine
Why don't you
feeling ill
excuse her
today?
though? The judge needs to let this woman go.
I mean,
You're
oh,
gonna
there's
force
another
them
hand
to
on
use a
medication?
challenge on her. Oh my God.
I don't hear you, ma'am. I don't hear you. I'm not hearing you. 39, and what were you saying?
Yeah.
Judge has to dismiss himself for not hearing.
I can hear it.
Oh, no, then you don't have to. The question is it likely to cause you to become sleepy? Is it guaranteed to cause you to become sleepy? Will it interfere with your reasoning power or your judgment? Okay. Now, we do keep an eye, believe it or not, on the jurors.
We're
to
gonna
make sure
watch and
nobody's
see if
drifting
you
off.
pass out.
It can happen.
You'll be wired to an
And,
electrical prod on your
and
seat.
also, if somebody feels that coming on, don't hesitate to let us know, because we can take a break if it's only involving 5 minutes or maybe a little longer, and we can deal with that. Or if it's
Nate, have you
persistent,
ever had a
we may
medicine
ask
make
to
you
do 50
drowsy?
push-ups here.
Yes.
Did it last only 5 minutes?
We will.
No.
We will. We want to make sure everybody can fulfill.
We'll give you 5 minutes to
his duty and
relax.
responsibility.
That's
And
the other woman.
sitting
It's like
on the
only
jury.
last
So,
5 minutes. Are you
just having,
done for the day?
Something that causes you to have to take medication. We don't.
Those background
I
noises
want-
are so great.
Unless it's
Yeah,
going to be
I don't know what's.
So
Is it
we're
Judge
gonna hope
getting
for the
super
best.
chats? I don't know. He's
and
got
if
an
you
alert
become
set
ill or
up.
something, just let us know. Or if you need a bathroom break,
With me,
something like that, just get. The
I've only had
attention of
that
me, the
reaction.
clerk, or
I
one
have
of the bailiffs,
narcolepsy,
and we'll
and
take
I
necessary.
my doctor
Any question
prescribed me
about that?
Adderall.
You've been
one
very
time.
cordial and
I
kind with
took
me,
one
and
one
I'm
dose of
done,
Adderall,
finally.
and I was
So
holding
let's,
my
turn to
kid
the
at the time. He
prosecution,
was
and,
less than
Mr.
one,
Weir,
and my wife was
jury is
sitting there. I
yours.
said, I need you to take the baby. She's like, what? I'm like, take the baby. And she comes and grabs him. And I fell
I thought
into
that was
my
taken care of.
chair and I was asleep and not able to be woken up for like
Would
3
you,
to 4
please,
hours.
Just go speak
Wow.
with
Like,
Sergeant Beth for a moment.
It was,
was an
so I
issue
never
that
took
came up that
Adderall
we
again
need
because
to-
of that. But
Yeah, I would never.
it
take
was
anything
like,
either. That's crazy.
this is not a 5-minute issue when a medicine knocks you out, you know?
Yeah. I think he knows that too, but I think he knows
Yeah.
that sometimes these jurors get, trying to play the game. You know what I mean?
Well, I took some NyQuil and I got really tired once. Like, okay.
That's what he's trying to. He's trying to get out the whole. Oh yeah, so you're taking an aspirin and you're all right. 5 minutes, right? You need 5 minutes. We give you 5 minutes. No, if
Yeah.
somebody's really taking some medicine, they wouldn't say 5. They would do 5 minutes. Oh no, Judge, I'm out for the rest of the day generally. But
Yeah,
somebody
I think,
who actually takes the medication would know that though.
Oh shoot. I wasn't paying attention. Do we have a break again?
Yeah, because the lawyers now are going to question. They got 34 in the box, so now the
Yeah.
lawyers are going to question to see if they can knock those down to 20, which could possibly be done today. But obviously, the ones who I know are going. You got the Adderall lady, right? The one that's I take
You can't-
medication
yeah, you-
could fall out anytime. She's got to go.
You can't have someone sleeping during testimony, and testimony is going to
Yeah.
get boring. She's got to go.
What's the other one? The other one, the one that was like, hey, I think he's in it. The whole Kyle may be innocent and all this. That's another one that's got to go. But I think the prosecutor's going to have to just challenge this woman. They're probably gonna question her first to get her judge and see if they can get her out for cause. The issue is if you can get her out for cause, then you don't have to waste one of your 7 peremptory challenges. So I'm assuming they're gonna question her to see if they can get her for cause. If they can't get her for cause, she's got to go no matter what. The defendants, I want to see what the defense attorney, because really they have a lot of good jurors on there. A lot of the people who knew those, especially the ones who have personal relationships, even tacitly, with law enforcement, those are people who you'd rather want on a jury. So the 100%. Ones that were like, I'm in the church with the detective's wife, and I know this. Those are people. Yeah, I want those people on the jury, right? So
the overwhelming majority of people who start with "I go to church with," you want on this jury. Like
those are on the jury. Yeah,
you want that. Yeah. You want people who have a sense of moral obligation and justice. Now, the rare person out is the person who said, "No, I believe firmly in thou shalt not kill being an absolute," and that, obviously you don't want that person, but generally speaking, especially in a place like Wisconsin, a church-going suburbanite is going to be an ideal candidate for probably favorable to Kyle's case. For the most part, right. Or at least favorable to his disposition.
From the other building, is there any one of you who has a religious or moral objection to the taking of an oath? Okay, would you all please raise your one of your hands to signify?
By the way, objecting to taking an oath will not get you out of jury duty. They will just ask you to promise instead.
Yeah. Which in regards to your competency to sit as a juror in this action with the state of Wisconsin as plaintiff.
That's a nice sweater she's got on.
Yeah, good pattern.
All right, and then did you folks resolve that issue?
Uncivil Law was commenting earlier. He really likes the judge's tie.
It's a pretty nice tie. He's opened up.
I don't know what the navy with the black robes, though.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, the sidebar now.
I don't like the camera pan on the sidebar. I get you don't want us reading lips or whatever, but it is weird.
I wish you could listen to the sidebars to see the. But so just so everybody understands, they got the new jurors. So they have some new jurors coming in to see if they can cycle them in.
57. Wait, I'm going to excuse you, sir. You're excused, and call the. Yeah, you're going to get a letter about future jury service. Okay, thank you, sir.
I forgot which one was
clerk
that.
is going to give you, the bailiff's going to give you a letter. Thank you, sir.
So you got out today, but you got to come back.
Yeah, he had something where you can't be here today. But
we don't need a number, do we?
It's not like a great excuse to exempt you from service entirely.
It's all yours.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Binger. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case here, representing the state of Wisconsin. The judge has given you a little bit of information regarding the circumstances surrounding this case, and I just want to ask a few questions regarding the events surrounding the night of August 25th, 2020, and that time period here in Kenosha. I think we're all familiar with the incident on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020, in which a Kenosha police officer shot a black man by the name of Jacob Blake. There were a series of responses here in our community, which can be labeled a number of different ways. But in generally, we had a lot of people that came out onto the streets protesting. There were riots, there was arson, there was looting. There were a lot of things going on.
Wait a minute.
And I don't want to get into which side or which beliefs were right or wrong or anything like that.
Just leave it at protest.
There are constitutional rights to assemble and speech, etc. What I just want to ask is, how many of you came out physically on any of those nights to participate in any of those activities, to protest, to show your support for any particular cause, anything along those lines? I'm not seeing any hands.
Why wasn't this?
How many of you have any close friends or family members who came out on any of those nights to participate in any of those events? Maybe to march, maybe to protest, maybe to support one side, one cause, one belief or the other. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot about what your beliefs are. I just need to know if there was any participation. So let's start, and I'm going to do my best to refer to everybody's numbers here, but I got to admit we've changed numbers so many times that I'm not sure I'm going to get them all right. In the back row there, you are in seat number 6. I think you are actually juror number 39. Is that right? Okay. Either way, I think we know who you are. You're raising your hand. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
My husband and I, we have a biracial granddaughter who during this whole episode and she, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
They have a biracial granddaughter. Don't know what's following.
Kind of later on when they did a march from the YMCA down and everything like that, and she,
Gone.
What'd she say?
I don't know, but she's crying.
no, but we wanted to, she has, you know, it's hard for her living with, you know, white grandparents and still feeling her part. And this is something that we allowed to do with another group of family members and that. And it was kind of a
I can't
trying
hear
time
shit, but
at that time.
all this talking and then the way he's looking, I'm thinking bouncer. Let's keep it moving.
Well, prosecutor wants her, but defense is going to
So I
strike
just
her
want to
unless the
follow
judge
up.
bounces
So
her.
your granddaughter did participate in some of the marching or protests, things like that?
Right, it was later on.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything about your granddaughter's involvement in that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
A little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. Now, I think the judge has already kind of gone through the whole discussion of how we're going to be hearing testimony and evidence in this
If you're the
case,
defense,
and
you would bounce
only
her,
at
right?
the end of that and hearing the
If you're the judge and you hear a
instructions from the
little
judge
bit,
as
you
to
shouldn't
law,
you bounce her as the judge?
Will the jury be in a position to make a decision here? Do you think that you'll be able to keep an
just the
open
question to
mind, listen to
determine that.
all
I mean,
the
defense
evidence and
definitely
testimony,
bounces this
follow the judge's instructions,
But
and
if she
only
says
make the
yes to
decision
this question,
at the end of the
then
case?
he can't bounce her.
You don't know?
I don't think.
You don't
So
think
she
you'll be
gets
able to
bounced
keep
now.
an open mind throughout?
She gets bounced.
Okay.
You bounce her.
She's
got to get bounced.
Do you feel,
Of
to
course.
use one of the judge's questions, do you feel that you're not going to be as fair as some of the other jurors that are sitting around you?
Yeah.
You feel that way? Okay.
That means she's
Your Honor,
gone, and that means he doesn't
I
waste
don't know
one of
that
those challenges.
This
too.
juror can be fair, so I think it'd be appropriate to strike her for cause.
There you go.
Mr. Richards, Mr. Troubleshooting.
I have no objection.
All right, thank
Yeah,
you.
no
ma'am.
objection to
And,
that one from the
you're gonna know
defense.
from the judge.
My
Well, of
biracial
course
daughter
not.
marched and I'm crying.
Sure, we went over the jury. We object to that guy.
Number
that one
58,
line.
please.
I'd be of a mind to bounce anybody who is crying at all. In a jury.
Yeah.
Like,
All
okay,
right.
I don't want you.
Raise your hand.
No
and
matter
answer
what
to
the
any of the
issue is.
question asked so far.
I've expressed views.
Okay. Are you able to shed those views and decide the case exclusively as you hear and see the evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay, you may be examined.
He
further,
said
but
he's
thank you.
expressed
Please take
opinions,
seat
so he's
number,
probably shared something on
6.
social media somewhere.
Well,
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I had asked a question about whether or not you had friends, close friends or family members that had participated in any of the events here in Kenosha. And we already spoke to one of the jurors. I know there were a few other hands that I missed. So if you could just raise your hands again so I get everybody. Okay, in the front row here, I think you are juror number 23.
Yes.
Okay.
My son went down there, he went, but without incident, so it's not gonna affect me. at all,
Sure.
just letting you know he was there.
Was that on the Tuesday night, August 25th, when the incident in this case occurred, or was it a different night? Do you remember?
I honestly do not know. There were a couple things that he went down there to check things out, and I don't know which specifically.
Okay. Thank you very much.
you bounce her.
Did you have
if
your
you're the
hand up, ma'am?
defense?
I did
Okay, you're seated, for the record, you're seated in
Her
juror
son
24,
was
but I
there?
think you're juror number 40, is that
Yeah.
right? Okay.
A couple of times too.
Some friends from church did church service.
Okay, out front of where? Oh, okay. Do you remember what night that would have been?
No, I think it was later on.
Okay. Did you participate in that at all? Okay. Would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here? Okay, thank you.
The first one, I think the defense has
Was
to
there anyone
bounce.
else's? Okay, juror number 29.
Yeah.
Second one, you could take a risk on.
I'm not quite sure if you're just referring to the evening or during the days of those events.
At any time.
So
Yeah.
I was boarding up the buildings downtown and uptown.
You personally were? Okay. Were those businesses that you knew, like the owners, or were involved with in any way, or just?
But the owners as we were helping build up, or board up, sorry.
Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you.
That's a prosecution
Anyone
strike,
else's
I think.
hands
She
that
knows
I
the owner of
missed?
businesses subject to
Okay, thank
rioting and
you.
looting.
Yeah, you got to get it. Yeah, you
So
can't get it for. You got to try to get it for cause.
Yeah.
You probably gonna follow
juror
up with that.
29 touches on a subject that I wanted to get to next, which is that we,
There it is.
I think, are all familiar with the fact that during this sequence of events, there were a lot of properties and businesses here in the community that were
Circle right back
damaged.
to her.
Some were
See if we can get
destroyed
it
with
for
fires.
cause.
Others were the subject of looting or burglaries, things like that. So what I want to ask, first of all, is how many of you
Hereditary
were personally
sedentary says,
affected
how are all these
by
personally
any
affected
of the
people on the jury?
arson, violence,
Because the jury
looting,
pool is
rioting, whatever you want to call it,
and this affected
where
the whole
your
community.
property, your
Short
home,
answer.
your business, anything like that was personally affected by it?
The people in the community. This is a
Anyone?
mass rally. So
No hands.
the people
Okay.
in that community are the people on the
Do
jury.
any of you have any close friends or family members whose property, your home, their homes, their
No one
businesses,
personally
etc.,
affected
were
by
directly affected by any
the
of
room
the
right now. That's pretty
violence,
crazy.
any of the property damage that occurred around this period of time? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back row there.
Those
I
people gotta
believe
either be
that
bounced.
you are in seat number
Gotta be
3,
trying to
but you
bounce
are
these
juror
people.
number 43. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And my daughter had a business downtown. It was, they boarded it up and
It's subsequently closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Was
She's
there
gotta
any
go.
actual property damage to the business? Okay. What was it that caused it to close?
just lack of, I mean, people were going downtown.
Sure. Okay,
That area.
sure. I understand.
Probably
Is there
gone.
anything about that experience that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Did you raise your hand, sir?
Yeah, she's
Okay.
got to go.
Well, I had some coworkers that actually live in apartment buildings right real close to the car dealer and a couple other places where garbage trucks were started on fire. So there's a garbage truck. So there was a mandatory evacuation of those apartments. So they had to find other coworkers that could put them up while this is all going on.
Okay. And what part of town was that specifically?
I believe
Coworkers are kind of attenuated.
Is there
Yeah.
anything about the experiences that your coworkers had that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
just how crazy they said everything was when they came into work.
Okay.
That's a bad.
Okay.
That's a bad
And do you
prosecution.
believe that that
That's a
would,
bad juror for the
affect your ability
prosecution,
to be a
though.
fair and
Right? He's
impartial-
already got negative things about the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I
that's
think I
a
saw at
probable
least one
bounce
other
from the
hand somewhere,
prosecutor.
but maybe I missed it. Okay. Juror number 40.
It would probably not affect
I'm
it.
sorry?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some friends from church.
Was that the one down on 60th?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Then they relocated.
And you said these, the people that owned it were friends of yours from church? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Anyone else whose hands I missed with regard to the question of whether or not you have close friends or
So
family
all
members
those people who
had
said yes to
homes,
that
property,
question,
businesses, et
the
cetera, that were
prosecutor is
damaged
probably
or
going to
affected
be
or,
very likely to challenge them to
burglarized
try
or
to get
anything
them
like
off
that
the
during
jury.
all of
Yeah,
these events.
they're penciled in.
And I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Unless you get somebody just more crazier than
I
no.
believe
Those
the
are
judge
like
may have
the
already
4 you
asked
want
this
to target.
question, but is there anyone in the group of 34 that is not currently a resident of Kenosha County? And I asked because we've had a couple of already, so I just want to make sure. All right. I want to continue along the line I was just getting at about the property damage that occurred to some parts of our community. And I know that there were many people who live in our community who felt vulnerable, who felt scared about what might be happening to them, to their homes, to their property. I know
Everybody
juror
was
number
like,
29 already mentioned
were any
helping
of you
to board up,
scared?
some
Scared
local
like little
businesses.
babies hiding
So
in your houses?
I want to
like
ask this
cowards?
question. How many of you yourselves personally took steps to protect yourself, your family, your home, your business during that period of time? That can range from boarding up windows to moving and staying someplace else. Some people decided
These are
to
great
take
questions.
steps to protect themselves with firearms or other defensive weapons, things like that. How many of you personally decided that you needed to take those steps during that period of time to protect yourself or your family, your home?
That's a
your
good
business?
Anybody who says yes to this question, it's probably going to get
Try
bounced.
and remember all the hands here, but if I forget, I'll come back to you. Let's start in the back row
these are
there.
people you want
Juror
to
number 43.
It's way more than 7 strikes. I don't know what to do about this.
Son-in-law and her baby, they left town. And so I was protecting myself the best way I knew how. I just go home, stay home, and didn't go anywhere. And I also made sure I was left.
Okay.
And he got a lot
Thank
of
you.
hands up too.
Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Yes.
Well, if the standard
Yeah.
is I protected myself by going to my
Yeah.
house, that's
To the backside of the house.
not the worst thing.
People
Yeah.
walking on the sidewalk.
But what he's trying to do is who is fearful, who is afraid, because those are people
All right.
who will be more sympathetic to Kyle, right? That's the reason why
Yeah,
he was
or-
out there. to make
Anything
people
else
feel
on that one,
safer.
sir?
Or people who say, you know, I sat
Was
down
there
and I
anyone else in
loaded
the
up
back
my
row?
shotgun
Okay,
and got
juror
ready in case
number-
anyone came
I believe
in.
you're juror number 58.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay.
Those are the people you want to get out for
Our
cause.
family my entire family went out to the county for one of the nights.
Do you
My
have?
parents thought-
Okay. I was going to ask you, do you have family out there? Okay. Thank you.
His family left the county for the
All
entire
right.
night.
Let's stay in the
For one
jury
of the
box here while we're all close by. I believe that, was there anyone else in the jury box itself that had other hand raised? Okay. Juror number 14? Okay.
We just spent a few nights at my place of employment just when there were rumors of going after school
And where do you work at?
during church.
Okay. And so you were concerned about possible damage to the church or looting or something like that?
We just heard the rumors, so we took precautions.
Okay, thank you. I believe that, and I don't have everybody's numbers here. Are you juror number 46? Okay, thank you.
I went to my sister's house in Gurnee, stayed there for a few days.
Okay, thank you.
I love how none of these people were
Um,
personally affected, but all
where
of these
else? Let's
people,
see. Do
like,
we
they
have any
didn't
other
answer the
hands,
personally
in the
affected
jury
question,
box
but they're all
or
like,
in the corner?
I
Okay,
traveled out of
let's do the
state,
front row
I went to
here.
a different
Raise their
county.
hand in the front row. Okay,
Like, you
juror
are
number
affected.
23.
Like this one left. I saw my sister there.
Oh, this lady's gone.
Okay. So
What'd she say?
am I correct in assuming that you didn't have a gun before this, but you decided to purchase one during this period of time?
Oh yeah, she's gone. She's gone. Yeah.
Gone immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Maybe this might be
jury number 25.
He did ask the
Raise your
judge for
hand, sir.
cause. That's an automatic strike. She's gone for strike.
South side of Pleasant Prairie. We used to have a little neighborhood watch.
Is exercising a constitutional right a for-cause
Sure.
dismissal, though?
Did you
I don't
ever have
think
any
so.
problems?
No, we didn't.
Okay,
You can.
that's good.
Yeah, because remember you can dismiss.
All right.
for
And
anything,
then over
unless
here
it's
in the
race,
chairs, I know
because
there's
that's
some
a
hands,
Batson
and I'm
hearing.
sorry I
So
didn't
you
catch
can't just say
everybody. Let's
based on
start in the
race or
far
gender.
corner there, juror number 11.
But you can say
I
it's,
believe.
you know.
Okay.
Is that
When they got a gun.
Bivens? Bivens is the race jury trial, right?
No, it's I thought it was a Batson trial.
Batson, not Bivens.
Yes.
Batson. Yeah, Batson was the
Thank you.
Pulled our cars.
strike all the
back
black
of
jurors.
house,
Yeah.
And we closed our doors, made sure everything was locked. We also have a gun for protection. And we moved, we had
Probably
a blue light
gone.
out in front of our house in support of the police.
Prosecution
but
probably
decided
gone.
We're concerned about the safety of our home and
Yeah.
replace that with a regular bulb.
Yeah, a lot of safety, a lot of
All right, thank you
scared, a
very
lot of
much.
this.
Who else?
That's the
Right
perfect,
in front of you there,
perfect jaw
juror number 22.
for Rittenhouse. We were scared. We were they were
Yes,
around
sir.
us. We took all these
Before we left
precautions.
our business, we have no
Striking all the black jurors is very unreasonable, but striking all of the Arabic jurors, I mean, that
all right.
is,
Was there anything else
shouldn't
that
be
you
a
did
bad thing.
personally?
I'm just
other than
kidding.
that?
That's a joke.
Okay, thank you. I know there are other hands. I'm sorry I missed.
no.
Let's go to.
If you consider he's Iranian,
list
though.
here. Are you?
No, I'm just kidding.
I got my numbers here. Are you? Wait. Yes. Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to follow the map here. Yes.
We went on a short walk, and all our neighbors got together and had a neighborhood watch. And we had pretty much all stayed in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else over here in the chairs whose hand I missed?
Yeah, the 2 gun owners got to go for the
Okay.
prosecution.
Was there anyone else in the
If
whole
the judge doesn't
group? Anyone
dismiss
else
the
whose hand I
prosecutor's
missed
going to
on
burn
that?
strikes on
kinda jumped around a
anybody
little
who
bit, so I'm
says they have
sorry.
a gun for self-defense in this case.
Thank you.
Or went and got the gun
Now-
because of what they saw. Yeah.
Doubly so.
There were many
Yeah.
reactions to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer. And I think we can all agree there were people that felt that they wanted to exercise their constitutional right to assemble peaceably and protest. Is there anyone who feels that it would be inappropriate for citizens to take to the streets and peacefully protest what they consider to be something that was unjust? Is there anyone who feels that that is inappropriate? Okay. Does everyone understand the difference between that and taking violent actions such as property damage, arson, looting, things like that? Does everybody understand that there's a big difference between those two things? Okay. Can we all agree that human life is more valuable than property? Is there anyone who
Of course.
disagrees with that statement?
But this has nothing to
Seeing
do
no
with
hands.
that,
Okay,
though.
thank
Is
you.
it a Lamborghini, sir?
Now, I've heard some of you mention that you.
I think that was just a ridiculous
either,
question. That was a
used
throwaway. But
a gun for
ask it
personal
anyway, fuck it.
protection or acquired a gun during this time period. And what I want
He's
to ask
trying to get
is,
that
how many of you
whole-
would consider
Kyle was
yourselves to
defending
be
a parking lot with
familiar
lethal force
with
there.
firearms?
Yeah.
Have a personal
That's how you
experience,
throw it out
personal
there, though.
familiarity with that.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm seeing quite a few hands. All right. How many of you personally
Have you seen how hard
are
it is to get a
hunters?
PS5 right now? I mean,
I'm seeing a few hands on that one. All right. How many of you have, at some point in your life, either personally gone through certification to become a hunter when you were younger, like a teenager, for example, or maybe you've had your son or daughter go through that to become certified to go hunting when they're
He's
underage?
going after the
How many
gun
of you
nuts.
have ever gone
He's
through that
going
yourselves?
after the gun nuts.
Okay.
That's all these questions about the
thank
gun, the gun, the gun.
anybody
Has
who has
anyone
a gun,
here
he's going to
ever
try and get out of here.
become certified to become an EMT, an emergency medical technician?
That's a good question because
juror
Kyle
number
couldn't have been
13.
certified as an EMT because he was 17, even though he said he was. But
Right.
Is that something that you are currently
Interestingly,
certified to
Gage
do?
Grosskreutz also
And
claims
how long
to
have
be
you
a
been working as
certified
a paramedic?
EMT.
Specifically
Hmm.
about 6 years in the Department for Law Enforcement.
In the fire department?
Yeah.
And which department is that?
Bristol.
Bristol? Okay. And so what did you have to do to become certified to be an EMT?
EMT, that was like 6 months of school.
And what did you have to do during that schooling?
A lot of tests, a lot of physical exams, hands-on, a lot of hands-on stuff.
Now, prior to
I
starting
think
that training, did you have to get a college degree or a high school diploma or anything like that? High school diploma was required for that? Okay.
that's what
And,
this is doing.
you
It's
said you worked as a
attacking
paramedic for
Kyle's
about 6
claim that
years.
he was an EMT.
Were you involved in any of the emergency response to any of the events surrounding August of last year, things like that?
I was not personally, but my department was.
I knew they brought in other departments, so I didn't know if you personally were involved in that. Okay, thank you very much.
That's interesting that guy didn't mention
The,
any coworkers who were involved that night.
Incidents in this case
He just said some of
occurred
his coworkers
very
were.
close to this building.
I
Mostly
think
along
Kim's
Sheridan
counseling
Road,
coach made a very good
from
point.
This area down south to about 63rd. Street.
Kyle is actually from
And
another
there's going to be
state.
some discussion in this
So the
case
EMT
of some of
requirements
the
in Wisconsin
locations
may
and
be
some of
different
the
than the
businesses in
EMT
that area.
qualification in the state that he lives in.
Used car dealership.
So
by the
he
name
may
of
be an
Car Source.
EMT in his
They
own
have
state.
a couple of different locations here in the area,
Checking Illinois.
including one at about 59th and Sheridan on the west side of the road.
18
There's
for
another
Illinois.
one at 58th and Sheridan on the east side of the
Okay.
road. And then
So
a
he couldn't have
third
been one in
down
Illinois.
at 63rd and Sheridan.
Interesting.
Is there anyone who's personally familiar with any of those businesses?
I
I'm talking about
medic, not an EMT.
before all
somebody
this
said.
happened, because it's maybe been in the news since then. But is anybody personally
I thought
familiar
you
with
said
those
EMT.
businesses? Anybody shop there, work
EMT
there?
doesn't
bought a
require you
car
to be
from
18
them,
in Wisconsin, though.
walk through a lot to look at their cars, anything along those lines?
Wasn't he a lifeguard at a pool?
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands.
Wasn't Kyle Rittenhouse didn't he work at a community pool?
I think so.
I would like.
But then he could have been a
all of
lifeguard.
you
Probably
who are
why
seated
he said
here
he was a medic or
to
of
take
some
a look
sort.
around at the other jurors,
But it could have
the
been
other
colloquial
34 of
too,
you that
though.
are seated
So
here.
you know what I mean?
And I'm going to ask
He had a
you
go
if you
bag and
know
everything.
any
so,
of the other jurors
you know,
that are around you.
it might just be just some ridiculousness. In other words,
let's go to.
I can have a first aid kit, but may not be a licensed EMT looking to help people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I can be certified CPR and first
and
aid.
we're not going to
too.
say names, but I think
He's
you
a
are
lifeguard
juror
at the
number 55,
YMCA.
ma'am. Okay.
So he
So that
probably
means
would
he's
be
certified as
in
first aid and CPR.
Do you agree that you know him as well?
I do.
Okay, let me start with you. If you are selected to be one of the jurors in this case, we are going to expect that you listen to all the evidence and testimony. And when it comes time to deliberate and make a decision in this case, we would like you to make a decision based on the evidence, the testimony in the case, the instructions of the judge. And jurors, of course, are expected to discuss it when they're deliberating,
Nick,
listen to each other's opinions.
I gotta go pick up the
et cetera.
babies because it's almost
But
3 o'clock.
We want your decision
But
to
listen,
be made
bro,
based on what
this
happens
was
here in the courtroom, not
fantastic, man.
something outside the
You're gonna be
So I'll
doing
give
this
you
again
an
tomorrow, right?
example, and I don't know the relationship.
You're doing this
between
all
you
week?
I'm going to try and cover
hypothetically,
every
if one
minute of
you
the
was
trial pretty
boss and
much.
one was the
Except Thursday, I'll have some
employee,
trouble.
There could be a danger.
Well, God
that
bless you, brother.
the
God
employee may
bless.
not want to side against the boss
Good luck.
because when
And
you
we'll
leave this
see if we're
trial,
right.
then
If we're
that could affect your
prediction
employment. And I
acquittal.
don't
My
know the
prediction,
situation, and I
except for
don't
the
need to
last
know
two
that. What I'm
charges.
just getting
Last two
at is,
charges, I think they got
do
him.
you believe
Acquittal.
that
I think you're
you'd be able to-
probably
if
right, man.
both were on this
I
jury,
think so.
that you'd be able
Guys,
to
check
put
out
aside
Nate
your
the Lawyer on
personal
YouTube. You can
relationship
click on his
and make
name
your
in the
own
description of
decision
this
without
stream, and it'll take you
considering
right to his channel.
outside
Go
things that
subscribe
you
to
may
him.
have with the other juror. Does that make sense?
Thanks, guys. Later, Nick.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to
Thanks,
ask you the
brother.
same question, sir, juror number 14. Would you agree with that as well? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the panel that knows any other jurors? Okay, thank you.
That was
We
great
had
having Nate on for the
juror
show.
who
Nate's a good,
has since
good
been
dude,
excused
very
who made a
reasonable,
comment
smart guy,
that,
lots of experience.
leads
Check
into
him
one
out
of my
for sure.
questions. And as I understood that juror's comment, it was something to the effect of, she has a lot of friends and family who have strong opinions about the case. And she felt like she would make a decision in this case based on what she already knows or the opinions she's already heard, and wouldn't be able to put that aside. The judge has alluded to the fact that this is a case that has a lot of attention to it. And I think we've picked up on the fact that there are a lot of people with strong opinions one way or the other. Now, obviously, no one's heard any testimony or evidence yet, so the facts aren't in. But what I'm getting at is you all may have friends or family that know about this case, who you've already talked to about this case, and they may have their own opinions. We want you to make the decision. Those friends and those family aren't here. We're going to be asking you as the jurors to make the decision based on the evidence. Everybody else out there hasn't heard the evidence. And whatever they're reading in the newspapers or seeing on the media or whatever is not evidence. So sometimes, as one juror has already alluded to, that can put someone in a little bit of a difficult position where you feel like, if I decide one way, it might make all of my friends or family upset because they disagree with me, or vice versa. I don't know. So my question is there any one of you who feels that you're in a group of friends or family, or you've got people that you know who are just so dead set on one side or the other of this case?
So this is
that
what he's trying to
you'd
root
be
out are the
afraid
people who said they have friends.
to make a decision.
They
this trial,
have a friend
and then
group
have to
that's
face
talked
that.
about this.
Have to
and,
go home at the end,
you know,
and they're
I
confronting
go to
you with,
college,
well,
and
why
all
did you
my
find
friends are a
this,
bunch
that,
of
or the other
liberal
thing
lib cucks or
when
whatever that is. That's
we
what he's
disagree with
trying
that?
to get, because
Is there
that's
anybody who
not
would be
dismissible for
uncomfortable, who'd
cause,
be
but they might want to
worried
expend a
about the
strike on
consequences
it. They'll
of
pencil them
making
down.
a decision in this case because you're worried it might be unpopular with the people that you know? Okay, ma'am, I think you are juror number 15. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
I don't really care about my friends, basic family, but my husband.
Okay.
I have to live with him. And he is very opinionated and he has his mind made up. And I would not want to go home
with a decision that would result against his.
I understand, and we certainly don't want to cause your divorce.
Well, no, both of them divorced, so this is the second.
Well, anyway, my point is I don't want to do anything to cause any friction in your marriage. If I could just have you hold on to that for one more second. The judge has already advised all of you that you are to not discuss the case when you go home at night. And I can understand that might be difficult in some circumstances.
It's really difficult to not discuss a case with your
Do you feel like you'd have some
spouse.
difficulty with that in your
I remember as a kid, my mom was on a first-degree murder, a capital murder charge down in Texas, and she did
And I
not
don't
discuss
need to
the
know
case
which
with my
side
dad
or what his
until
opinion
after
is.
the trial
My
was
point
over.
is in asking this question.
I
ma'am, is
distinctly remember when the trial
I
was
don't
over because I
want
remember her then
jurors to feel
discussing
that
it with my
pressure
dad.
and have it influence their decision. Your decision should be based on the evidence, the law in this case, what you hear in the courtroom, and not on what you're worried about someone else might think.
I
So,
think they were
do you
sequestered
feel
for
like your situation
just
with your
jury
husband
deliberations
would
in that
affect your
case.
ability to be a
They were
fair and
not
impartial
sequestered the
juror
whole
in this
time, I
case?
don't think. I'll have to ask her.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to. I understand. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. That's sometimes hard.
No. My
to
mom was
talk about
on
these things
was
that
a
can make people
juror.
uncomfortable, and I'm sorry I had to
A
put you on the
juror,
spot there,
not
but
charged with
I
first-degree
do
murder. You
appreciate your
nuts.
honesty, and I do appreciate everybody. Everybody here has been so forthcoming and open.
And the guy was sentenced to
forthright about
death.
their opinions.
He
and
was
their
also
experiences
released from
things like
prison
that,
and
I'm sorry I had to
is
put you on the
out
spot
free
like
in the
that,
world
but I
right
hope you
now.
understand how important it is that we hear that. Your Honor, I would move to excuse juror number 15 based on cause.
Is there objection?
Judge, can I add?
Yes.
Can I ask a question? You want me to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll stay back here, Mr. Binger. Juror number 15, hi.
Okay.
So you have concerns, and I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You have concerns about how your spouse would react to a certain verdict that you gave?
That's correct.
Okay. Would that feeling or your concern, would that sway how you viewed the evidence in the case?
Defense wants this witness.
So if you, whatever the evidence is, and you have a strong belief in one side or the other, if that is in opposition to what you believe your husband believes, would that have an impact on you being able to say, this is my honest opinion as to what I believe?
I'm not sure I understand.
So if you,
But now I understand.
it's okay.
She already said she's not going to be impartial, so she's probably going to go.
The juror has stated she's upset now. So I think it best to move on to something else, and then we can come back to this later. I'm not trying to curtail your examination.
The
But let's save
juror
it for
is
later.
upset
Okay,
now.
thank you. Go ahead.
She's she can't do it. So
We've
she's
already put one juror on the spot,
Good
so
Lord.
I'll move on. Is there anyone else who feels similarly? Is there anyone else who's worried that you would be put in a situation where you might be making a decision and then you might be returning to folks that
the long and short is
be dealing with
that
some
lady should be
tension on
gone.
that?
I
Okay,
mean,
I see a few more hands, so I appreciate
she
that.
said she
Let me
can't
try
be
and go
impartial.
in
Get her
somewhat
out.
of a logical order here. I believe you are juror number 46. Is that right? Okay.
I'm more aligned that, I'm sorry, I'm a gossip, and I don't think I could be quiet.
I'm a gossip. Oh my.
Okay.
These people.
It's just, we're so close like that.
Have you
Sure.
tried
And
not
that's great.
being
I
a
think it's
gossip
wonderful,
because the
to have
Bible
that
says
support
so?
and that relationship. It's hard. This is a case that's, I think everybody probably walking into the courtroom today was wondering if this is where you were going to be at, and here you are. And I think everybody's acknowledged that we all knew about this before today, and it's gotten a lot of coverage.
200-watt studio. I
And
haven't missed your super chats.
There's
I'm going to do all of them.
there is a natural tendency to want to talk about any case that any juror is on, but particularly one like this. So I respect that and I understand that. The judge has talked a lot about the requirements of being a juror in this case. And some of them seem a little draconian, a little illogical, maybe a little unfair, but they're the rules. And there are good reasons why these rules exist. And I think we all understand that. Sometimes it can be a lot to ask, but it's a requirement. And it's important because we want to get the decision based on only what's happening in the courtroom. And as the judge has already explained, there's a lot of other things out there in the world that may not be accurate. And we want to make sure we get the best decision for everybody. It's fairness to the defendant. It's fairness to the state. It's fairness to the community. This is the process we use. And it's a very, very important one. It's long time honored one. But it requires the jurors to accept that limitation. It requires the jurors to go home and do exactly what the judge said, which is, if you talk about it, we're in big trouble. And I think we've all picked up on the fact that you don't want to be in trouble with Judge Schrader. So can you do that? Is it too much to ask? I mean, you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. You can talk about the Chicago Bears. You can talk about
else.
kids. You can talk about school. You can talk about whatever. Just not anything.
Again, as a lawyer
as
who
long as the
can't
trial goes.
discuss a lot of things that people talk
saying
to
you
him
can't talk to
about
your sister. You
in the context of
just gotta be
law,
able to
and you'd be
keep some things
surprised how many people talk to me about things in the context of legal advice, even now that I'm not super
About
enthusiastically
sequestering the
practicing.
jury? I can do that to one person. No phone, no TV.
Oh, he
No,
can sequester
seriously.
individual jurors. I was wrong about
No.
that. My
You
bad.
think you could keep from talking under those circumstances, if that's the alternative?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What one?
I don't want to be sequestered.
Pogo one?
I was just trying to be really honest that I.
And that's exactly what Vermont, and bless your soul, that's exactly, you're the ideal juror in that respect. But you do need to understand that we mean it about these rules, and you simply cannot do it, and that's all there is to it. And we all have to live life with its limitations and resist some of our impulses. And
Lady
I don't
Rackets
think
had
it's beyond
to
you
find the
obey the law.
Pogo Star Trek song.
I'll try.
No.
Shout out to
You'll do
Pogo.
I'll just tell my sisters.
On civil law, I've never heard of a one juror
Yeah,
sequester
Tell her to
either.
call me and I'll explain why, all right? All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I know there were a couple other hands that I missed. Was there someone in the front row? Okay,
Yeah,
Let's do
Jada
that,
and
sure. Juror
Picard,
number
that's
4, go
correct,
ahead.
Yes. I just had to, she just didn't remember it was Pogo who
I
did
have,
it.
which is kind of like IBS, but it is more of an anxiety problem. So when this comes on, which is happening right now, I get chest pains and pressure in my ear.
You're having chest pains and pressure to your eardrums from a court hearing?
So I'm fearful that this is going to cause lapses, time where I'm not really paying attention to what I'm hearing because I'm focusing a lot more on.
Thank you for sharing that. Are you okay right now?
No, that's why I brought it up.
Have you had trouble following the things we've just been talking about?
It's making me more and more anxious.
Okay.
What's going on, the worse.
Is there anything you need medically wise, medication, anything like that to help with that?
Prosecution wants people like this.
To work, they just keep saying, try whatever you can.
Okay.
It's not a diagnosed type of problem.
Did you identify it as
Not-
Yeah, they said it's a type of IBS. Irritable bowel.
Irritable.
Yeah, exactly. That's what.
Wait. He's got irritable bowel. Get him out immediately.
Okay, well, and of course, if you just start out of here, that's okay, if there's an issue. But when you were describing the symptoms, you're talking about typical anxiety types symptoms. Yeah, but if it develops into something that would be lower in your system, how much time would you typically have?
Well, once it starts, every 10, 15 minutes, I might have to be excused.
Okay.
That happens.
Okay. Now, is this something that you think could happen and that you're anxious about the could, or are you, or, pardon me?
The anxiety usually.
Sure. And the question I have is sometimes the anxiety is the worst enemy because you're concerned that it might happen and that's disabling in itself. And the question I have is, are you anxious that it could happen or that it will happen?
No, it has nothing to do with the anxiety. That's not what causes the anxiety. The anxiety causes the
Right.
exact opposite.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Anxiety makes him poop.
Would a break be helpful right now?
Probably not.
Okay. Would you alert us if there's an issue
I'm
that
feeling
you
anxious.
need to immediately cease what we're
I
doing?
gotta go.
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll see what develops, okay?
All right.
And I'm gonna ask that you move on to something else with this too, and we can come back if necessary.
The question I was.
I'm
getting
sorry,
at
when you
earlier,
get
and we had
anxious,
a couple
is
of
it
hands
runny
already, and I think
or
I missed a
solid?
few hands, so I want to come back to it because I was asking about whether or not making a decision as a juror in this case would put you in a situation where you might have friends or family members who you'd have to confront afterwards. I think everybody got the gist of that. I believe that juror number 31. Did you raise your hand, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, number 31. I won't want to be hosting Thanksgiving, which I've done in the past, especially with my family attending, and then my nephew, who was a police officer and now has PTSD over many of these situations. It's just very difficult in that regard. Would it make me be impartial? No, but it will make it a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I just want to make
An
sure I understand what you're saying.
uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
You are concerned that if you're a juror and you make a decision one way or the other in this case, that it could cause some discomfort, some awkward interactions with family at the holidays. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because of the reasons why he left the place.
Okay. And I believe you said that, I think you meant to say that it would not affect your ability to be impartial, but it would be something that would be weighing in your mind. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So I want to be respectful of the consequences to your family because I certainly don't want the holidays to be any more awkward than they already can be sometimes, right? But do you feel that being worried about how Thanksgiving might be or worried about family would affect your ability to listen to the evidence in this case, follow the judge's instructions, and ultimately reach a decision? Okay, thank you very much. I believe that juror number 50, did you raise your hands too, sir? Okay, thank you.
So I've got a lot of friends on pretty much both sides of the spectrum, including a former roommate who was a senior police officer. I guess my thought is there is some bias because I have tons of friends, like I said, on both sides.
Sure.
That are very opinionated, and I don't live with most of them anymore. I don't live with the receiving police officer, but I know, I guess, knowing them and how opinionated they are might affect my thought process.
Okay.
As well as family members. I know, like, my parents, for example, are both sides of the spectrum as well.
Sure. Can I offer a little bit of a silver lining? As a juror in this case, you'll be the expert because you'll have seen all the evidence, right? So now they'll all listen to you because they don't know as much as you, right? The real purpose behind my question is I understand that you have folks on both sides, as you put it, that some may disagree with one jury verdict and agree with the other side or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's not unusual. Right. But what we're really concerned about is we want your decision to be based solely on what happens in the courtroom and the evidence, the law, the arguments of the attorneys, etc. What we don't want is we don't want a situation where I'll use your Racine police officer roommate, for example, and I don't know and you don't need to say anything about how that person feels about the case, but we don't want to be putting you in a situation where you're so concerned about what that person thinks. And if I decide this case one way and then that person, the next time they see me, I'm going to have to deal with all sorts of, arguments or whatever, or support. It could be the other way too. It could be, I'm going to go this way because
why are you
I want
guys
that
doing
person
this to me? I
support
haven't
what I'm
even
doing,
eaten
and I don't want to
anything
make them
other than
angry.
Pop-Tarts.
It can work either way. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying we don't want you to be in a situation where that influences your process of making a decision here in the case. Do you feel that you'd be able to put all that aside and not worry about what they think. They're not the expert, right?
Oh
Make your
my
own decision.
God.
And then afterwards, deal with it.
Yeah, I would have no problem making my own decision. I just wanted to bring that to light.
Sure.
To everybody else's attention. Whether there's, you know, better fit or
My nose is
Absolutely.
already
And I appreciate that.
approaching
Thank you. Thank you for being
various
honest.
shades of red that were never known
Was there
to
anyone
humans
else whose hand I
prior to
missed
today.
on this question? Okay. Don't think there was. All right, good. In addition to a lot of the publicity that has been out there about this case, there have also been some efforts made to raise money to support the defendant. And there have been some websites that have been created where people can purchase merchandise with his name on it. They can donate to his family or to his legal defense fund or whatever the case may be. Is there anyone here who has done any of that to support the defendant in this case? Is there anyone who knows anyone, friends, family members, anyone who has done that to support the defendant in this case? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you. We've got a list from the court of some basic information about all of you. And one of the categories that we get is your occupation. And for a lot of you, I'm able to decipher this and it makes sense to me, but there are some blanks in here that I just want to touch on. So let me just start with, and I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I believe, are you juror number 34, sir? Okay. I don't see an occupation listed for you. Are you currently employed? And what did you do before you retired?
I was a food stamp.
Okay. And what was your highest level of education?
High school.
High school. Okay, thank you. And then let's go to, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Okay, so originally I was number 34 and they switched.
You're right. He's juror 7. You're right. I got the numbers wrong. I think he's juror number 7 and you are juror number 34. Okay. Is that right, sir? You're juror number 7? Yes.
Sorry,
Okay.
guys. I forgot. I have a personal matter that has to be taken care of before close of business.
Thank you for
today.
clarifying that, though. This has been a little confusing for all of us, so I'm trying my best to keep up. I've got scribbles all over the seating chart here, so I was kidding Mr. Richards. He's got nice Post-it notes to cover up people, and I wanted to borrow some from him, but anyway. Okay, let's go to juror number 9.
Richard should throw him a stack of Post-it notes and be like, "Here."
Yes, ma'am. It indicates on my sheet that you are retired, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do before you retired?
I gotta keep trying to bleep him, and they're late.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
I finished high school, I graduated high school, but I also completed the paralegal program at Privilege.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I could just, wait, hold on. Nope, sorry. Got to keep up here. All right, let's keep going. Juror
Just
number
DMing my mom.
26.
Sorry.
I don't see anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I work in IT at FD.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's.
Okay.
I've got the 3K shot. I've got it right here.
All right. Sorry, I'm just going down the list here. All right, let's see here. Juror number 49, I believe, is in the third row there, the last chair on the left. Yes. You are in what used to be chair number 19. You're juror number 49 for the record, whatever number we want to use. Sir, I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
No.
Are you retired?
No.
Okay.
One
What was
last
your last employment?
Idiot says defense question. Have any of you paid your taxes to support the prosecution fund? Your Honor, we vote for
What company did you work for
mistrial.
doing that?
Marketing Solutions made like 4 last year.
And what is your highest level of education?
14, 13.
Okay, thank you.
Did he say 14 was his highest level of education? What's 13, 14? What is that? Is that like a trade school? Associate's degree?
Let's see. Counting here, make sure I'm in the right spot. I believe the lady who's in seat number 16. You are juror number 55 originally, but now you're in seat 16. Okay. I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What was your last employment?
I worked at Christian Life.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to follow up on those questions with the jurors. If I could just kind of maybe go in order. I'm going to refer to you by your seat number because it's probably easier than trying to go by number 50s. Ma'am, in the corner there in seat number 1, what is your highest level of education?
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to step away for just a minute.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
If you could just
okay.
pass the microphone to the person on your left, juror number 2. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And yeah, is that easier for you, or should I? Would you prefer I use the original number?
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. So we started with the woman who's in seat number 1 is juror number 41. Is that right? Okay. Juror number 2 is still juror number 2. The woman who is in seat number 3 is juror number 43. Is that right? Right. And what is your highest level of education? I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. And if you could pass the microphone to juror number 4, what is your highest level of education?
High school diploma.
Okay, thank you. And let's see here. In seat number 5, I think you are juror number 56. Is that right? Yeah. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's degree.
Okay, thank you. All right. And then next to you, I believe, is juror number 58. Is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And then you are what used to be juror 34, but you're in seat 7. So we'll try and keep the record clean here. What is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's class.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could pass it to, you are juror number 45, is that right?
45.
Okay, thank you.
11.
Okay, thank you. And then you are juror number 9.
That's correct.
And I think I already talked to you, didn't I?
You did.
Okay, we can go, move on. Sorry about that. And you are juror number 52. Okay. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then next to you is juror number 11.
Juror number 11, high school diploma.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just keep the microphone over there if that's easier, and we can go to juror number 22. What is your highest level of education, sir?
2 years in college.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down real quick. Okay, and then juror number 21.
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'll probably have to step away again.
And then
in a minute
juror
when I get a
number
phone
20.
call.
Associate degree.
Look, I'm pretty.
And then
important, okay?
you
I have to
are
take some phone
juror.
calls.
I already talked to you, sir. Yes, I'm sorry. Then we are to juror number 18.
Master's degree in progress.
Okay.
A master's degree in progress. Oh, I
give me
thought
one
you were
moment
saying
to
she had a
catch up here.
master's
Sorry,
degree
I'm jumping around.
in progress.
All right. You are juror number 46. Yes.
GED.
Okay. Thank you. And then juror number 55. I already talked to you, and you are. We'll get back to juror 15. Juror 14.
DEASSBT asked if is there a legit reason he asked this,
Okay,
or is he looking
thank you.
for dumb folk to excuse? I think he wants jurors
then
that
juror
skew
number
to
13.
higher education.
Okay.
higher education jurors in
And then why don't we,
Kenosha,
juror
Wisconsin
number
are
12
more
will be
likely to
first.
be liberal?
Okay. And then juror number 15. Okay, thank you. And then in the front row here, juror number 23.
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 40.
Bachelor's degree.
And juror number 40, or I'm sorry, 25.
Leon's Law, you're
Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Higher educated people are dumb when it comes to self-defense.
And juror number
typically
26, I already
speaking.
talked to you.
That
All
is
right.
true.
Yes. Okay. Juror number 27.
Doctorate.
Okay. And juror number 28.
GED was in college.
Okay. And juror 29.
Bachelor's.
Thank you. And juror 30.
GED.
Okay, thank you. And then we could, I think I did. I'm sorry. Did I talk to you already, sir? Yes, I did. Okay. And then you are juror number, sorry, where are we at here? 54, correct? Bachelor's. Okay, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
And you are juror number 50.
Oh,
Okay, thank you.
that lovely neck crack.
And juror number 31. Bachelor's. Okay, thank you.
This is going to prejudice the jury against each other. Well, hopefully, if we have Lord of the Flies happen in the jury room, that would be great.
We talked a little bit about the witnesses and the parties involved in this case. And you have been asked about Assistant District Attorney Jim Kraus, who is my co-counsel in this case. But the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office has a number of attorneys and other folks that help us out. And sometimes I'm asked to name all the names of the attorneys in the office. I hope I don't have to do that because I might forget.
AGK,
So
yeah,
let me
this
just
is
ask
from
it this way.
Kenosha.
Is there anyone besides Mr. Kraus and myself, who you've already been asked about, does anyone know anyone else who works for the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back there
These
with
should
your
have been
number
preliminary questions.
9, correct? Yes.
Do you know any counsel in this case or any people who work for counsel in this case?
Yes, please.
Kelly Burkbach.
Okay, and how do you know Kelly?
She lives in my subdivision.
Okay. Have you ever talked to her about the work that she does as a prosecutor?
No, not really.
Is there anything about that relationship that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe, I'm sorry, one more hand back there, juror number 11.
I actually believe that it was you, but I don't know you well enough, so.
Okay,
I was in a case, I was looking at a bank and we were left.
okay. That may be, I
Prosecuting the case, I was a witness.
okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe juror number 40 in the front row here, you raised your hand, ma'am.
Mary Hart.
Okay, and how do you know Mary?
I'm a previous foster parent.
Excellent, okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Anyone else whose hand I missed? All right, good. You have also met Detectives Martin Howard and Detectives Ben Antaramian, who are the lead detectives on this case. And we have already listed off quite a few officers for the Kenosha Police Department who may be witnesses in the case or whose names may be mentioned. And we've asked you whether or not you know any of them. I want to put those names aside and ask, does anyone know anyone else that we haven't already mentioned who works for the Kenosha Police Department? Okay, I see a hand in back there in the top row. I believe you are juror number 58.
And
is
yes,
that right?
juror 54. How do you know me?
Yes, okay.
Well, we were in that sex thing.
Officer Beth, Deputy Wright, Casey Root.
Okay. Now, I don't believe any of those individuals will be witnesses in the trial, but is there anything about your relationship with those individuals that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Were there any other hands? I know juror number 40.
Turnabout,
Okay,
yes, it
juror
is still
number
currently jury
7.
selection. Today is
Juror
jury
number
selection
34.
day. Maybe
Sorry.
some of
Jury number
tomorrow if
34.
they don't
I'm
get
gonna
it
make that
finished.
mistake over and over again. You are juror number 34, and you raise your hand. Yes.
Thank you, BS.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're.
I don't know how important it is, but I enjoy doing it.
He's with the sheriff's department.
Jim Kelly.
Okay. And anything about those that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. All right. My question was specifically about the Kenosha Police Department, so let's just focus on that. You in front there, juror number 46. Oh, I'm sorry. You raise your hand, sir. You are juror number 56.
Yep.
Okay.
Frank the scene for Kenosha County Police.
Okay. Anything about that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay. Juror number 46. Yes.
My hairdresser is married to, I go to her house and she's married to a Kenosha police officer.
Okay.
I don't know, her name's Melissa, but I don't know her last name.
Sure. Anything about that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay, thank you. I know juror number 40, you raised your hand.
Justin Miller.
Okay. Anything?
No.
AGK, how do you anticipate this trial realistically going?
Anything about that?
I
would
think.
affect your ability? Okay. Thank
I
you.
think having
anyone else
an
whose
acquittal
hands I
on the
missed?
major
Okay,
charges
juror
is
number
likely.
31.
Probably eats
Okay.
it on the
Anything about that would
breach of
affect your
curfew
ability?
charge, even though it's bogus.
Thank you. Anyone
Possibly
else?
on the
oh,
gun
you raised your hand,
charge.
sir? Okay, sorry. You are juror number 50.
And I'll
Yes.
explain the gun charge in a little bit.
Okay. Anything about that would change anything? Okay, good. Anyone else whose hand I missed? Okay, good.
We're still live, as legit as it gets. Okay, the gun charge is possible because, as a matter of
I just
law,
could
the
have
gun
one
charge should
moment
be
to,
dismissed, in my
confer
opinion. However, if it's
you,
not
that's all I have.
dismissed as a matter of law, the jury questions are basically: is he under 18? Was he carrying a gun? That's gonna be it. Those two facts are yes. So, if the gun charge is
Natural
not
break
dismissed
would
as
be
a matter
about
of law,
3
Kyle
o'clock.
may eat the gun charge.
Probably
Gun
interrupt
charge
you.
is a
Do you
misdemeanor.
prefer to start and be
and-
interrupted
and
or
will
wait?
not be a big deal in the long run. It will not prevent him from owning guns in the future. He'll probably get a year of
Be my guest.
probation, not be allowed to own guns for that year, and then after that, it'll be done. So that's my guess on what could happen. I think it should be dismissed.
Thinking only of
I think
myself.
he should be acquitted on all
How
charges,
about
but I
you
think
folks? Anybody need a break?
the jury's
Anybody-
probably going
yeah,
to
let's take a let's do this.
probably going to stick him
we'll
on
take
the
a condensed break of about let's hope for 10 minutes.
condensed break of 10 minutes.
So yeah, then we'll start at that time. Sorry. No problem. All right. Don't talk about the case.
Talk about the case
Read,
twice.
watch or listen to anything, and don't and come back
Can
in the
judges
same
drink in
seat,
court
please.
though? Yeah, they just have to replace their water with vodka. Okay. All right. So I've got a bunch of super chats to read as well. We're at a break. We're coming close to the end of the day. Gonna be in 2 to 2.5 hours. This day will be over. Not sure if we will have the jury paneled today, but we're getting really close, actually. Binger's going to finish up his questions. Richards will, or Sharafsi or whatever, whoever's doing jury on that side will handle their questions, and then they'll move to strike particular jurors after the questioning is done. And then once that's done, assuming they have 12 people, they'll be good. They'll be good. Bainling doesn't know if he can stay awake that long. Yeah, it's a different time for you. Ellie in says, tell us about any of your interesting jury duty experience. I don't have any. I've never been called for a jury. Never had jury duty. Never had to serve my country in that way. What happened with Barnes being taken off the defense? I don't know the full story. I'll try and get it. I need to talk to Barnes about it, and Halloween just kind of cramped everything up. But I'll be talking to him. I don't know what happened but what I've heard is that essentially Barnes is no longer involved with the criminal aspects. He was going to have a limited role in jury selection and stuff like that, and as an advisor, but that is no longer the case. Don't know why. I don't want to criticize anything or anybody, but there's some issues there. I like Robert Barnes. I think he seems very competent in a lot of these things. He takes on a lot of high profile clients and cases. And so, personally, I would value his input, but I'm not Mark Richards. I don't have Mark Richards's trial plan. So he might have some reasons that he doesn't want another attorney contributing on the case, for various ideas. And let me humbly suggest that if Barnes is managing civil aspects and the money aspects of Kyle's case, which I think he's still doing, then Mark may have wanted to sever those things from the criminal case and the involvement of Kyle and his family. Whether or not that's wise is a different question, but that may be his thing. At some point, you may get to the idea of too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Too many people giving opinions on the case when you might believe that it's outside their role or inside your role, or there's some overlap that shouldn't happen. I don't know. I'm just trying to pose some possibilities. Again, I'll try and get some clarification from Barnes on that if I can. If he's willing to give a statement, I'll happily take it. Otherwise, I don't know. I have no idea. Michael Palmer says, Nick, what do you suppose would have happened if everyone, including rioters, showed up with guns? Would the police have let them all parade around armed? They would have to. It's nothing illegal about it. It's weird, but what are you going to charge him with? Ridgedale Brand says, I had a video censored by Rumble, the new owner of Locals, that was not censored by any other platform. Send you more info in Discord DMs. Also, we're 94 subs from 1,000. Love the daytime streaming. Guys, check out Ridgedale Brand. They're so close to 1,000 subscribers. Give them a nice little boost if you're interested. They have some good content. They're good dudes who talk a lot about freedom and liberty. And, we need more people like that. So give it a check. Fearhurst says, what law did he break concerning a firearm? I thought he was allowed to have an appropriately length rifle. That's how I read the statute. That's how his attorneys read the statute. That's how other attorneys read the statute, is that once you have an appropriately length rifle, then the only violation is if you're under 16 or if you're violating hunting statutes, which he does not appear to be able to violate a hunting statute if he's not hunting, to me. However, the judge has not dismissed that. So again, if it goes to a jury, the jury questionnaire on that issue is Kyle under 18 years old, and does he have what would be defined as a dangerous weapon in the statute, which would be a rifle? That would be a dangerous weapon in the statute. If those two conditions are met, technically speaking, he's guilty. So again, I don't agree with that. And they could appeal that decision. They may get a favorable result on appeal, but this is just where it's at right now. So some ideas. He was hunting pedos. You don't want him to be hunting. If he's hunting, he's got to get a license. You got to get pedo tags or whatever. Oh, speaking of which, this is a great time to mention Ridge Wallet, ridge.com/knows. Look, guys, this is the Ridge Wallet. That's all it is. It's this tiny little thing. This is fantastic. It's got a money clip on the back. You shove credit cards into this thing. Here, I think I've got one. Here. Let me shove it an appropriate way down so you can't see the numbers. You take a credit card, right? Like this. You put it into the Ridge wallet. Zoink. It is in there. It is the size of a credit card. It's RFID shielded, so people can't snoop your RFID chip. And it just sits there. When you're ready to use it, you push up on the notch and then you grab it and pull it out. You can hold quite a few cards in here. You can hold your ID. It's great. It minimalizes the amount of nonsense that you carry with you. And again, you put all your greenbacks in this guy under this money clip, and it's fantastic. I'm a big fan of Ridge. I think that they sell great products. This is my second wallet from them. My third one is upstairs. And ever since I got one, I've never even thought of using another wallet. And I'm a guy who used to keep a bunch of receipts and BS in his wallet all the time. No longer. I no longer keep any of that stuff. It is way more comfortable, way more effective. It's way nicer at airports and everything. It's a smaller wallet. It's better transportation, all of that stuff. Ridge.com/knows. And if you use the promo code knows, you get 10% off your Ridge order. They have other stuff. I'm a big fan of their backpacks. I like their knives. Other people don't. Check it out. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. I got to take this phone call. Ridge.com/knows. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Very, very important phone calls. Actually, that was a really important phone call, something that has to be done today. And I knew about it on Friday, too late. Has to be done during business hours. And I forgot about it today because I was doing the stream. I was so focused. I'm like, okay, I got to figure out when Kyle's trial starts. I got to make sure I'm up and awake to do this stream. Okay, it's at 9. So I woke up, came down to do the stream, and completely blanked out the fact that I had something to do. Money and cutoffs. Money and cutoffs, guys. Ugh. All right. Romer so pervy, says Nick Rijeda, the prince of all wallets. No, without a hint of irony and without a shred of shilling. Like this is all extra. This is bonus. The Ridge wallets, I really like them. And the most important thing to me about Ridge is they have never once told me what to say. And they have never once said, hey, you said this thing. Can you tone that down? And look, I'm a guy who believes in free speech and I use it liberally in the real sense of the word liberal. And they've never said anything about it. And if they did, I would stop accepting sponsorships. So TJ says, I love my Ridge wallet. Thanks to you, Nick. It holds about 15 cards in it. I have all the Ridge products, backpack pen, and their portable charger. Yeah, the portable charger goes right in the backpack. Very cool. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yes, and C. Goody doesn't like the Ridge knives because he's, frankly, a racist. I don't know how else to say it. Okay, pan down slowly and to the left.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Corey Schroffesy. I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Rittenhouse, along with Mr. Richards and Ms. Wisco. I'm going to try to follow up on some of the questions that had been asked by Mr. Binger. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. If there's something that you want to talk about in the back, feel free. I'm only telling you that because I'm following up on some of the things from individual jurors that you had said. So I'm going to start, if I can, with juror number 23 in seat 23. Ma'am, you had mentioned that your son had gone down to the riots, the protests, whatever it was, and you had, should she have a microphone, Judge?
Yes.
Are we going to get our mic? What's going on? What's taking so long? Darkstar Magnolia, we've been live for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay, so you had said that your son had gone down there, and you didn't remember what day it was, though, is that right? Okay. Can I ask you, how old is your son?
He was 19 at the time.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you were you had asked him not to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask you, it's a broad question, but why? Were you worried for his safety? Did you not want him to get arrested? Kind of all of it? What was kind of going through your mind?
Mostly his safety and not knowing what was going on down there, and I'm just kind of a big person to lock up and stay home and be safe and protect my own and not go look for any trouble.
Sounds good to me. Sorry, Josh. Were you watching what was happening? All right, and
sounds good to me.
So,
whoops,
you had
no comment on that.
Observed property damage, things like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Fires that were going on.
Okay. And so the biggest concern you had was for his safety.
Yes, I just didn't think he needed to be any part of it.
Okay. You had also mentioned that Mr. Binger had asked a question, and you had mentioned that you had purchased, if I have it right, you had purchased a firearm directly because of what was happening in Kenosha?
Yes.
Yeah, they definitely want this chick, but the prosecution's going to strike her, guaranteed.
And so that is something that prior to that time frame, you hadn't had a firearm in your residence, or you hadn't felt the need to protect yourself that way?
I have not ever had a gun in my session.
Oh, hey, stream. I'd like you to welcome Goblin Goblinius to the stream. Goblin Goblinius is a walking charity case. And has an IQ that is lower than the average temperature most days in Alaska. But it's really great that someone helped him
Juror
type
number
in the link so that he could show up
31,
today. Very,
I think, in
very
seat
proud
31.
of Goblinius for being here.
You had mentioned that, and tell me if I have this right, that there was a question about
Goblin, please make
how
sure you
felt
put on your
about
helmet
Thanksgiving, or
today.
you were going to have Thanksgiving. So your nephew was a police officer in Kenosha?
Not in Kenosha. He was a police officer for 10 years up in Winterfish Day.
Did he come down to Kenosha August 23rd, 24th, 25th?
Not there, but he felt threatened even in his area, to the point that, kissing his little kids goodbye, not knowing if he was going to see him the next day because of the uproar and the riots that he was seeing.
If you know, was it equated, his decision to no longer be a police officer, was that related to specifically what had happened in Kenosha?
I think it was a part of it. I think the lack of police support, which we are very supportive of police and good friends with many, that it hurt him too, but he knew he couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you. Juror number 40 in seat 24, right behind you there. So I just have one simple question. You had mentioned, I think a couple times, that you're a foster parent. Is that right?
I'm a previous foster parent. We don't have our foster parents.
Okay.
Goblin
the reason I say that is
Goblinius
I am
immediately
too,
goes
and
to Mutt's Law.
You had
and
known, or
suggests
you know Mary
that
Hart
Kyle will
through
be
that? Is that right?
raped in prison because Goblin
Without
Goblinius
getting into too much
is a
detail,
mutt
is it something that you had dealt with
and goes straight to
Attorney
Mutt's
Hart
Law.
on a lot? Like, have you seen her a lot as it relates to this foster care kind of thing?
For the foster parent, the Foster Parent Association banquet, she was a speaker and a guest for quite a few of those. But then she was just in at most of our court proceedings throughout.
Okay.
The termination of temperance.
But nothing about that involvement with her would have any impact on your decision in terms of listening to the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Can I say hi to your friend Juju Binks? Sure. Hi, Juju Binks. How you doing? Oh, okay. Judge turned off his mic. By the way, we will be getting to all of the super chats that have been sent in probably when the hearing is done. We'll wrap through those in case there's some very important questions, and all of the justice chats as well. That's it's always weird. I could try and start now going through some of them, but maybe we should do that. We'll see here. I turned on the sub only chat earlier, which means it reset them all, which is a pain. Let's see. I got to remember where I was. Where did we stop this? Techno Geek says, in case you missed my text, the guy that makes that beverage you like so much is waiting for you to call him. I'm told a care package is in order. Techno Geek, I will. I've just, with Halloween, it was such a busy week for me. Combat Frito says, locked out of Twitter the instant I tweeted. I wonder what the overlap is here of people saying get well soon to Jen Psaki and people saying I hope you die to Trump. This is a good thing, right? Yeah, it's amazing. The whole let's go Brandon, right? Like that whole thing suddenly being like hate speech. It's the alt-rights. I saw it was the alt-rights Sig Heil or whatever. All these people were clamoring to scream that Trump should die or whatever. They have the right to do it, by the way. They're all clamoring to do so during Trump's administration. Suddenly undermining the president or speaking ill of the president is not protected. It's Nazi-ness now. Frederick Little, are you still sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends? Raid sponsored one stream on Twitch. So if there's another campaign that I qualify for, maybe. But as of right now, there was no ongoing sponsorship. It was one stream. Next, we got Nate the lawyer says, I was going to go live. You beat me to it. Sorry, Nate. I do not mean to step on anyone's toes. I am going to cover this whole trial except for Thursday because I teach. I teach on Thursday. So I'll have to see who's covering it.
You all had mentioned that you.
But I'm covering
were
the
aware
whole
of the
thing
case. Everybody,
as much
nobody
as
had
possible.
raised their hand when they said
And
that
it's
they
not to step on
weren't
anyone's
aware
toes.
of
If someone wants to go
what
watch
was
someone
going
else,
on.
please do.
Is there anybody on the panel who has really done or tried to do a concerted effort to follow the case? Meaning, every time there's an article written or every time there's something said, that you are always paying attention to it. You're keeping track of kind of what's going on in the case. Has anybody been doing that? I see no hands. So in listening to some of the things you all have talked about, I don't live in Kenosha, but my question is this: based on what had happened, looking at it from the outside in, how many people on the panel are angry about what had happened?
Can you talk about what had happened? Can you
I'm
specify?
sorry, the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riots thing, and why
whole
we're here.
riots
Is there
thing.
anybody here who's angry?
You say the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riot thing, why we're here. We're not here for the riot. Be clearer on exactly what you're talking about.
The 24th, and then the next day into the 25th, and into the night of what would be the 26th. So the riot the day before, and then Mr. Rittenhouse and the shooting the next day. Is there anybody here who's just angry about what had happened to the point that they don't feel like they can sit and listen to the case? Juror number 4. So can you just tell me what your feelings?
Well, it's just, just listening to it, I'm just getting really anxious. A lot of anxiety over it.
Is this butt syndrome guy?
Just reliving it. I live so close to everything that happened. It's just really bothering me.
The question will always be, do you think that you can set aside those feelings and
At this point, I don't think I can.
I know
Can
I
ask you
can't
what
because
is
I've
it?
already
Is it
pooped.
the anxiety about listening to the case? Is it having to judge the case if you're picked? Can you tell me what that is?
It's kind of hard to describe what is causing the anxiety, but I just know that this whole thing is causing it. To pinpoint the exact reason is kind of hard.
Oh my gosh.
Do you think that if you're given whatever, I know the judge had talked about if you needed a break or anything like that, is it something that you think you can get through it, or is it something that you think you would be unable to do? Is there any reason that you?
The judge got on his phone.
Is there anything at this point
Playing
that makes
Candy
you believe
Crush.
you can't
Look at
do
him.
that?
No, I guess not.
Okay. So anybody else who was, and I'm just going to put it, that was so bothered by what had happened that they would find it difficult to listen to the facts of the case? No other hands. Mr. Binger had
opened his
said,
phone
you know,
again.
he had asked if anybody has a problem with people protesting, and obviously no one had raised their hands.
The guy is slowly zooming in. He was trying to cover
Is
up
there
the judge's
anybody here
hands.
who believes that it's okay to damage property as a form of protesting? Anybody think that's okay? I see no hands.
I believe that is okay. I believe
Did
property
any
should
member
be
of the
damaged all the
panel,
time.
I know no one said they were down there on, I think, the evening of the 24th. Did anybody go down and try to help clean up and see kind of the aftermath the next morning into the morning of the 25th? Anybody do that? Juror number 11.
Goblinius, one, you're a fucking idiot.
I didn't go down to
That's
no,
a
but I
completely
did
different
go down
scenario than what
to what
happened
had
here.
happened.
Second, the answer is
aftermath,
it might
what it
actually be self-defense.
And can I ask you where
believe it or not.
you were specifically, if you remember?
Making one bad choice doesn't condemn you to die. If it did, you'd be dead because you're fucking stupid.
Okay, and you were able
How do you
to
not understand
observe
Yes,
some of the, okay.
carefully,
I'm sorry?
very carefully.
Would
It affected me.
did it affect you in a way that would make it difficult?
Oh, no.
Okay, so you
I'm a
could,
very objective person.
okay, so what you saw, although it affected you, wouldn't have an impact on your ability to listen to the case. Anyone else who might have went down there or seen anything? Make sure I have this right. Juror 29.
I just wondering if I was down there to board up county and downtown. I was down there to clean up.
Did you, when you were down there, did you have an opportunity, was it before buildings were damaged or after? Okay.
Protect the ones that weren't damaged yet and also board up the ones that were already damaged.
All right. And seeing whatever it is that you observed and however that made you feel, do you think that would make it difficult for you to judge this case fairly? Okay. Anyone else? Oh, juror number 54.
I just drove down in the area down in downtown Athens like 2 or 3 days after.
Was it, I'm assuming it was still substantial, there was substantial damage? And again, however it made you feel, any difficulty in kind of separating that from what your job would be here? Okay. So is there anyone here, you have heard the judge has told you that some of the charges involve possession of a firearm. I think Mr. Binger had asked you if you understand the workings of a firearm. My question is this, is there anyone
Strike.
knowing what you know about or your feelings about that night, is there anyone who believes that, irrespective of what the evidence would be, that if a person brought a firearm downtown, they're guilty of something? Does anybody believe that?
Goblinius does.
I see no hands. One of the charges is a violation of a curfew. Does anyone believe that if there's a violation of a curfew, that fact alone then holds them responsible for everything else that happened after that curfew?
These are good questions because there
Anybody
are
believe
legitimate morons out there who believe that the violation of a
no hands.
curfew or the carrying of a gun, even illegally,
I think the judge will tell you
invalidates
this. So there's
self-defense.
6 charges.
Neither
I
of
think.
those do.
Each one
Neither of those do.
requires
And
a
if
separate
you
finding by
think
you
either of
beyond a
those
reasonable doubt.
invalidates a self-defense
Is
claim,
there anyone who
then
would
you're
have difficulty
literally
separating?
fucking stupid and you don't understand self-defense law. You shouldn't be talking about it. Go try
So,
not to drown in a
curfew
bowl of
violation
Campbell's
is a
soup,
civil
please.
But is there anyone here who would have difficulty kind of separating these out and saying, I'm going to make specific findings on each charge, irrespective of the other charge, meaning you're going to hold the state to their burden on each one of the 6 charges? Anybody have any difficulty kind of supporting that idea?
Yeah, now I want
see no
soup.
hands.
Thanks, me.
Mr. Binger had asked you about the workings of a firearm. I think you'll hear about the firearm in this case. Okay. The firearm in this case, I think it'll be referred to.
It's a fully automatic
as an
AR-15 style M4 assault rifle with the magazine clip ghost gun.
Referred to that. Is anybody so bothered?
It's got a pistol grip with the bayonet and
by
an
that
underslung
type of
grenade
firearm
launcher
that
that can
they don't
also
think
launch ICBMs from range?
And judge it fairly. Anybody have such a problem? Okay. I want to make sure I have it right. I'm not going to have it right. Juror number 30. Okay.
So yes, I do have a problem with it.
Okay. Can you, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but can you just tell me
Tell me about
your feelings on it?
Tell me about your feelings.
I think a weapon like that should belong to the general public.
Apparently, tell me about your feelings is a dumb question. Ken's casting couch BTFO'd.
If it's legal to purchase, and you have your feelings, which are, I'm just going to complain about that. And the firearm in and of itself isn't illegal. Do you think you can judge this case fairly, understanding that it involves a firearm that you don't think should be legal?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think you would be
struck?
You would have difficulty setting aside whatever preconceived notions or whatever your feelings are about the case and judge it fairly.
Struck for cause, Judge.
Judge, I would move strike 30.
Hey. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify something. So there are going to be a lot of facts in this case about a lot of different things. Counsel's asked about the curfew, about
I mean, this is
the
pretty
events that
prejudicial.
night, protests, things like that.
It goes
my understanding
straight to the
correctly
heart
that
of one of
just
the
simple
one of the
fact
specific
that
causes of
if
action.
if the evidence shows that the defendant possessed an AR-15, you would find him guilty of all of the charges just based on that fact?
Pretty much.
Get
I have
him
no
out! Get him!
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you. And please give her a note. And
please give her a note that says you can have her back. We don't want her. Jesus.
all right, ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions or raise your hand in answer to any of the, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Just about medication. I recently started an antidepressant and
Okay.
stomach medicine that makes me extremely loopy.
It makes you
Extremely loopy.
loopy? Okay.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend anything.
Okay.
I didn't take it today just because I knew I was going to be here, but that is one of my concerns.
But
okay,
if I take
do you
it,
know
I'm
when this
toast,
is about to
Judge.
happen or
Like,
happening?
It's like acid.
I get a weird feeling after I do take the medicine, but there's not, like, I don't have a time frame of when it kicks in. Like I said, I just started like 2 weeks ago, so
Okay.
it'll take a month or so.
You got 100 more jurors back there, Judge. Just
so
just
like I
kick
said,
her.
that's my only concern.
And what is, how much of a concern is it to you in terms of you're fearing this happen? Not from the standpoint you're warning me about it conceivably happening, but how likely do you think it is to happen?
It happens every time I take the
Do it? Okay.
Judge, it's pretty likely because
And
it happens
Doctor
all
has,
the time.
suggested that you take the
Yeah.
medicine regularly?
Yeah, we're going through trial and error to figure out
Okay,
what's
sure,
going on
sure.
medically.
Okay. Any reasons, the reason this lady shouldn't be excused? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Get out of here.
And, no, you can just.
Go try and not be depressed, lady,
Um,
please. That's actually a
These
real
mystery
thing
notes that I'm
because,
talking about are just related to appearing
antidepressants
for
require a
service
build-up
later in the
time.
week on a different case.
So you, like her even skipping this day is actually probably a problem. She should have taken it this day
All
and
right,
shown
ma'am,
up
would you have
loopy. That
answered
would
yes
have been
to any
way
of the
fucking
questions
funnier.
asked so far? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. In number 30.
Yeah, Ken says mental health meds take 4 to 6 weeks to reach full effect. It's a bad idea. Yeah. I agree. The second she said, I take an antidepressant that's making me loopy, get out. Sorry, get out. No, you're cool. It's fine. We
So
love you. Get out.
I think, have been asked a couple questions by the court about people who know police officers, people who know sheriff's deputies, and all that other stuff. Is there any person on the panel who believes or would believe the word of a police officer over someone else in the community or any of us simply because they're police officers? That those people are more believable than everyday folks? Anybody find that to be true? Okay. How about that same question if someone, for example, has a financial interest in the case?
Ooh.
Would they? How would you, or would you believe them less because of that? Juror, I want to make sure I have it right. Juror number 40 in seat 24. Okay, so you I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay.
I said I would be more skeptical.
Okay. Okay.
Given if they had a motivation to give their correct information.
Okay. And I saw what I believe to be juror number 43 in seat 3, kind of like.
Yeah, 43.
Okay. So 43 is same. Is it? You tell me your answer to that question.
Yes. In any situation, if someone benefits from something, you have to, you have to wonder if they're pure.
Okay.
Goblinius,
anyone else?
rewind the stream and listen to it from the beginning. Instead of being
Sure.
a beta fucking cuck
31.
who comes in here and is like, I demand you answer me now. Go listen. We've already covered all these topics. Not just me, also Nate the lawyer. Go listen to the answers from your fucking betters, you piece of garbage. Go listen to people who actually know the law. You're asking questions. We've got answers. The fact that you don't want to hear them
How
is
about,
indicative of you, not us.
Mr. Rittenhouse has the constitutional right to testify and the constitutional right not to testify. Is there anybody here who would find him less credible simply because he is charged in this case? That no matter what he says, he's less credible as a witness. Anybody actually believe that to be true? I don't see any hands. How about
That's an indication Kyle's probably not going to testify, which he shouldn't.
I
No
think
reason for
you'll
Kyle
hear
to
from
testify in this case. Only
some
bad things
experts
come
in
from
this
that.
case. Does anyone here have
What's
any
up, John Smith?
training in medicine or being a nurse or anything like that? Okay, so juror number 31.
I'm a pharmacist and I teach at medical school in Milwaukee.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do they teach anything about like frontline, like emergency room things and They do.
First responder.
So do you have any personal knowledge of things like gunshot wounds, anything?
Gunshot wounds, but administration of like Naloxone for opioid overdoses and things like that.
Okay, so I think you will, so you are a pharmacist. You will likely hear from some medical doctors. Do you, because they're medical doctors, do you believe them to be more trustworthy and believable than anyone else?
Depends on the content. If it's medical based, yes, it would probably be the experts in this area.
Okay. Okay, thank
Judge
you.
is
Anybody
talking
else
to blue
who,
sweater lady.
juror number 27? Okay, and if I have this right, one of you, you have a PhD, or I don't know if it's called a PhD. Okay, so you are the equivalent of a doctor of pharmacy.
Nowadays, no.
Not if you're old like me.
Nowadays.
Same question to you. Do you have any like specialized knowledge or maybe more knowledge about things like gunshot wounds or things
Remember,
like
they're
that?
going to knock this down to 20 people, then knock it down to 12 people.
Okay, do you
from
know
there.
what stippling is? Okay. And I don't want to assume this, but you're going to hear from physicians. You are maybe
Mickey, I
as
can
educated or more
practice law
educated
in the
than they are.
Twin Cities, you weirdo. What are you talking about?
Are you willing to kind of
I've
listen to
done
the evidence
cases,
that they
or,
provide, or
I've
is it kind of a
advised
foregone
clients, I should
conclusion
say,
that
in the
they're-
Twin
that
Cities
they're right?
plenty of times.
I guess it.
No, I've actually practiced in the Twin Cities. What are you talking about?
They're experts in their field.
And I won that case.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Eat your
Anybody
own
else
vagina, you weirdo.
who has any medical training? The juror number 13. You're a paramedic, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Have you ever arrived on the scene or have dealt with a gunshot before?
Not a gunshot.
Do you have familiarity with any aspects of gunshot wounds or anything like that?
Yeah, we train on it, relatively frequently.
Renal
Do
Ryan,
you know
that's
what
true.
stippling is?
Do not.
Do you know what stippling is?
Okay.
Can I stipple
Is there
you?
anything that you know, that your knowledge about in terms of the work that you do, that you would not be at least willing to listen to the evidence?
No.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you. Anyone else? I thought I saw one more hand, but I could be wildly mistaken. And I am. I think Mr. Binger asked you about if some of you had working knowledge of firearms. I think he asked that. I see a show of hands of people who have working knowledge of firearms. And so juror, if I could, juror number 2. Would you be willing to tell me what the basis of knowledge is and things like that?
Well, I've shot 22s, shotguns, never gone hunting, got some target practice, shot some squirrels, so I know my buildings, but I'm not a hunter, I'm not a gun enthusiast, I'm a collector, small ones.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in that back row that
KCC
has
says, what does
juror
working
number
knowledge mean?
43 in seat 3?
That's actually the interesting thing. What does the juror believe the working knowledge means?
That you personally
That's the
have?
relevant part.
So, okay. And have you? I'm assuming you've taken that out and.
Yes, I have shot it a couple times, but I've taken a concealed carry class.
And can I ask, is the primary use just for target practice and things like that?
Safety as a female at home.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I have for you.
You want her on there, by the way. You want the
I
woman
just want to make sure I have it right,
who
sir.
is
I'm sorry.
concerned about safety as a female and is trained with a firearm.
Juror number 58 in seat 6.
Hunter safety training, hunting before.
Great loner, low odds on the judge
Dog
having seen any of my
practice, family
videos covering this.
Firearms.
He's going to be more concerned
When
about
you
what
say
the
that
New
you have a
York
pretty
Times,
good
LA
working
Times,
knowledge of
CNN, what they're saying.
how they work and things like that.
Yeah, basic.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the back row? Juror number 45.
Michael
in
09
seat
says
number
discussion
8.
of stippling is because Rittenhouse's
grew up with
injuries.
guns, hunter
I think he means Rosenbaum's injuries. He said Rosenbaum. I read it wrong. We're a very close range. So if I'm not mistaken, stippling is the idea that there's
So
other
when you say,
particulate,
I'm not as familiar. When you say proficient, does that
around
just
the
mean you're
wound,
good at
right? From a close
like,
range
shooting?
shot, so you're gonna get some wadding.
Yeah,
You might get some
shooting
burn
and
wounds,
operation,
stuff like
how they
that
work, you know.
from the muzzle. Is that correct?
General knowledge.
I'm not a medical. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the back row?
Michael
Juror
Burke, I don't know
number
what happened to
11
closed
in-
captioning. They must have
I'm
turned
sorry.
it off.
Juror number 52 in seat 10.
Yeah, I've shot him before. Grew up with guns, hunting safety, his family.
Okay. And is there anything about firearms involved in this case that would make it difficult for you to listen to the case? Thank you. Juror number 11 in seat 11.
Gunpowder burned is stippling. Cool.
Just kind of a
That's why I love streaming.
working
You guys
knowledge.
are literally
you have a working knowledge
Wikipedia
of firearms.
but better because you're not gay.
It's very safe with them. I did not attend any kind of safety course. I never went hunting. However, I do a lot of target practice and again for person safety.
Okay, thank you. The judge would describe that as the second row. Anybody in the second row that has, and you are
21.
Cheeto.
You are 21.
I want to judge
Okay.
serve in my home. Oh.
It's just, we have it for home defense, but I know your basic on safety and I know how to take it apart and put it back together.
Okay. Anyone else who spends time with or is familiar with firearms? I'm sorry. This is juror number 20. I know this, 29.
Hunter safety, I'm in the rubber range for target practice, and I also own my.
Okay. And is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it more, well, you go to a range, so is it more for just practicing? Is it more for personal safety?
Random Graham,
Both?
no one has issued any jury
All right, thank
strikes
you.
at this point.
And
Everybody's
just
gonna,
so I'm clear,
the
this is
prosecution and defense
juror
get to ask all their questions first, and
28,
then they'll issue their
in
strikes
seat- Okay, 28.
after
Yep.
that.
M16.
They're motioning for dismissal for cause at this point.
12 gauge.
And those are things that you've used before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 27 and 27.
I own one, I'm shooting with my husband. He has some carrying, he's also a hunter. I don't do that though.
Is your use of it more just to go kind of spend time with
Burden
your
Rev,
spouse, or
this
is
is
it
defense. This
personal
is
safety, or
this is Sharifsi.
I guess I was robbed at gunpoint, so.
so you've been the victim of a crime with a firearm?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you, would that have an impact on your ability? Can I ask you, how long ago was that?
2012. So, 10 years ago.
Was the person arrested?
Yes. I had to go to court.
Okay.
And I picked them out.
I'm sorry,
Picked them out. They went to, I went to court. They were arrested.
I can only assume that that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Hearing about firearms in this case and firearms being discharged and what you obviously know we're going to talk about, would that have an impact on your ability to listen to this case?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 and 26.
I shoot recreationally, and I take gun safety classes.
I didn't hear that, sorry.
I shoot recreationally, and I take gun safety classes.
Is it something you do regularly?
About once a year.
Once a year. Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 in seat 25.
25.
I'm sorry, 25 and 25.
Big hunting family. It's like 3 generations now. I also shoot regulation. I also for protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry, ma'am, 40 in seat 24.
My husband is an active hunter. He's got a gun collection.
An active hunter Biden.
And he's brought me shooting a couple of times. But I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but by any means. He's wanting me to take a concealed carry class or a hunter safety class so that way I can be more confident and not as uncomfortable around guns.
Do you think it's important to have some comfort level for you with the firearm?
Yes. Yeah. I during all of the unrest, I was very anxious at home with 5 kids. While my husband was away at work or was working. So I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel safe at home. But I knew I'll be more of a danger to myself if I hurt again.
Defense wants to probably toss a gun crime victim.
Where they were and where the keys were to the safe and everything, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. So that's why he's expressed interest in getting me to get more knowledge.
Defense wants everybody with a concealed carry permit or who is engaged in gun training. Anybody who recognizes what self-defense looks like, the defense wants them on there because this is one of the clearest cases of self-defense you're going to encounter.
Juror 23. Yeah, no, same thing. But it sounds like you got a gun in particular for safety.
Yes, and as it turns out, I enjoy target practice a lot. So I go shooting quite often and to gain accuracy and comfort.
So would it be fair to say it was something you did initially for safety now that has turned into something that you actually, I don't want to say it's a hobby maybe, but you enjoy doing?
I enjoy doing it and I encourage myself to do it because I want to be accurate.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, there's one more, juror 54 in seat 30.
I want to be accurate. Kyle is a very accurate shot. That's a good thing. Prosecution probably marked that lady for a strike.
And he's got a gun collection. I only shot a gun twice, just with the targets.
Is there anything about, and this can go not only to juror number 54, but everybody, we had talked about the specific gun being bothersome, at least to one juror. Is there anybody here who's just so bothered by guns that, there are certain things that just are a non-starter for people, where they don't want to hear the evidence, they don't want to listen to it? Is there anybody here who feels that way about firearms, that they just would be unwilling to listen to the facts of the case? I see no hands.
This is still relatively rural Wisconsin. I know it's close to Chicago, but the whole county isn't necessarily part of a Chicago suburb. So you've still got a bunch of people here who are going to be very comfortable around guns because they grew up with guns, right?
So that being said, I just wanted it noted that, no, I don't believe a machine gun should be in anyone's hands.
What do you mean machine gun?
So I don't know a whole lot about firearms. Can you tell me what your definition of a machine gun is?
A machine gun that is able to shoot multiple rounds.
When you say that, by like you just hold the trigger down and then bullets just keep coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't think that type of gun is necessary.
Gone. Judge dismissed for cause.
Well, you're gonna, this case is gonna involve a gun that you may be, I don't want to say uncomfortable, but your feelings on it, okay? So I don't think I'm gonna
Okay. I just
sugarcoat
wanted
this.
you to know.
You're gonna hear that that gun is out and about in Kenosha. How would,
Is in it shouldn't be.
okay,
Gone.
with
gotta-
that belief,
Pretty clear.
do you think you can still listen to the case and judge it fairly, or are you bothered enough by your feelings about the type of firearm that you would be unwilling to set that aside?
It's not even
I
unwilling.
appreciate you being
It's
honest about it. I think everybody does. So
Yeah. Judge moved to strike for
I would
cause.
try my best to try to be very neutral about it. I would try my best.
Judge moved to strike for cause.
So the judge has asked, you know, do you think somebody could do a better job than you sitting in your chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair, I'll tell you that.
You said nobody wants to be in the
Nobody
chair?
wants to be in this chair. I'd be rather sitting in a hard bench.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a second, but I'm really just, and I think everybody just wants the people that are going to be as fair as possible. And if there's something that is telling you that you don't think
He
that you
needs to
can
get her
be
on
as
the
fair as
record saying
possible, I
she
think
can't be impartial.
everybody
is
on
what's
this
going
side
on.
would want to know that. Do you think, with the feelings that you have, I think it's a, I don't want to say it's a yes or no, but what are your feelings on that?
I would try to be fair for everyone's, both sides of it. I just really feel as if I'm taking it away from just the gun itself. I don't like that gun. It's my opinion.
I think I'm going to invite correction by the lawyers.
gotta
Because you've
strike her
used the
for
term a
cause.
machine gun. And there was a time 50 years ago when a machine gun was a gun that on a single depression of the trigger would fire multiple rounds. That type of gun still exists and, for example, is used in the military. They are unlawful in almost all instances for sale to individuals. That's called now a fully automatic weapon.
They're not unlawful at all. You just have to have a
That
special
means that the
licensure.
single trigger depression can discharge as many bullets as the firearm is capable of discharging for as long as the trigger is depressed. Then there are guns that are semi-automatic.
Depress the trigger. You're
where
worthless. You're not any
they're
good at
capable
life.
of firing a large number of rounds, but every time requires a single trigger pull. Those can be, there have been devices created which can render those effectively
Michael Berg,
fully
jurors have all
automatic.
been sworn in.
They are not lawful for sale in this country, but I think the old ones are still out there, which would make the gun the equivalent of a fully automatic weapon. So there's semi-automatic, single depression discharges only one bullet, and it's as fast as you can pull your trigger, the number of times you can pull the trigger. And there's the fully automatic, which will fire as long as it's held down. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question about that accuracy
Strike
of that?
her for cause,
Okay, go ahead.
Judge.
Would it matter? Would it matter to you whether or not how would it change your opinion if you knew that it was not fully automatic, that it was a single depression? Would that change your opinion and how you feel?
No. Just be honest.
Intent to shoot a particular person
Mhm.
or thing would be more deliberate than if it was a machine gun and you're just taking down everybody. Machine gun being automatic, I guess, is a word I should have done.
Clearly that didn't happen here, even if it was
So-
a machine gun.
I just want to make sure that I understand your position on it. Okay, so the judge
This is
has
a
told
defense
you
strike.
about
Garen, if
no
if
one
the
here
judge
is going to
doesn't
allege
remove her,
that
this is a
there was an
defense strike.
automatic weapon used. Okay, so it was a single depression as many times, or as the judge said, as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's a semi-automatic weapon. Knowing that, does that have an impact on your feelings in terms of being able to judge the case fairly.
Again, he has to get on the record that she's not impartial to get a free strike. That's what he's trying to do.
See how it all mapped out with the evidence.
Would you do your best to try to?
I will do my best.
Can I ask you this? You had said, and you had.
This is why he keeps asking questions.
You had
He's
said
trying
nobody
to
wants
get
to
out
be
of
sitting in
her
that chair.
the wrong admission, the admission that he needs.
Ask any of us.
Okay, well, I might. What about, is it the anxiety of potentially being on a case like this? Is it just?
It's scary. The last case I was on, it was a former patient of mine that was murdered.
Anna, what is wrong? How do you not know? How?
I'm scared to go home. I live very close to Antioch, where he is from. When we thought the riots were going out, yes,
Hashtag
it's
disappointed.
so scary. I live so close to where he's from.
Would your fear, if that's the right word, would that impact your ability to decide the case fairly? Would you be worried about outcome?
No. My fear is walking out of any of the days of court and just wondering what we're walking out to. What are our cars going to look like when we're going out?
Removed for cause. Get her
Then
out.
Am I going to be able to get home safe? That's scary.
Just to interject, there are measures that will be taken with the jury that is selected to deal with those fears. And I think your fears would be substantially diminished
No, strike
once
her.
you're made aware of them, but I'm not going to
Strike
talk
her.
about them right now because they're less effective if I do. So we'll leave it at that.
I appreciate your honesty. Is there anybody else trying to follow up on that? Since it's anybody else who feels that sitting on the jury, on this particular jury, would be difficult because of either the pressure, anxiety from any of the things that Juror 31 had said, fear of what a verdict might do or be, what it means to the community? Anybody here have those fears? Juror 4, if I remember this, 40 and 24.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the community. And I should say all the outsiders from our community that are coming in because this is such a public case.
Got that Arby's.
Just brings it back to August last year. The civil unrest or the possibility of the unrest and the unknowns it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Do you have concerns that a specific verdict could be a problem for the community?
Potentially.
Okay, so there's
Strike this lady. Oh my God, you have every reason on earth to strike this lady. She's terrible.
But that doesn't stop the politics from outside the courtroom, you know what I mean? So people are gonna do what they're gonna do. Does that make it right? Absolutely not. But I can only, you know.
how do you would it impact your ability to be fair though, having lived through whatever you lived through, however you felt about it, would that
Roscoe,
impact
you're
your
right.
ability
I am
to
the Michael
judge
Drejka.
this case fairly
I kill
because
the
of those
competition.
concerns?
No, I think it's more so like she had mentioned, like what happens when we leave the courthouse and all of the unrest that could possibly be there.
But you still spammed, so get the fuck out.
Let me just tell you that I've been in this business for over 50 years in the criminal courts, and I have never, ever had any incident in any of the courts, not just in my court, but in the other judges,
Stop reassuring this lady and just strike her. She's obviously not fit for jury duty in this case.
Had some pretty gruesome people in here over the years.
Goblin, yes, you can provoke people by lawful conduct. Go back and watch. Nate and I discussed this. I get that you're fucking idiotic and you have no brain and you can't reason through things and you can't read the law and you can't read case law and you can't read statutes. I get it. We explain everything to you. Just go back. God, you're so fucking dumb. The real question is, when you get in a car, do you have to have an assistant so you don't run yourself over? What is wrong with you?
Are you okay? Meaning, are you willing to listen to the case, judge the evidence, understanding that a specific verdict, whatever you think might bring out, as you call them, the crazies, are you okay saying, look, I'm still going to do what I'm going to follow the law.
They've spent like 8 minutes on this lady. Just strike her.
I'm going to render a verdict that I believe to be correct with all of that kind of background noise.
Yes, just because I got my own self-integrity thing. And so, yes, I don't think that it would factor into me being unbiased to being able to look at it, look at all the evidence and to make a decision. And it's my anxiety.
Okay. Thank you. I think juror 15. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
All right, so she's on the defense's strike 7-strike list.
Yes. About the influences of family and friends. And we stopped after the prosecution questioned me. We were going to, but I lost concentration. And we were going to prosecute because, as you put it, we didn't sit impartially. I don't think I could.
Tim Christ, prosecutor's not talking. This is Kyle's defense attorney, Michael Sharifsi. Michael Sharifsi is the attorney's last name.
The interaction, not discussing the case, about the end result.
Yeah, you can prosecute a prosecutor for perjury. It's just really, really exceptionally rare.
Is it something that would... I want to do this delicately. I don't want to...
Let me ask this, is there objection to excusing this juror?
You don't think you can be fair, is that right, ma'am? Based on that.
All right, I'm going to excuse you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank God.
What is it, 62?
Yes, juror
Stolen screen
62.
name. Yeah, this is just jury selection. And jury selection will either be done by the end of today or it'll be done tomorrow.
All right. Well, even though we haven't started the trial yet, I think there's one thing we can all agree on. He is very fashionably dressed. Don't you agree? All right. I'm sure we've got a few Cub fans in here, but anyway, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions? What's up?
I have classes that affect my water license that I've scheduled that are in the next 2 weeks for my water license, and I also have a 24-hour call shift coming on. 24-hour call shift?
Water license.
I'm a water operator.
Okay, and the clerk is nodding yes, since you grew up on a farm, so this obviously is something rural, right?
No, this is like
No?
Work for that county.
What's that? Oh, a municipality. You work in Lake County? Do you wear that shirt to work?
It won't let me, but I wish.
All right. So this is something that's essential for your employment?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you didn't do that?
Lose my license and I could also not get a raise.
Well, Is there objection to this gentleman being excused? No. Okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, yeah, and she's a big Cub fan, so she's gonna, this is gonna.
Juror number 63.
All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Which ones?
I have a conflict with the schedule. And also I have a yes question for one of the question about the AR-15, which the one of the jury said that.
Nope, go.
I agree with her. And that's why I think there's someone more qualified for this one.
Okay, let's break it down a little bit. And I,
Psychic
maybe you'd be more
wars.
comfortable
The
in
short
chair
answer
over
is
there.
yes, but we
Why
have
don't
no
you come on
evidence
up and sit in
anyway
seat 15,
about that.
and then you won't have to stand there and answer questions. All right, thank you.
Diamond Duck, he was asking about something about the AR-15. If
You
someone's
indicated
asking about a
you
specific
had
gun,
generally in agreement with the lady who was excused about her views on the firearm involved?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is your personal belief on the subject?
I believe that there's someone here more qualified for.
No. My question wasn't clear. What is your, I don't remember the exact question that was asked of the lady, but it had to do with whether or not she would be able to be fair on all of the crimes that are charged and the particular elements of them. And that simply because the defendant is alleged to have been in possession of that type of a firearm, that she would just vote guilty regardless of the proof.
okay, Goblin Goblinius,
That's not a
I'm never
totally fair
answering you
statement, but
again.
it-
Go back
just
and
wanting to
watch the
improve on that,
video. You
you
don't
asked the
understand
question.
self-defense. You don't understand Wisconsin law. You don't understand the facts of the situation. These are basic fucking facts that you have gotten wrong over and over and over. So I'm telling you
honestly
right
listen
now
to the
publicly,
facts
I
of
will
the
not
case.
respond to you again. You're fucking retarded. You're too stupid to understand what's going on willfully. That's the worst part of it. It's not that you have a
when
mental
you said you had a
disorder
schedule
or
conflict?
something like that. It's that you're willfully stupid. So you can go educate yourselves. We've covered all these topics. I will not respond to you again. I don't care what you say. Find a bridge.
May not take at least 2 weeks.
Well, it would take us up to the 19th would be the Friday after we're supposed to be done, hoping to be done. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I'll let Mr. Sharafi examine you further on the weapons issue if he wishes, and I'll allow the state to respond as well.
So, juror number 63. So, just trying to follow up, and I'm going to have you answer as honestly as you can. Are you willing to listen to the evidence, understanding some of the evidence is going to involve possession of a semi-automatic firearm that looks like an AR-15?
It is an
Are you willing to listen to the evidence and judge this case based solely on that evidence, irrespective of your feelings about that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So are you willing to judge each individual charge that involves that firearm based on the evidence that you hear in the case and is presented to you, setting aside and understanding the fact that you
Again,
have
he's trying
these
to-
feelings about this firearm?
This is a weird thing that they have to do. They have to get on the record the reason for cause to strike these people. Otherwise, they have to burn their own strikes on it.
Thank you. I was asking, I'm sorry, Judge, you raised your hand?
I need to scratch my eye.
Sorry. I think that, and I'm not looking to point fingers, but I think juror number 46 in seat 17, there was questions about fear of sitting in those seats or anxiety about sitting in those seats. And I know you didn't raise your hand, but your body language was telling me that you were not thrilled about this. So is that true? Can you tell me what everybody's
Oh my
interested
God,
in?
we
is, and I
passed
understand there's
3,500 likes.
anxiety,
Hold on, I'm trying to
probably for
soak up
everyone.
the existing liquor.
Is it something that you can?
Oh, well, just the other day, I was driving down 60 and they're already boarding things up, which freaked me out, like, come on, you know. So, yeah, I'm worried about the safety. And I even didn't even drive the car here today. I took a Lyft because I don't want anybody seeing my car. So I'm just kind of freaked out about that, yes.
Okay. Would it impact your ability to render the verdict that you thought was correct?
Oh, no, it wouldn't impact, no, it wouldn't impact that.
Okay. Anyone else that have concerns about being on the panel in terms of safety or, I'm sorry.
Cable, no. Dismissal for cause
34.
is not using one of their own strikes.
So I really want to serve on a jury.
The 7 strikes that the attorneys have are for no cause.
People involved directly have an opinion. I figure
Cheers,
either
chat.
way this goes, you're going to have half the country upset with you, and they react poorly. I also drove somebody else's car here, and while it wouldn't, you know, it is my duty, and you're a guilt tripper up there on the bench. And so I'm a big Hamilton fan, and you keep mentioning the founding fathers, but it's
Big
scary
Hamilton
because
fan.
you don't know
Strike.
how people are going to react.
Get
And I
it-
watch
get her
too
out.
much TV, and so of course you worry. I want to know who's going to have the list of jurors. I'm grateful that you mentioned that we're not photographed. Not only would I not have control over my good side, but I don't want it to be known. I don't want people to know that I'm on a jury, or, I mean, if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't want them to know, and I wouldn't want them to have my list of my name or my address. I don't want people standing outside of my house. You know, it's scary when you think all of a sudden, and it's
The funny
on
thing is, the
news
people who
all
will
over the
do
country.
that to this juror
not
are the
just
New York
Washington
Times,
County.
CNN,
So, I mean, it is
LA
scary, and I would be
Times.
very interested to hear how the jury is protected, because
And those are legitimate questions, and they recur in cases without, you know, commenting on the enormity of this case or its particular facts, the aura of fear that would surround it. If you were here over the years that I've been here, you would have a better idea about the degree of risk that's involved for jurors. I can tell you, one of the things I'll tell whoever selected on this case, whatever their verdicts are, I will talk about you're never obliged to talk with anybody about the case, but you're welcome to talk about it as little or as much as you want. I tell them that if anyone bothers them, that they should let me know, and we'll put a stop
Well,
to
I do
it.
a collaboration with Report of the
And
Week.
you know
for
what?
Food
In
Review.
50 years of trying
Whenever.
cases, and well, I tried cases as a lawyer, and now in 38 years as a judge, I've never had a juror threatened. I've never had a juror bothered in any way. I have not been bothered, and I don't have any special arrangements either. I am involved differently. Obviously,
I get what
than
the judge is
jury,
saying
but,
here.
As you'll find later, if
But we're not.
if there's a
We're not
verdict of guilt
anywhere we
returned
were
a
in the
criminal
past
trial,
50 years.
then I'm in the sentencing business, and I think that the fear that people have is greater than the reality of risk. I'm not going to say it could never happen. By the way, when was the last time you read about a juror being harmed?
Well, I watched a movie the other
We had to
Very
say
good.
that
I'm a
ironically.
Netflix girl.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, you don't hear about it. You know, once in a decade, once in maybe 15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated or not. Yeah, that assassinated, because there are some that happen in the family court's very volatile. The divorce court is very volatile. So you'll hear about those instances
Hockey
once in a
math
decade.
time.
In terms of a judge actually being targeted, I would say that's once every 20 years you read about something like that. And these are people who are dealing with this on an everyday basis. So the risk, I can't emphasize enough. And the same thing with prosecutors. So I, you know, if I could tell you, well, there's no risk at all, but I wouldn't be being honest with you. I am telling you that I've never seen it. I've even anything even close to it. And as far as these people who are spouting off all over the country, but when you have a case that gets this much publicity, we get people. I'm going to leave it at that.
Judge, you're making your case.
Can't
Stop.
strongly enough tell you that I think that the risk of which you're concerned, I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, I don't want it to assume proportions that it doesn't deserve. Okay?
Well, I appreciate your comforting words.
Even if I'm, what did you call me?
Comforting words.
No, before that, what'd you say? Guilt tripping?
Oh, I did call you a really good guilt trip.
That's going to last. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharef.
My only question is, with that
I'm a degenerate at
understandable
Arby's. I just eat the
pressure that
giant
you
roast
feel,
beef
or anxiety
sandwich.
that you feel.
It's not
I think
good,
everybody's concern is
but
that
it's good
that
enough.
pressure then makes you decide something that you don't actually believe in because you feel pressure to.
I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think, some cases, I think they probably, if you decided guilty, it would get, it would be better. Or if you decided innocent, it would be better. I feel like it's as divided as politics and as racial tensions are. I think that there are no winners. I think.
But ma'am, who else is going to decide?
No, I agree. And honestly, we could all say whatever to get out of the chair. I mean, if we weren't here to be honest and to try to come up with an honest verdict based on evidence, I don't think people would still be sitting here. I mean, because you could say some really off-the-wall things, and I've had lots of suggestions from people about what to say or what to wear to get off the jury, but I don't believe that's true. And I also don't believe in perjuring yourself to get out of the civic duty. I'm just saying, I feel like whatever the verdict is, there's going to be half the country that's going to be up in arms about it. And we've seen what that did to the city of Kenosha. Last year, I don't live in the city, so I wasn't personally affected, but so many people, even leaving here today have been.
Strike.
And it's just scary. And I don't want people to have my name, and I don't want to be seen on TV, and I don't want people to come after in their haze of praise.
Maybe the country will calm down.
Well,
See a verdict at a fair trial?
that would be amazing if that happened. I love your optimism as well.
Thank you, ma'am. My last kind of area is nobody's going to hide this point, and it was raised a little bit. Is there anybody on the panel who does not believe in the concept of self-defense as a defense in court? That you should not be able to use self-defense to defend yourself?
No one's going to
I
raise
see no
their
hands.
Terrible question.
What I think you will hear, what I know you will hear, in this particular case is that in a case like this where self-defense is raised, once it's raised, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Not that he doesn't have, we don't have to prove that he was acting in self-defense. They have to prove that he wasn't, which it might be unusual. Is there anyone here who thinks it's unfair to make the state hold that burden of proof that Mr. Rittenhouse, in fact, did not act in self-defense? Does anybody think that's a problem?
No one's going to raise their hand to that.
I see
either.
no hands. The other thing
Again,
is,
a terrible question.
which is a little unusual, is you think you will be asked to view that self-defense from the shoes of Mr. Rittenhouse, not from all of us
These are
sitting
weird,
here.
like technical questions.
Semi-comfortable.
Easy to not raise hands to.
Today.
I think
So you'll be
should
asked
ask
to
more
view it
open
from the shoes.
questions.
Does anybody think that is also unfair?
Does anybody think there are limitations on the idea of
I
self-defense?
see no hands.
Raise your hand.
And
Okay.
lastly,
Let's talk about your what do you think is a
the
limitation
judge
on
had
self-defense?
commented on the
provocation.
idea
Oh, okay, fine.
of
Stuff like that.
presumption of innocence when he was talking about the founding fathers.
These
So the
these questions
idea
are too technical.
Is that as he sits here right now today,
So I think
with
it's a
everybody
lawyer
having your
problem.
feelings about what
Gotta
you've
be a real
seen,
guy.
what you've heard, what you've watched, as he sits here today, presumed to be innocent. Everybody gets that. Does anybody think that that is unfair to, I guess it would be to the state. Does anybody think that it should start kind of in the middle, that there should be no presumption of innocence? Does anybody
I know
think
a bunch
that,
of
feel that
people
way?
are mad about the Barnes thing, and you're welcome to be mad about it, but it's
I see no
done at
hands.
this point. So now we have to just analyze based
and
on
I
what
have
they
no
got.
other questions.
All right, folks, I think we're going to take about a 10, hopefully 10, maybe 15-minute recess.
I've had to pee for
And then
so
we're going
long.
to be calling jurors into the library, one at a time, and asking some questions that we didn't bore into here that are better asked outside the presence of the other jurors. And during that time, please remain in your seats. We're going to take a little bit of a break too.
Have a family you need. Ask how long this case
First,
will go for.
and then after
Probably
that,
about
please
2
remain in your
weeks.
seats, and you're welcome to talk about anything you want, including that gentleman's
In
very
case
fashionable
Barnes
shirt.
is supposed to be allegedly supposed to be involved in the jury
or anything
selection
else other than
with a
something that
team of,
relates to the case or the
behavior
evidence or
experts,
the
and
people
they
or
were-
anything like that.
They were
And then
removed.
we'll start
or
calling
they removed
and
themselves. Not quite sure.
stay
in the
alert,
past couple
everybody,
days.
because there may be
from
there
that.
may be some additional people who will be excused, and some of you folks will be called up to replace those people. So you need to be just as attentive, and across the street too, just as attentive as before. Once we get started again, but there won't be anything happening right in your presence. So it's going to be done.
Max Grift, I
in the
can't play the
library,
whiskey peeing
outside
lawyer
the
song
presence
on
of
this
the other
one.
jurors. Media. We're going to allow at least one media representative in the library while we do this. Maybe two. I guess I already committed to two, so we'll find the chairs. It's because the room is smaller, and I think also two from each party, two additional folks from each party. Any questions, anybody? Okay. And these questions are going to relate to the very issues you were asked about here, only perhaps more in depth. Okay, so
yeah, Andy Marcelli.
bear
I
with
know
us,
what Barnes says, and I believe him, but
let's everybody be-
I
try
don't
to
know
be
the
back in
circumstances.
your seat
So
at,
I'm just trying to be
some
as fair
some-
as possible.
what's the word I want?
I believe Barnes, but
time
even from Barnes,
freak.
I've
comes and
I
set these
haven't
clocks so
personally
that they're
heard
2
the
minutes
full
or 2 or 3
story.
minutes ahead, which
So I'm not
which
going to
is
go
not
out
good
and
for a
accuse
guy like me. But,
someone of something or like
we're going to
blanket
use,
say
I guess, the
something unless I
clock
can back it
time.
up.
There's clock time that's showing on that clock, and we'll start at. We'll try to start at 20 after on that clock up there, which is more
Wait,
likely 17 after. Is that right?
15
Yeah.
minutes. Well, 12
Okay. Any
minutes.
question? Okay. Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm going to be right back, and I'll hit some super chats and answer some questions and interact with chat in a minute. But I just really have to go to the bathroom. I actually had to go before we got before we got back from lunch. Nate and I were talking. I didn't want to interrupt that. I figured I'll just, I'll take the hit on the bladder or whatever. I'll be right back. See you guys in just a minute. Oh my goodness. Whoo. Oh, that was great. If you're spamming, you're going to get banned, man. Stop. What is your problem? Also, I know it's you. You're asking the same question. What did happen to the camera? It's not a beef and cheddar, Hydrosphere. This is just a half-pound roast beef. I don't get the beef and cheddar. I last year, or in the last year, I should say, developed a lactose intolerance, which sucks because I used to eat ice cream every night, and now I basically never eat ice cream. It's my favorite food. I don't eat that anymore. But with that, I try to limit the amount of cheese. Not all cheese activates it, but I try to hashtag not all cheese. I try to limit the amount I actually eat. Because it does make me a little uncomfortable. No, it was long before COVID, John Doe, unfortunately. I don't get to blame it on anything. It's just a product of getting older. Your body starts to suck. Okay. Russell Hall says, why is Judge Biden assigned to this case? Not measured ultra handsome. Jack maybe says, Jesus, Nick, early coverage. I'll have to see after work. Yes, we will be here basically every day for the trial, except on Thursday, I teach at 9 in the morning. So Thursday, what I'm going to try and arrange, if Lady Rackets is amenable to this proposition, I'm going to try to arrange where I'll go teach for the first hour, and then I'll shoot back home right away. And we will do maybe we'll start the coverage an hour later or something like that. My class, like 45 minutes or 50 minutes. I can't remember, somewhere in there. So it might be an hour and 15 minutes. And then we'll pick up on the coverage. I think I'll be able to convince Lady Rackets to stay there with the kids this week and bring them home. I'll just drive separate and then I'll come home and kick off. But we're going to be covering Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, basically every day this week. We're going to cover all of this trial. If you want to see it, be here. If you want to see me comment, if you don't want to see me comment, don't come bitching to me in the comments about me commenting. Go watch somewhere else. I don't care. I don't know. Like, you can't possibly hurt my feelings with it. Like, I don't know that you're like, if you're here or you're not, I only know if you're here. I don't know if you're not here or why you're not here. But don't bitch at me in the comments and whine about commentary. You're here for commentary. If you're not here for commentary, please go watch. Don't watch something that makes you annoyed because I'm talking. Watch something that makes you annoyed for some other reason. But yeah, we'll be covering it every day of trial is the goal, Monday through Friday. And yes, I'm going to try and maintain the nighttime streaming schedule as well, although the Twitch streaming might get moved. I just have to work that out with Lady Rackets, because doing 8 hours of streaming and then doing another 3 hours of streaming plus having the extra 2 hours of Twitch, it gets to be a lot. So I just have to work logistics. Snuggle Struggle says, I'm late. What did I miss? Dear God, 7 hours. Can't you just cut this down to a 10-minute video for me so I can act like I'm the expert upon this case? Sadly, many keyboard warriors acting like this, they haven't the foggiest. I will try to get some recaps out there Maybe just some, they might just be shorts. They might be 1 minute long, 1 minute long. They might be 10 minutes long, depending on what I can do. Recapping this. I'm going to make a big playlist of Rittenhouse stuff as well. So all of the Rittenhouse trial and my trial and any thought videos or whatever that I might do, thought videos, right? Where I'm in nipple tassels, those will all be done in one playlist. They'll be really easy to find. I'm going to put it up, on the channel. It'll be linked and all that stuff. So all of these things are going to be able to be watched, in a nice playlist format or referenced really easily. So all of that is going to happen. And it starts with this video. This will be the first one. Stegus says, "What are you up? Why are you up so early? Boomer, go back to sleep. I only just got up." Dude, I don't want to be up this early, but this is one of the most important cases in the nation this year. Period. Bar none. This case is not only about the legal status of self-defense in Wisconsin, but it's about the nation's perspective on self-defense in general. If you think this is anything other than self-defense, I would humbly suggest one of two things. One, you don't know what self-defense is, which is very, very possible. Lots of people do not. And two, if you don't think this is self-defense, then our education systems and public sentiments are failing, which also might be true. Both of those things can be very, very true. And this is a textbook case of self-defense as far as the video has shown, and as far as the prosecution's complaint reads. Very reasonable people who are not quote unquote the alt-right or whatever would agree with that statement. This is defense attorneys would love to have this set of facts on a normal self-defense case. The politicization of it makes it much more dangerous. Here for lol says, "The commentator is obviously homoerotic, probably frequently late. Seriously impressed when your shorts are more Vic than Vic's." So there you go. That's my initial thoughts on this. Let's see. I read that one from Padrius. Iric the Red says, "The city is at an elevation of 9,350 feet, almost as high as the elevation of Russell Greer's top lip." Oh, you better stop. Mad Anand says, "Rackets up early." Yes, I am. Dragon's Treasure says, "How long until Twitter folks screech this judge is unprofessional? Replace him with someone else we approve of." Dude, they already did that. They did that after the last hearing. So that was Wednesday, I think, of last week. Greg Hansen says, "Nate discounts the possibility of the jury convicting out of fear of social consequences or more riots in their town." I don't think he discounts that possibility. Or, well, maybe, I guess the discount always depends on what you think the original price is. I think all of us are aware that that is a possibility that could happen. But on the legal issues, and what you hope is that Kyle is acquitted on the legal issues by the jury. But if he's not, there's actually a significant amount of hope for Kyle on appeal. A lot of people don't compare this trial to the Chauvin trial. Vastly different facts. Chauvin trial was a bad trial for a lot of people to die on the hill of, in my opinion. And that's not a fresh take on it from me. Anyone who watched that knows that I was not a huge fan of the Chauvin defense prospects from the start. And with that, a lot of people thought that was like this is the case. It's really not. It was not a great case for Chauvin. The Kyle case is much, much better from an optics standpoint, from a legal standpoint. Kyle has a lot more going for him. So I know a lot of people are miffed about the Chauvin case, and that's fine. You can have that opinion. You are welcome to it. I'm not even gonna argue with you. I have no reason to. I have my opinion. You have yours. That's okay. With that said, though, don't compare these two. They're really not comparable, other than the quote unquote politics behind it. But Chauvin had a bad fact pattern and a really bad video. Kyle has a really good fact pattern and some really good video. That's the difference here. Eric Bloodaxe says the defense case for Chauvin sounded like he was going to walk. I didn't think Chauvin was going to walk. I thought the defense case had some interesting mistrial concepts that came up, but I don't know if I ever thought he was going to walk. I think the defense did a good job, about as good as they could do. But they had, again, you have a cop on video kneeling on a man for 9 minutes and then him dying. For whatever reason, it doesn't really matter. On video, the cop looks like a smug asshole for 9 straight minutes while a man dies. That doesn't look good. Kyle's are instant. I mean, it's done. 1 shot into Huber, 4 shots into Rosenbaum. That's mostly off camera, by the way. 1 shot into Huber, 1 shot into Gage, omitting shots into other people that he could take. The video for Kyle is a much better case, a much better video to watch if you want an acquittal than Chauvin's video. So anyway, it's tough. I'm not saying that Chauvin got a fair trial. I don't think he could in Minneapolis get a fair trial. I think it should have been moved to outstate Minnesota. That's my personal opinion. But I think there are some problems with what happened in that case. But ultimately, like it was a bad case for people to put a lot of faith into. Let's see. Greg Hansen says, no, wait, Michael Mravitz says, I'm glad you came on, Nate. I would have been conflicted if you created your own stream. Don't feel conflicted, guys. If someone else you like is streaming about this, go watch their content too. Like, go watch theirs. If you like, pop back and forth. Yeah, we're all trying to get our words in on this case. We're not competing with each other. I mean, we're forced into competition, but most of us would have you watch, as many, like, especially on the lawyers on YouTube, we would all want you to take in everyone's opinions. Absolutely. That's why, I'm happy to bring some people on. We're going to bring Uncivil Law on tomorrow. Legal Mindset sounds like he might pop on for a bit on Wednesday. I'm open to having other lawyers on as well. This is just a case with a lot of coverage, and I'm going to cover it every day. I've been saying that for a while now. It's regardless of who else is covering it. I don't want to step on any toes. If someone else is covering it, go watch theirs. 100%. I'm covering this for me because it forces me to watch the trial. And because if I get to share my thoughts with people, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not here to step on anybody's toes, man. We're all just trying to make our own show. That's it. Mark Nelson says, good morning, you too. Looking forward to watching you both rip apart this trial. Keep up the good work. Shanji says, here's your Griff money for the free earlier super chat. I Hate Yankee says, just saw Dune last night. Any plans to get Ty back on to talk about it? Yeah, absolutely. Very much so. I talked about it with him privately, and I think it'd be good to have him on. Donald Trust and Believe says, will you have Legal Mindset on for one day and collab with Andrew soon? Who's Andrew? Legal Mindset. I said he's going to hopefully pop on Wednesday. BS. The lactase pills, I use them. When you're having a bunch of ice cream, though, I find that they don't fully cover it, in my opinion. Cinema Queen, yes, subscriber only mode is on because the trolls were really bad today. Again, I don't care if you troll me. You can insult me. You can say whatever you want about me in the chat. Just do it once at a time. If you send like 7 messages, it's just lame. It fills up the whole chat window. Other people are impacted by it. Say whatever you want about me. You cannot harm me, right? Like you're an anonymous person on the internet. Say all of the jokes and memes that you want. It's fine. We don't censor those. I don't care. Just don't spam them. That's literally it. You say once a minute or whatever, that's fine. Just don't spam them. It's crazy. Legal Mindset stage name is Andrew Esquire and Yay Wednesday. Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. Brain says thoughts on Poopgate. Biden pooped his pants. That's not no one should be asking these questions. Stephen Cooper, we read that one. We read Vape Dad. AJ says, I once watched a stream with Nate in it, and after taking a shot every time he invoked racism, I ended up in a coma. No, it depends on the stream, for sure. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, Kyle did a better job than most cops would in the same scenario. Most people in general, but yeah, most trained people, untrained people. Kyle did an amazing job. And again, one of the best parts of Kyle's case is he never takes a shot at anyone who is not actively engaged in trying to harm him. That's a crazy element of this. He doesn't fire off around at the crowd. There are people following. There are people shooting into the air trying to get Kyle's attention or a reaction. I think at one point he turns back, like at the end after he's already shot 3 people. He turns and points the gun briefly, but then he lowers it and turns around and runs again. The amount of restraint shown by someone who has been attacked, hit in the head, chased, had his gun attempted to take, and has also shot 3 people. That level of restraint is something you can't train for or buy. It's crazy. Wick Dibber says, Nick, you've changed my life with your amazing life hack. Don't wear black shirts with dandruff. Mind blown. Are there any other colors you recommend avoiding so that flakes of skin aren't obvious? Yes, brown, purple, red. Those are all bad ones. Brown, purple, red, and black are bad ones. It's for me, it's when the seasons change to winter, particularly, the air gets really dry in Minnesota and my scalp just dries out like crazy. So, it wasn't as dry last night. This morning I woke up and was like, oh my God. So, yep. 2012 Jameson says courts have failed because courts have made it so that social justice is the same as actual justice. Barnes was in charge of PR. He might still be in charge of PR. I don't know. Eric M says, Nick, I'm from Kenosha. I sat in this judge's courtroom for jury selection. I remember we played Jeopardy. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. BRNDNREB says, having to work in San Fran for a couple weeks, but got rained out of work today. Get to watch your coverage live while catching up on paperwork. Oh, good luck out in San Francisco. Try not to get AIDS from all the needles. A fuzzy creature says today, oh man, eat some dumplings for me. It's the one thing about San Francisco that I will say. That Chinese food, though. Fuzzy Creature says today should have been the Robert Barnes show. Wholly disappointed, and I hope they don't screw over Kyle for their own vanity. Look, again, Nate and I talked a little bit. There's a lot of reasons that Mark Richards may have made the decision. If he made that decision, I don't know. I'm assuming Richards and Sharifsi made the decisions about Barnes and did what they did. There's a lot of reasons they could do that. I disagree with those reasons. I think it's helpful to have more information and resources available to you, even if you're gonna change you're not gonna take that advice. And since it's effectively free for Kyle to have it, I think you have it. But we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of reasons he might have chosen for it. It would have been nice to see Barnes involved, but hey, at some point, maybe it was as simple as they don't want the social media publicity that they've already got, much less more. I don't know how you're going to fight against that, but it's hard to tell without knowing their exact motivation for it. I'm not going to sit here and criticize. I'll give my opinion. If I were doing a jury and Barnes said, hey, I've got a behavior panel that's already paid for. I don't know if it's the behavior panel from Hunley's show but I've got some behavior experts and my expertise is going to come in and help you with jury selection. And we're already paid for. Your client doesn't have to pay a dime. I mean, I'm taking it. I'm taking that. I I take that. That seems wholly helpful for me. Selrin says, and as it's messy, you need a video watching PhD. Yeah, I do think John Black will be very helpful in sorting out the messiness of the video. I was watching a video from some Swiss or Swedish dude or something, and he had like multiple videos on the screen. He had their timelines synced up, it's really important because it'll show like Kyle Rittenhouse or Rosenbaum on one video, and then they'll move to the next one. And having those timelines synced up between the videos is something that's really challenging. So having John Black do that and create, as an expert recognized by the court from his expertise and education, create the timeline for the jury, it's going to be very, very valuable. That's what they really want him to do. Put together the timeline of what was going on. Show us how Kyle did not provoke this person. Show us how Kyle acted in self-defense. Where was Kyle? Where was Rosenbaum? Where was Huber? Where was Gage? Where were all these things? Because the videos that I've seen that are put together like that by the random YouTuber, they're showing before the incident. And that FLIR video that's alleged to exist from the FBI, FLIR is infrared. So that infrared video that they have from an FBI drone that says it shows Kyle pursuing Rosenbaum. Maybe there's something there, although no one has seen this video. However, I have seen video where Kyle is walking behind Rosenbaum. Now he's not in pursuit. There's no inference or evidence that he is directly following Rosenbaum. He just happens to be on the street behind him prior to the confrontation. If that's the FLIR video, that will be extremely weak. If there is a video that shows Kyle like chasing Rosenbaum with the gun or something like that, big difference. I'm pretty sure that doesn't exist. Because again, I've seen the video of Kyle being behind Rosenbaum where they're both walking. Interestingly, during that video, Rosenbaum runs up to meet up with a husband-wife combo, and the husband of the husband-wife combo is the guy who fired the initial shot prior to Kyle turning around and pumping 4 shots into Rosenbaum. So Rosenbaum had some involvement of some sort with that couple. Now, if that goes prior to the incident, if it was earlier that night, I don't know, but there's footage of him jogging up to that couple, and that guy would. I guess it's over. So they're going to go into chambers. Let me see and make sure that's over. That was interesting. The Yahoo Finance one is still going, so I pulled that one up. We'll see. The Yahoo News one shut down, but we're back on Yahoo Finance. So again, I'm going to wait till we get some sort of indication that it's actually over. Okay. Anyway, that video shows that Rosenbaum was walking with the people who would later end up firing the first shot that night prior to Kyle firing anything. Once you fire around, like if you're being chased, you've got a gun, you're being chased by some weirdo, and you hear a gunshot, it changes your state of mind dramatically. And so who knows how that'll turn out, and if Black will be doing that stuff. But again, having that timeline put together by an expert that's recognized by the jury, if the expert does a good job of it, that's invaluable. Yeah, that was from Selrin. 200 Watt Studio says Kyle gets tried again. Judge will do double Jeopardy. Pew, 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 pew. JJ says my 2 favorite Black legal commentators on one show. Yes, me and Nate. There you go. Mandalore Wise 01 says I got out because my work wouldn't support me while I would have been in jury. Told the receptionist and they said, thank you. You're good to go. Oh, that was not you. Come on. 200 Watt Studio says, yes, Your Honor. I don't think I could be on this jury. Really want to smang your lovely and juicy clerk. Gross. Ace Brain says, you should take a shot of that Rittenhouse whiskey for every Rittenhouse trial stream. I'll go get a bottle of it. I just got to run down to the store. Deadeye Max says, dude, what is he talking about? What does the fall of Rome have to do with this? He's just, again, he's laying out the import of how vital jury duty is. How dare you? AJ Cook says, would you call the first shooter as a witness if you're on defense? No, I'd let the prosecution call him. You don't need that. You don't want that person on your primary case as defense. Again, the difference between examination and cross-examination is cross-examination done by the responding party has the opportunity to ask leading questions, to craft the narrative in the way that they see fit. Your case in chief, you're asking open-ended questions. It's going to make it a little tougher for you to craft the narrative unless you know exactly what they're going to say. All right. Andy Mazelka says, Judge, we have the luxury of time. Also, home foreclosures, bankruptcy, etc. Suda's Lounge says, Barnes said a guy named David Hancock, who Barnes intimated had CIA connections, was controlling the funds and appears to be sabotaging the trial. Again, I don't know anything about that. I don't know. I haven't heard from Barnes any of this stuff, so that's all coming from the chat. I do hope to talk to him. I just haven't had time with Halloween. Charles McCollum says, Nate, I shared your last video about Kyle with the Young Turks. I dared them to educate themselves. Doubt they will. Have a great day, guys. No, of course not. 200 Watt Studio says, Judge. Then in 1756, let's break for lunch. Mandalore Wise says, not even the judge can keep up with the judge. President-elect Austin M. says, witnesses, humongous Officer Barry Mediciner. Barry Mediciner. Okay. Good Lord. You nasty degenerate chat. Cal Clay says, did he say Officer Binky? Minky? Nick need context. Officer names are officer names. Rogue says, skateboard guy has a very weak self-defense, in my opinion, due to him chasing Kyle, striking him with a skateboard. Activists are hell-bent on getting in, though. Yeah, again, he has some claim, though. If you think there's an active shooter and you're trying to stop him, that is a claim to self-defense. Whether it would work, whether it's believable by the jury, whether they have the subjective belief that they're in reasonable fear. What Nate was pointing out is they have that reasonable fear from an objective standpoint. It says a reasonable person might be afraid for their life in an active shooter situation. Okay, reasonable. The next question. And remember, wisdom is not a part of a self-defense claim. Is it wise to attempt to defend yourself in this situation is not actually a legal aspect of it. So if you have the objective part of it, does a reasonable person, are they reasonably in fear for their life, for their of death or imminent bodily harm? If they are, the next question is, do they subjectively feel it? And then the final question is, were they a provoker of the act? That's the third question in Wisconsin. But the first two, if you have the objective part, yeah, you might have the subjective part as well. $200 Watt Studio says 12th grade teacher should turn off the chat. Absolutely. Hopefully, hopefully we didn't ruin his class too much. 200 Watt Studio says, how about Maniac, Dick Hard Came, and Rusty Car? Yeah, good names. Automata says, there's also some reports that a car made contact with Arbery before stopping. They found fibers near a dent in the truck. That seems relevant. Yes, the Arbery case when I talked with Andrew Branca on it, it was very preliminary. And it's a great show, and it has lots of good principles of self-defense. The facts have changed somewhat since then. What they'll be able to introduce at trial, I don't know, but there is some at least indication that one of the cars might have bumped like on the side Arbery as he was jogging peacefully through the neighborhood. And if that's the case, that could change the calculus, at least to some of the defendants. Again, that's a really interesting case. Peter Bemis says that's why Miller should be overturned and wiped from the record. I agree. Fenrir Lyko says this makes me wish I had a desk job sometimes. Can only watch during lunch. I'm going to have to watch the replay later. VFM, thanks for the donation, buddy. Lost Wolf says they said I couldn't be unbiased because I own a gun one time, so I got dismissed. If the prosecution or the defense want to strike you for that, they could. Ulash One says Chup could learn how to be a judge from this guy. Yeah, Schrader seems to be doing a good job. He really does. Again, fair, consistent, predictable, rule-following judge. You may not like all of their rulings. You may think that they're wrong on things, but he's consistent in his approach to this stuff, and he seems to be following some rational interpretation of the rules. Once you figure those things out, then you're golden. Just follow those rules. Let's see. Peter Bemis says, why do lawyers say about when saying exact numbers? About 38 years on or about exact date. Because it's a stupid artifact of the legal system. If, like, let's say on or about August 25th in Kenosha, Wisconsin, these instances occurred. But let's say we say, well, this took place on August 25th. And that fact actually took place at 12:01 a.m. Like, we didn't actually know, wasn't a timestamp. So you say, oh, and then someone comes in and says, actually, no, it didn't. And then it's like, you got the facts wrong. So you eliminate that by saying on or about. So it was, we're pretty sure it was this day, but just in case there's some leeway one way or another, we got that covered. That's it. It just has to do with not having a stupid technicality overturn an otherwise sound factual basis. Butter Biscuit says, hey, Nick, been a while. Has anything happened with Vic lately, or is that over now? Nope. Still waiting on appeal. Still waiting on appeal. It has been a very long time for that one. Ghost of Recon says, man, I really wish I was on the jury. I don't understand how people can't just understand that no matter what they've seen, the evidence is the evidence. And Dougie Fuoco has sent a donation. Much appreciated. Thank you, Dougie. Someone, I can't read who this was, says, would saying only God may judge get me out of jury duty? Maybe. It actually is possible. Sorry, I saw that beef sitting there, that big beef. I had to get in my mouth. The Yggdrasil Institute says Sleepy Joe shat his pants in the Vatican. I believe it. Mandalore Wise says, as Viva's been emphasizing lately, if you're involved in a case, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
I discussed it. Well, I think I'll save that when I've got the greater bunch of people in here. Not
Judge
a
is
greater bunch of
yakking.
people. You're the greatest bunch
We'll
of
see
people
what
I've seen
happens.
so far today, other than my wife. But a larger group of people. And so
Fuzzy
as a
Creature says,
default,
when I
I'm
served
talking
on a
about the
jury at the
courthouse,
age of
which,
20 in Massachusetts, they treated it
talking
as
about
the
throughout the
one-day
trial, what's going
civics
on
lesson
here.
as opposed to a trial with shit on the
It
line.
looks kind of ramshackle, but it's at the threshold of great beauty.
This
can
is
you all
from
hear me?
before. Oh, this is over.
No? Okay, well, that,
God damn it. Hold on, that's from the beginning of the day. They must have ended the stream after I clicked on the live now version. Let me see what happens. I wasn't paying attention to the timestamps. That looks like the end. That is the end of the Kyle Rittenhouse streams. I can't find any others. If anybody can and tells me what to look for on YouTube, I will gladly do so. But Derna 1804 says if she was actually a pacifist like a Mennonite, then she couldn't serve on the jury because she couldn't use force to put someone in prison. Reno Ryan says, remember Rome, remember Pearl Harbor, remember the creation of the world? This judge does. Nova Zero says, I approve of this judge. His technique is to waterboard each and every single juror so they can be a little less gay. Super Iron Bob says, I'd have trouble not saying I have an opinion. And I have trouble not dismissing anything this POS prosecutor says. Penultima says, if you want to get out of this jury duty, just say you support the Minnesota Vikings. Yes, that'll get you out real quick. Yeah, they were doing in private jury questions, so they probably ended the stream. That's correct. I was just hoping that the judge would come back and announce if they paneled a jury or not, but it looks like jury selection will go into tomorrow. Jamie Moodley says, Alex Jones, folk song. Red Mage 13 says, what are your thoughts on supposed threats of rioting for this trial? Don't think it has as much weight for this, since I don't think BLM would have as much of an interest in this, or would they? There will likely be riots at the outcome of this case. I don't think the threats have that much weight in general in this instance. One, because Kenosha is not Minneapolis. It's not Chicago. It's not that far from Chicago, but it's also not Chicago. And it's a really far place for a big organized thing to occur in the same way that it would somewhere else. Like, again, a place with a major airport or bus hub, for example. Not that I would suggest that anybody from outside of these areas would be rioting on behalf of some paid interest. Not that I would ever suggest that, but it is possible that there would be some influence there. I don't think it's as big of an issue in this case. And I really don't think overall, if proper precautions are taken, it's as big of an issue as most people make it out to be. And that's what the judge was kind of agreeing with. Now, I do think it is something that people can legitimately be concerned with. I do think that's realistic. And that is on the courts and police to protect these jurors. And the way to do that, by the way, is to prosecute the people who leak juror names and lists. And in the Chauvin trial, there was almost a leak of some jurors, and it was dealt with very quickly. It should have been dealt with more harshly because it involved either one of the witnesses, and they should have been sanctioned, in my opinion. Law and Crime still has it going. I didn't know if Law and Crime was actually going to cover this today, because I checked and they did not have it up. I still don't see it. Law and Crime has Markeith, and they have Ahmaud Arbery. They don't have Rittenhouse going at all. Law and Crime Channel C. Let me see. Law and Crime. Kyle Rittenhouse. Man, I don't see it at all. You've got it, Trump Willis? Okay. I'll pull it up. Oh yeah, you're a mod. Thanks. I'm sitting here typing all this shit into YouTube and not finding it. So that's just how YouTube goes. Some people say it don't be like that, but it do. Oh no, it says the link is not there. I followed the oh wait, no, sorry. Never mind. Different issue. Okay, we'll pull it up. Nope. This one. Here we go. Share. All right, we've got it pulled up. We'll see how that turns out. Malachi Gaming and Talk says, don't forget to lick your hands. I always lick my hands, especially after the bathroom. Wrestler Town says, Jacob Blake was driving around looking for fights to stop, and I will hear none of this nonsense. I think you got a different guy. Jacob Blake was trying to take his children from his baby mama in a car that he didn't own without authorization and had a warrant out for his arrest. Unless it's a joke that I missed. Super Iron Bob says, Nate, I'm going to take a lot of flack for this. Nick's audience fully agrees with what he says next. Yeah, that was interesting. He would say that. He's like, I'm going to probably take some flack for this. I'm like, no, that opinion is correct. Siomara says, am I missing something? Why do all these potential jurors seem to be women's? Well, statistically, at least half of them are going to be. AJ Cook says, can you give a grading based on the performance today of the defense and the prosecution? I mean, they both did adequate jobs. Nothing brilliant from either of them. There wasn't much for them to do. Most of it was the judge today talking to the jurors. They asked some okay questions, probably got some ideas on people on they want to strike. The private questions are going to make some more interesting fodder for them. But all around, I don't know. They were fine. Both the prosecution and the defense. But it's not a lot of time for them to shine. I'm really interested in the prosecution and defense's opening arguments. I'm interested in how they do on cross-exam. I'm interested in their closing arguments. That's the real trick. John Black's testimony is going to be gravy, but those three things are like, where do we do this? And a lot of the other stuff, it's going to be put together behind the scenes. It's not going to be as easily rateable to us because they have to sift through all of the information that they have. And trust me, in this case, they're going to have tons of extraneous sources and people sending in evidence. And so they got to sift through all that stuff and put together their cases. So we won't actually know how well of a job they've done organizing out the useless stuff. So we'll see. Mandy Karavika says, kudos for sitting down, Nick. Forced my nephew to sit down after he literally peed all over the bathroom. Maybe Drexel is right. We women raise kids not to be men if they can't pee correctly. Wait, what are you talking about? Sitting down. You saying sitting down to pee? I don't do that. Detested Dredge says, I just lost my job over the jab on Saturday. Thanks, Brandon. Dude, that sucks. That sucks. Here's RIP to your job. Here's to hoping that you have a resolution to that at some point in the very near future. Perihelion says, good evening, Nick. On Friday, I learned I'll be getting an equivalent of $1,000 raise. On the one hand, it's the inflation. On the other, it's more money. Sending some love to you. Thanks for all the content. Ina Zadrawi. Well, thank you, sir. Congratulations on your raise. Hope everything goes well for you. Dying. Apparently, I have a drinking problem in which I have no idea how to do it. Woo-hoo-hoo. Choking is not a big deal. Robert Stratton says, what would happen if prospective jurors requested dismissal in open court due to the fears for personal safety in a high-profile case? They'd be removed. Dude, it's just sitting there. Let me try again. Maybe I'll get it right this time. Oh. Peter Bemis says feigning surrender should absolutely make Grosskreutz an illegal instigator. He wouldn't have had justified self-defense. Unfortunately, or fortunately, one of those two, it doesn't work that way. And to think of it this way, let's say that Kyle is actually an active shooter, right? Let's say Kyle is not shooting 3 people in Kenosha. Let's say he's walking around. Let's say he's a Pulse nightclub shooter, right? And some guy comes up and he says, I surrender, don't shoot, right? And Kyle hesitates. And then the guy pulls a gun and shoots him. So he puts down the mass shooter by feigning surrender. You wouldn't want that to negate his self-defense claim. You really wouldn't if they were in a proper scenario. I don't think that Gage Grosskreutz or Anthony Huber have the subjective belief that they're stopping a mass shooter. I don't think that that's actually going on here. I don't think that's one thing that Nate and I were talking about. The objective reasonableness is there. The subjective was Huber or Grosskreutz actually in fear of their life. I don't think they were. I think they had a different mindset. I think they saw a target. That's my personal thing. Proving that in court, different story. I don't have to. That's my personal opinion. So I think we're in a different scenario. But you definitely don't want to automatically foreclose the idea of feigning surrender as a way to foreclose self-defense. You don't want to do that, in my opinion, because there are reasonable places. Again, you're being held at gunpoint. Someone's robbing you even. So you surrender, you kind of equivocate for a while. You buy some time for you to reach into your holster, pull the gun and shoot the person. Oh, well, sorry, you feigned surrender. So therefore you just have to be robbed at gunpoint. No, I don't think so. Critz Cake says self-defense law means hoping 2 sides won't shoot. I don't think so. Big T Armada, thanks for the donation. EW Fisher 89 says, I had a guy unfriend me for explaining what you just did about self-defense law. He was adamant that Kyle's guilty of murder regardless of evidence. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be out there with that opinion, partly because of the media. Mike Lombardo says, thank you so much for covering this case. Have you guys seen the video of him at the station? Seeing that, I don't know how anyone could think he wanted to kill someone. I haven't actually watched it, but I heard he was just weeping and vomiting out of, shame or regret for what happened. Doesn't seem like Kyle was setting out to kill people. Insaner Robot says misspelling meant May, not Matt. Yes, thank you. Otter says, I think part of the problem is that he used an AR-15. If he used a Colt single-action army, he would be praised as a rootin' tootin' cowboy. Not applicable says, Judge, I ain't got no ears. Why am I a juror? Not applicable says, so you can move to get out of jury duty. If you're not from the jurisdiction, then you can't be bound by the court to enter jury duty in general. Renegade Shuriken says, I'm at work and beeping noise is the same. That tells me when I have a delivery to make. Feel like Pavlov's dog listening to the stream sometimes. Automata says, pew, 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 pew. Stephen Cooper says, the judge was one of your griffs last night on Star Trek. Yes. Yes, guys, sign up to my Star Trek game. I just need like 40 more people. Fractal Machine says there's no commandment to not kill. The commandment in Hebrew is thou shalt not murder. Chris Raposo says, thanks for both the informative and fun commentary today. Hugely entertaining and great to listen while I work. Keep up the stellar work, you two. Hey, thanks, buddy. 200-watt studio says, I can't be on jury because I'm the mayor's mistress. Adam Riley says, Your Honor, I am to be dismissed from jury due to biased opinions. Kyle is based and a hero for dropping a pedo and a wife beater. I can only imagine Nick's face to hearing that. I'd say he's not allowed to leave the courtroom. AJ Cook, I agree. That's why what my point in that was, I don't like foreclosing it out of hand. It's going to be based on the facts. It's going to be based on the circumstances. And again, I don't think that Gage and Huber subjectively were in reasonable fear or were in fear. I don't think they were. And I think Gage's words afterwards kind of indicate that. And their actions kind of also do too. Like if you're in fear of a shooter, you're probably not going to run at him with a skateboard and try and hit him. Strange play, to be sure. But again, dismissing the defense out of hand, it seems wrong to me. Molon Labe 1371 says, so they want to charge Kyle for the rifle, but how many people charged for possession of Molotov, which as destructive incendiary device under NFA? If local DA doesn't want to prosecute those, where's ATF? Yeah, that unfortunately they have discretionary selective prosecution. They will never be held accountable for selectively prosecuting, which is, unless you can show it was based on race, which is an unfair reality, but it's true. If everyone around you is going 100 miles in a 70 and you're going 71, you get pulled over and say, but all these other people are going faster. The cop can say you're going 71. That's just how it is. Not applicable says taking life to defend property is self-preservation. Well, you'd be thrown off the jury. Yup says building on fire in the background. CNN anchor says this is a mostly peaceful protest. William Barnes says property always more valuable than criminal life. Brian Merchetsky says in Illinois, you can take EMT course if you're 17. You just can't take the state test until you're 18. Your Bailey says, Nick, you missed this super chat. Woo, lad. 200-watt studio says, Your Honor, my IBS is more itchy oozy than runny. Oh. Your Bailey says, this super chat only appears when your nose is red. Is it red? It's not so bad right now. Caleb Crow says, odds of any hung verdict. So a hung jury, that would be, not unanimous either way. I think that's likely. Angry Bainling has the Star Trek link in the chat. If you're on a mobile phone, you can follow that link, download it, and play through the tutorial, which will get you to level 2, I think. If you do that, it helps me out. But don't do it if you don't want to. Stephen Cooper says grift must flow. True. Tall, skinny geek. Where the hell did that chat go? Tall, skinny geek says this stream got so much better when that loud guy left. What, me? TJ or 200-watt studio says, Nick, why use a bulky, uncomfortable wallet to buy your cheese pizza when you could do it comfortably with the slick, compact Ridge wallet? Enough said. There you go. Perfect. Go right to Little Caesars. And Angry Bainling says, I predict the cancellation of movie night tonight. We'll see. The problem with movie night is I have to be up 3 hours after it ends. The Pro NATO says, jury selection effing sucks. Why am I watching this? I don't know. Automata says, strike that antidepressant juror for upspeak alone. Malachi Gaming Talk says, better tell Lady R to hurry up with that sandwich. Chris French says, how's the grift? It's going great, buddy. Thank you. Joshua Vadrine says, just remember, these jurors' opinions on the facts mean nothing when compared to the black-clad mass people waiting outside their homes. William Smith says, y'all probably realize this already, but poll is here. The stream is linked in the OP of their general threads based. Cool. Welcome. JJ says, imagine if come back tomorrow. JJ says, imagine if the behavior panel were there to recommend questions based on the jury's visible response to the judges and prosecution's earlier questions. Defense made a big mistake keeping them off. They may have, I hope not, but they may have. Cinema Queen says, hey, Nick, have you seen the movie Runaway Jury with John Cusack? I have not, but my dad watches it every time it's on. If not, I highly recommend it. It's one of my all-time favorite movies. My dad watches it constantly. John O'Mara, thank you for the donation. Not applicable says, lady is Captain Karen. Throw her down some stairs. Edward the Younger says, $5 for when your joke flubs and you go from telling a zinger to a binger, or maybe it was your criminal complaint. AJ Cook says, Ricada Law, isn't it dangerous for Kyle to boot people who are scared? Who is scared of voting guilty? If I heard Barnes right now and the rest of Wisconsin is worse for venue transfer, this is worrisome. I think they're gonna get struck if they're scared. And the hard part about it is as a defense team, you don't necessarily know what makes them scared, right? There are some weirdos out there who think that they'll be hunted down by a right-wing lynch mob if they don't free Kyle. There are people who think that. And so you don't know what's in the mind of them. I think just eliminate people who are scared in general. If fear can manipulate your decision-making, then you need to stop. Jackwith Rhymes says, no longer hero, Saint Kyle. Well, he's not dead yet, so let's give him a minute. Avahine says, little known fact, all Arby's sandwiches come from cans. Arby's is one of the largest recyclers of aluminum in the country. There you go. Mario versus Pitt says, do we have a verdict? No. Probably a week and a half before that. Tony K says, go watch last night's Bourbon with Barnes for a little info on why he's not involved from his point of view. Yeah, I just haven't had time to do so. Not applicable says, turkey sandwich is really good at Arby's also. Yetna P says, 1, talking over the judge was near impossible to hear you. 2, when are you getting Barnes on? He can talk about the BS and such. He's invited, whether he wants to speak publicly about it on my show or not. I would love to have him on just for commentary on the trial as it's progressing, like we had Nate today, uncivil law tomorrow, legal mindset on Wednesday. I would love to have Barnes's input on it at any time. Of course, I like Barnes a lot. I think he's got a lot to offer people as an insight to the court system. Ben says, hashtag half pound roast beef gang. Insaner Robot says, roast beef as a fast food. That would be a veritable license to print money in Britain. Well, you can get Arby's out there. It's not really like, it's deli roast beef. It's deli. Justin Wright says, Big Mo for the win. Tom King says, oh, the Big Montana? Oh my God. I used to eat the Big Montana all the time. That was a 1 pound roast beef sandwich. They got rid of it years ago. I haven't had it in a long time. Tom King says, be like me and eat more cheese despite a lactose intolerance. I crap as frequent as that one juror, but it's worth it. Dude, I found some ghost pepper cheddar at Walmart. It's really soft. It's a aged white cheddar with ghost pepper or with Carolina Reaper peppers. And oh my God, it's good. AJ Cook says the juror fear issue looks worrisome. Who's afraid of voting guilty? Isn't that a lot of what screwed Chauvin? No. Realistically, what screwed Chauvin is the facts of the case. I mean, that was the biggest thing. The Chauvin's defense was based on technical issues. Did he overdose? Here's part of the problem. If Floyd was in the process of overdosing and died because of Chauvin, then Chauvin's still guilty of killing him. And that's a hard distinction to make. So, trying to get these technical facts before a jury competently is really a challenge, as you saw in the Chauvin trial. And the state had more expert witnesses. I mean, the facts were a big problem for Chauvin again. And the video of a guy with a smug face kneeling on someone till they die for 9 minutes. A lot of people who hit juries are going to empathize with the person dying. It's just how people work. Whether you do or not doesn't matter. What they do does. JTZKB says, irony is Goblin accusing others of acting in bad faith. Imagine someone like him sneaks into the jury box. Yeah, it would be a disaster. Not applicable says, or they're just ideological against self-defense. Random username says, just tuned in. What about Barnes? Hard to hear. Well, I Barnes is off the case, off the criminal aspect of this case. I don't know what the rest of what that means for anything else, but that appears to be apparent. Super Mario Subpoena says, no one is asking the hard question here. Did Kyle have to pee during the events in question? Don't lie and say that can't affect state of mind. JTZKB says, my concern is this jury process depends on the potential jurors being honest about their biases and ability to do their job. What's weird about that, though, is that jurors typically are, in the majority of cases, overwhelmingly honest, surprisingly so. Heck, even today, we saw several jurors come out and say, you know what, I cannot be impartial in this case. I just can't. The one lady, I think that these types of guns are bad. Why would you say that? If you want to just prosecute him and put him in prison forever, you wouldn't say anything. You'd be like, nope, I think that everything's great. Right? You just ignore that stuff. So it's people are surprisingly honest a lot of times during the jury process. You're gonna have bad actors, of course. Viden the Cold One says, you're gonna have Attorney Tom on. I don't know if he wants to come on to talk about a criminal case, but happily would have him on, even though he's a dirty scumbag and I really despise him right now. Angry Baneling says, cannot harm you. Whoo, buddy. You suck at games and you play bad games, the bad haircut, you've been harmed. Also, I'm taller than you. Facts. No one in India is taller than me. First of all, there's no one in India. Second of all, if there were, I'm taller than all of them and you. AJ Cook says, better juror question. Do you believe it's ever okay to use an AR-15 in self-defense? Only caught last 50 minutes. Was it that painful all day? No. Well, mostly the questioning was coming from the judge. Mostly it was the judge. The Scott 16 says, sorry, Nick, but I gotta warn them about Fleet Command. My dad's been playing for 2 years and Scoplay is more predatory than Tencent. The game is secretly pay to win, hidden bonuses if you spend money, and the company treats players like livestock. That it may, and you're free to warn them about it all day. Like I said, I don't care. I get a boost if 70 people sign up and play through level 2. I don't care what they do before or after that. If no one wants to play, I'm not going to pressure anybody or say they should. I'm typically not a mobile game fan, but since Lady Rackets plays it, that's why I decided to do the Griff stream, because it was fun to have her with me. That was the main point. Have her with me on stream. And if some people wanted to join up, great. If they don't, cool. Doesn't bother me at all. The I see no evil says, you mean human? Wahaha. Got him. Just kidding. Love your work. Just poking the bear. Lol. Please don't ban me. You will not be banned. Deep Service says, which state has the easiest bar to pass and the hardest? I don't know. I have no idea. I've heard the hardest is California. I don't know why that would be. Most of the bar exam is the multi-state bar examination, which is 180 multiple choice questions. That's the primary exam. And then individual states may have a state-specific section. In Minnesota, the state-specific section was some essay exams, 6 essay questions. And here's the craziness. The multi-state bar exam is 180 points, right? You have 180 multiple choice questions. If you get 100%, you get 180. The state exam, the state portion, the 6 multiple choice, was 36 points, 6 points each. Took all day to do those 6 points. And then the other day, or those 6 essay questions, the other day was the multi-state bar exam. If you got roughly 85% on the multi-state, you would pass the test, whether or not you pass the state specific portion. In fact, the interesting thing about it is if you just wrote your name on the state portion, you would get 1 point per question. So you get 6 of 36. If you wrote your name and some cogent sentences related to the issue at all, you're going to get 2 points. So you're already up to 12 of 36. So basically, you're going to get 18 of 36 points, even if you're wrong on the majority of the issues. The essay exam in Minnesota is basically pointless if you just study that multi-state, the multiple choice bar exam and do well on it. So it's a weird thing. I don't know why they even bother. Like, what good are these 36 points? Why am I studying and worrying about it? And so many people, they freak out over the essay exam. They worry about that and they try really hard. They're like, I'm going to nail the essay exam. It's like, buddy, you need to do the multiple choice. That's what's going to get you past the bar. The other part of it isn't enough points. Dean Domino, 25, says, I'm way more pessimistic on this case. Saddest part is I do think the judge and jury will be reasonable here. Just won't matter because the media wants Kyle to fry. They'll dox jury and get some black bloc friends to ensure the result. We'll see. Chanji says, I missed one of the Super Chats membership one. Okay, I'll make sure to get it at some point. I haven't seen it yet, but it might have been when I reset the when I switched on subscriber only chat. It erased all that, and those don't show up in monetization. So if I don't have it, Chanji, if you just want to tag me and say what you said, I'll read it. Insaner Robot says, sent 4 supers now, including this one. 3 5 pounds, 1 20 pounds. I'm not blocked or something, am I? No, I read your 20-pound one right away, Insaner Robot, but the 5-pound ones, anything. I read the 20s first, and the other ones I get to when I can. And on these types of shows with a lot of commentary going on, a lot of background noise, sometimes they get delayed a little longer. Malik Fox, it says, super late watching 7 hours back. Thanks, YouTube. 200 Watt Studio says, juror number 16. Where do you know the prosecutor? From the glory hole, Your Honor. 200 Watt Studio says, juror number 16. Balls or no balls, you're under oath. Lofty Pixels. Hey, what's up, Lofty? He says, did you see Destiny defend Kyle in his debate with Arian Foster? It's pretty entertaining. Lol. No, I didn't. I did not. I don't watch Destiny because, well, I don't care if he occasionally has a correct opinion. Guy's a weirdo. Also, Destiny's a woman's name. Here for lol says, know what we meant by life hacks. Pablo Paul, welcome to paralegal status. Samuel Henrik says, way to survive taking a sip. I need that encouragement. ASO says, will you be covering any lolcow news tonight? Yes. Russell Greer, most likely. There's some big stuff that happened for him that we need to check on. And then, or wait, no, I got to finish up Russell's document, I think. We'll see what else. Maybe Melinda, who knows what more frivolous crap she's filing. JJ says, check Barnes Law Twitter. He just called out KRDF. Is that the Kyle Rittenhouse Defense Fund? What's he say? Gosh, I've got to take a look at what is going on with my computer. He says, Kyle Rittenhouse Defense Fund says it's finally here, the day we've been waiting for. Kyle and Wendy are anxious but doing well. We have huge costs coming due soon. If you can, please help with a donation. Visit our new website to read, watch, and learn about the case. Free Kyle USA. Robert Barnes says, I cannot vouch for this fund any further, as it is unclear if it is actually controlled by Wendy Rittenhouse, and the fund faces a $1 million lawsuit related to alleged mishandling by David Hancock, who is alleged to be the actual director of the fund. Very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know what that actually means. Hold on. What the hell is this? Hold on. What was that? David Hancock? Hold on, I'm checking something right now. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Sorry, I can't really share what I was checking. That's a weird thing to do on stream, but I was thinking about it, and you guys made me drink a whole bunch today, so my brain went straight to it. We'll have to check it out. Again, I got to talk to Barnes about all this. I don't know what's going on with everything. And I don't want to speculate without some more info. Prophet says, hey, Mr. Ricada, don't want to go off stream, but any comment on Darkside Phil and his claim of identity theft costing him $1,500 in supposed legal fees? That's related to probably the hack of his banking information. I mean, it kind of looks like identity theft of Darkside Phil occurred. And $1,500 would not be surprising. I'm surprised DSP doesn't have some identity theft insurance at this point. It's not very expensive. But, I have no idea. Polyfrog64 says, Nick, thoughts on the new Dune movie? I didn't see it. I don't want to see it. I don't really care. I saw it and I really enjoyed it. Some people didn't like the pacing, but I didn't mind. Part 2's in production. I've heard the pacing is really slow and that there's some questionable decisions. But again, I haven't read the book and have no particular interest in the movie. I hope people enjoy it. That's what I want. I want people to enjoy it, and I want it to be not woke, which I heard it's also not woke, which is a win already. Kate4394 says, can you imagine waking up, driving to court, and explaining your bowel movements to a room of strangers? Oof. I can't, but now I'm gonna. Orbital Object says, Rack's roast beef was better than Arby's. I disagree. I don't like Rack's roast beef. How can you argue with a restaurant that has a sandwich called the BBC? I'm not I only had Rack's once or twice. I was not a big fan. 200 Watt Studio says, bailiff, judge, we need to change the towel on the seat. Change the towel on the seat and wipe it down again of the IBS juror. Joshua Sanabria says, just tuned in. This live stream was not my subscription list at all. Had to go to your channel directly to find it. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. Fractal Machine says, no idea why the BLM crowd want Kyle to be guilty this badly. Shouldn't they be happy that he Minecrafted a bunch of white people? Ooh, good question. Wrapping up here, we got a couple more chats, and then we'll be good. Where are we? Pepsi Man says, liberal lawyer Mark Garagos talked on his and Adam Carolla's podcast about the double standards to video evidence. When Chauvin trial happened, people whined about why there's a trial if everything is caught on camera. Why isn't this applied to Rittenhouse? Well, I mean, a lot of people have suggested it's all on camera. We don't need a trial. In fact, I would suggest that the video itself is dispositive that Kyle is not guilty. But the trial in Chauvin still occurred. So the trial in Rittenhouse still occurring would be consistent with that. Different people may be whining about it, but the outcome is the same. Sophie J says, morning, Mr. Ricada and his followers. I'm donating today to spread the message that an unfortunate event took place to my fiance and myself. We got robbed and my fiance set up a GoFundMe. If you can, we would appreciate the help. I will share the GoFundMe in the chat. I don't know anything about it, but if you want to check it out and help out this couple that got robbed, please consider it. That is up to you. Thank you, Sophie J. Sorry to hear about the robbery. Rico says the only crimes Kyle committed were missing one attacker and failing to get the hat trick. Samantha Schoner says, I have IBS and jury duty would be a nightmare. Yeah, it would. It would. Absolutely. It seems like that was something that I would want to ask, say, in the private session personally. So there you go, guys. That is, oh wait, 200 Watt Studio says we're dismissing you from jury duty because you were selling your IBS marinated underwear online as from the Rittenhouse trial. I don't want to push for 4K likes. I've drank enough. Diamond Duck. No, stop it. Stop it. Who is the person who sent the member chat that I was supposed to read? Che something, something. Guys, seriously? I should have turned off the stream. Chanji. There you go. Yeah, you got to resend. You got to resend that chat to me because they're gone. YouTube doesn't put those in with the other super chats. It says I knew should have copied the message. Well, you got a minute to bring it back. You guys are lame. I don't want to. I don't have 4,000 upvotes. Yes, you're right. I have 4,086 right now. Ugh. Well, as I finish up this drink. Ugh. As I finish up this drink, I don't think the court's coming back. Considering the court should have been adjourned 30 minutes ago. So let me finish this up and then we're going to wrap up the show. So if you have any other questions, you can ask them, or better, you can sign up ricadalaw.locals.com. It is absolutely free. You'll be notified for all of the streams as I share the links on there. You also get access to exclusive streams like cooking streams, and you can get exclusive access to the Discord, ricadalaw.locals.com. You can also participate on the Locals page itself, which is like a Facebook group in a similar way, but with no moderation, really. Take it as a shot and down it. I feel awful. Pal Uncivil had a boomer stream where he built a PC last night. I saw it. Did he get done with it? And yes, Barnes will be on with Viva in 35 minutes if people want to check that out. Just a close up or hold up the cat painting behind you. Sure. It's from that Zoom call that went viral. The lawyer whose kid had played on Zoom and set up the cat. Here you go. Here it is. Great picture from a good friend. His name is Eric Waugh. He's an artist. Waugh. He does a lot of art for charity. This was a charity piece that he did. He'll get an idea, throw it together, paint it up, and then sell it at auction, and then he'll donate the proceeds to charity. So that was a charity piece. I have a couple pieces from, but in general, though, he's just a really nice guy and a great artist with a lot of talent and some cool vision. So he's a good dude. Oh, Angry Baneling says all these 8-hour streams, 24-hour stream when, fam. I might as well set one up. Not Applicable says you're all ready to beat the brakes off of somebody. Yes. Wait, was Eric sick? I didn't see that. What's that purple, blue, and white book to your left? This one? That's Double Eagle special edition of it's a Warhammer book written by Dan Abnett, I think. It's actually written a long time ago. They just republished it with the cool cover. Oh, I did not want to drink that. All right, guys. I'll see you tonight. I don't think the court's coming back. Catch you. This one. It's not indiscriminate. It's right here. That one. That one. Is Krigler streaming? You guys should check out Adam Krigler. Provolone Loaf says, would you go on PKA? Masterson's been a guest on their 4-hour comedy show, and I think you'd fit in great. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to go on PKA. Kind of half talked about it a long time ago, but it never materialized. If they'd have me, happy to. I think it'd be a fun show. Not Applicable says, somebody quick, find Nick in Nashville. There you go. I'm not. Oh, yeah. Beat the brakes off you. You meet me in Nashville right now. I will beat the brakes off of you. Wherever you want in Nashville, you name your location, you go there, and I'll beat the brakes, carburetor, transmission. I'll beat everything off you. Okay. All right, guys. Catch you later. Hope you have a good day. I got to go. I got to try and troubleshoot this computer while drunk. Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll see you tomorrow. It's tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., same time, same channel. We'll be watching Kyle. Catch you there. All right, guys. Peace. Peace.
Your Honor, I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm going to mistrial my foot up your ass. You don't shut up.